All right, it looks to me like it has leveled off. I am going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is the meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for October 28th, 2020. This is a special board meeting tonight. That means that we added a meeting into our normal meeting rotation. I will go ahead and get us started here tonight with opening items. This is item 2.1, board agenda approval. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I move to approve. Oh, go ahead.
Please, Sylvia, please.
I move to approve the agenda for tonight.
Great, thank you, Sylvia. And then a second.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Okay, so with that, moving on, item 3 would be employee organizations. I'm just going to pause and check and make sure, but I do not believe we have any of our employee orgs who have asked to speak tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Going to go ahead and move us on to public comment for item 4.1. I do want to go over a few things. Number 1, our comment card, same as in any other live meeting, were we still having live meetings at the district office, are available at the time of the meeting, which means we have been posting them actually a little bit early, about 15 minutes before the meeting, along with the live link for our board meetings. That is in line with our standard practice when we have meetings in person at the office, which is that you can get your comment card, you can fill it out, and then we invite you when it's time for whichever item you are asking to speak on to speak. And let's
Lori, can I interrupt for just one moment? I'm sorry, but on the agenda, I know we had a first and a second, but I don't believe the board did a vote on it.
Thanks, Stacy. Returning to item 2, opening items. We had a motion from Sylvia and a second from Jerry, and obviously I have a lot on my mind tonight. So let's go ahead and say all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for that, Stacy. All right, so then we did check in with item 3, employee organizations, assuming we still have none. Moving on to item 4, public comment. All right, always, or maybe I should say never a dull moment in these meetings here. Okay, so with public comment, we very much value hearing from members of the public and receiving your input, hearing what's on your mind. We have kind of 2 different ways that happens. One is for items that are not on the agenda. For those items, we will be taking those in just a moment. Then the other is with items that are on the agenda, which we will take in line with those items when they come up. We do have the public comment cards that are available on our website. You do need to fill out a comment card in order to be called on with that item. When I start the item, that will be the time at which we close accepting new cards for that item. Please do get your comment cards in if you are planning on speaking. The main reason for that is just because when we know how many cards we have, that's how we know how much time we can allot for each comment to be fair, so that everybody who wants to speak gets a chance to speak and address both the board and the public at public comment. I do also want to review that when we are on items that are not on the agenda, please do make sure that you are speaking to something that is not on the agenda. If your item is on the agenda, we will go ahead and mute you and invite you to come back when we get to that item on the agenda. So we're just trying to keep it fair for everybody. We know that sometimes people can be eager to speak up front, but we do need to keep it fair for everybody. And so that is just how I am handling trying to keep the items fair and so that everybody knows what to expect. Let's see. The only other thing would be determining how many cards we have for not on the agenda tonight and to go ahead and set our time for that. So Leslie and or Pam, could you let me know how many cards for items not on the agenda we have?
It looks like approximately 20.
Okay. So with that board, since this is not on the agenda and we know we're going to have Still a lot on our meeting tonight for this special board meeting, plus public comments with each of those items. I would probably say in the interest of time, we might want to consider 1 minute each, but I'm open to hearing from my fellow board members if somebody else has a different idea.
I think the board policy calls for 2 to 5 minutes. I guess my preference would be 2, but I'm open to the majority, the opinion of the majority of the board.
Yeah, I think 2 is okay because 1 will be too short probably to convey anything. Maybe.
Okay, so then what I will,
I know. I want to hear from others also, Lori. So
Sylvia and Phyllis, anything on this one?
I think 1 minute, it's hard to say much in 1 minute, so I would opt for 2.
Okay, so then let's go ahead and say 2. What I think I will do though, just because I want to make sure, let's see, that would be 40. Let's go ahead and just take them all now. I do want to, I think I'm just going to say now that if we get to the point in these next few meetings that we're looking at an hour or more at the beginning of the meeting with items not on the agenda, that I think I'm probably going to limit it to 30 minutes and bring the rest of the not on the agenda items comments back at the end of the meeting. And I can do that tonight, or I can say we'll do the 40 minutes up front here and then move on with the rest of the agenda.
yeah, I think today let us keep it 40 minutes. Probably not any more cards on that. Maybe.
Okay, so we're calling for no more cards as soon as we start hearing from our list of names. So Leslie, can I please get the first 3?
The first one is Kayur Chudgar, Archana, and Lily Lee.
So, okay, sure.
Right. Okay.
And we've got 2 minutes. And if your name was called, if you can go ahead and raise your hands. I'm not sure I have the first name right. Was it Kayshore?
Yes, the first name was Kayur.
Oh, Kayur, I'm sorry.
Kayur Chudgar. If you would please raise your hand. Followed by Archana, if you would please raise your hand. Followed by Lily Lee, if you would please raise your hand. If we have not called your name, if you could please put down your hand until we call your name. So we've got Lily who has her hand raised.
Okay, and then if you've got your hand raised and your name on your hand raised does not match your comment card, could you please chat to our staff? Lily, let's go ahead and call on Lily, please.
Lily, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Lily has disappeared from the screen.
Okay. Why don't you give me the next 3 names and then.
Great. Oh, Lily's back.
Okay, go ahead and unmute Lily then, please. Okay.
Okay, I was trying to, I thought my computer had some problem and I didn't, okay, I didn't realize I was not muted. So thank you. I feel like we are maybe on the similar stress level here, and I was really shocked to find out our school is under almost every scenarios. By the way, I'm from the US. So we were really trying to figure out what's going on and when we are putting on the list to be closed and consolidated, because we, as maybe everyone here knows, we are very well performing academically, and I think we came to the Cupertino mostly maybe for the schools. As a parent of me, I speak to many parents also. I think a school is a big selling point for why we are so popular here. And so closing there was, to me, is like losing a lot of potential residents, and it will hurt our kind of like a school community here. And the other thing is, like, I'm really concerned about transparency, because I'm looking at these 6 scenarios, and I'm not sure, why they are doing this consolidation, and is it sounded based on the data, and what's the rationale, and I try to understand. And for the last thing I was thinking, I know there's a thing like an enrollment decline, but my observation is more like unbalanced enrollment. I know schools have overflowing on the northern side, and then some schools really have some smaller number coming up. So is there a way we can redistribute and balance them instead of just closing schools? Because when you close school, they're not coming back. It's really, really difficult to bring back. And as I've seen other schools already, maybe be leased, and they cannot easily get back. So I'm really concerned, and my kids are worried too. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. And then next, I believe we have Kayor with us. Is that right?
Yes, we have Kayer.
Okay. So Kayor, you should be unmuted. Welcome.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Yeah, so I'm a mayor who's parent, and I learned from some of the CSE suggested scenarios that basically, some of the scenarios they are suggesting to have the Meyerho's local neighborhood kids to be kicked out from the school, have them go to Eton and then eventually Lawson and other schools, and give Meyerho's as a CLEAP dedicated campus. And so this, as a Meyerho's family and community and parent, it looks very, very unfair to me. I don't know why we are mixing the CLEAP dedicated site with the current budget crisis. Where this is coming from, we have been talking to the CLEAP parents here also. Everybody wants to stay together at Meyerho's. Meyerho's is being used as a full capacity with CLEAP and neighborhood jointly, the proper enrollment, everything is going good. All the kids are going to go to Miller and to eventually Limbrook. I see absolutely no need to change anything at Meyerho's. I don't know, out of nowhere, why are you mixing CLEAP dedicated site instead of addressing the budget issue and the crisis, working with the community to not close any schools. Instead of that, we are complicating unnecessary things right now. So please do not consider that crossing Bollinger in the morning. Please come and look yourself, the traffic here. It's a nightmare, dangerous to go with the kids every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayor. And then I think the other one we had up front was Archna, which I...
Right. And I think Archna is raising the hand. I think it's the first hand with the last name Pandit.
Okay, great. So let's go ahead and unmute
Perfect.
Archna then.
Archana?
Hello, good evening, everybody. I was part of the CSE group as well, and now I'm talking more as a Dilworth parent, so changing a role here a little bit. When we were coming up with the scenarios, there were a lot of scenarios that were discussed, and I did see all the budgeting part and funding issues that CUS is having right now. But then still there are some questions which were not answered. One of that was CSE did not really look into the data which was related to the performance of the schools. So when we are closing the schools based on the performance, Dilworth actually is right after Faria and Porto. And that was never considered when this point came in picture. Another thing that I had suggested was, since we are looking at combining Meyerho's and Dilworth, or even Meyerho's, Muir, and Dilworth together to create a super school, that means all these buildings and facilities do have that much space to accommodate that many kids. If that's the situation, why don't we partially rent out all the schools? Because leasing is the only main funding that we are looking at to get the funding from. So leasing out is the only big solution that was coming up through from CAC. So if we can accommodate that many kids in one side, why don't we keep all the sites open and rent out the partial buildings to different daycares and stuff? Anyways, not one single daycare is going to rent the entire school. So if we can just rent it out partially and still make the things work with keeping the schools open is the question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Arshna. And then Leslie, I need 3 new names. If you have your hand raised, can you please put it down? Because that's how we spot the people whose names have been called. So that helps us keep it moving along. So if you could put your hands down until you hear your name called for your card.
And Pam, if you're able to put hands down instead, that would be great also, so we can have a clean slate. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Pam,
guys. That helps us identify.
I'll call the next 3 names: Dawn Ying, Christina Ernst, Chelsea Joseph. If the 3 people would raise their hands.
Okay, Dawn, let's go ahead and unmute Dawn, please. Dawn, you should be able to, there you go. Welcome.
Good evening to the trustees and the superintendent. I'm Dawn Ying, Council President of the Cupertino, Fremont, Sunnyvale PTAs. And within CUSD, there are 15 schools with PTAs, including the high schools that these schools feed into. And we have about 6,500 members in Cupertino. PTA is comprised of parents, teachers, and even students, and is here to advocate for the education, health, safety, and well-being of all our students. We promote family engagement to foster positive outcomes for every child. And we promote collaboration between the families and educators on behalf of all the children in our communities. PTA is not a partisan organization. We cannot promote or oppose a candidate for office, nor can we take a position against the school board's decisions. That means that PTAs cannot take a position against closing school sites, nor could PTAs sign petitions as PTAs regarding closing the school sites. But how can PTA help? PTA can help by raising funds at each school site to help support staff and also to help educate parents about CUSD's budget deficit. When it comes time for another parcel tax or bond measures, PTAs can be great voices to advocate for parents to vote in favor of parcel taxes and help explain why they're necessary for the district. And finally, if any of these schools get closed, PTAs should be at the front of the line to welcome new families into their school sites, to promote community, and to collaborate with new parents to make the best outcome for all the students and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. And next we had Christina Ernst.
Thank you. My name is Christina Ernst, and this is my 29th year teaching in the district, all of my years at Lincoln School. I am not alone in longevity as a staff member at Lincoln. The Lincoln School staff is made up of a strong community of collaborative teachers and staff members. Many Lincoln, Kennedy, and Monte Vista teachers and DO staff have their own children attend Lincoln School. The close proximity of the schools makes us a very strong community. We have over 550 students at Lincoln. It seems that traffic was a reason for Lincoln being a consideration for closure. In the past, we have had over 700 students at Lincoln, so we have dealt with traffic. We have programs in place to help with traffic in our Lincoln community. We have 4th and 5th grade students that are trained valet monitors that help greet students with adult supervision in the morning. We have teacher supervision 20 minutes prior to the start of school for students to play before school just to encourage earlier drop-off. We have hosted Move On Monday and Walk On Wednesdays to encourage walkers. We also have a host of after-school programs. If the plan is to lease out Lincoln, traffic will still be an issue. This will be an issue for our Kennedy students. Many Kennedy students who live in the Monte Vista area use the Lincoln staff parking lot to walk through to get safely to Kennedy. If that is closed for them because whoever is leasing out the site may not allow this, this puts the Kennedy students on the busy roads. One scenario listed Lincoln to be broken up and our students placed at 4 different schools. This will completely take away any sense of community for our students. While blending 2 smaller sites together brings up its own challenges, breaking up our school into 3 or 4 parts will separate kids from their friends and teachers they have known. Our site currently has over 30 classrooms, and all of those classrooms have been filled with students in the past. We can accommodate more students. There has to be a better option out there than closing Lincoln.
Thank you, Christina. Next, we have Chelsea. We can go ahead and unmute Chelsea. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
I am speaking tonight on behalf of Support for Lincoln Elementary School. I worked as a special education teacher to the most amazing students for 3 years. Within that time, I had the opportunity to work with a competent, inclusive, warm, and accepting staff who valued students of all abilities. I have since moved on from Lincoln, but think about and miss the Lincoln culture every day. I urge you to keep Lincoln School open, as I believe it is truly a uniquely special place for students of all ability. You will not find another place like it. I know that the board is tasked with a very difficult decision, but I found this important enough for me to log on 5 minutes before this meeting and submit a card to share my thoughts and my feelings and my passion for Lincoln Elementary School. I started there working back in 2010 under the most amazing special ed teacher, Becca Wong, and I came back full circle to finish my teaching credential, and I taught there for 3 years, and I just don't think you're gonna find another site that is as amazing as Lincoln. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. So Leslie, I need 3 more names, and I'll ask again, if you have your hand raised, if you could please place them down until we get to where we call your name. That's how we identify the speakers who have been called. So Leslie, could we get names, please?
Absolutely. The next one is Deepika Srinivasan, Rushali Gaud, and Payal Sarkar.
Okay, so I see Deepika. Let's go ahead and unmute her.
I am a parent of a Dilworth student, and I am talking to express my dismay at the very thought of closing a high-performing school like Dilworth suddenly out of the blue last week, which came up in 5 out of 6 scenarios proposed by the CAC. Education is a basic right of kids in the US, and it is Dilworth's community's fervent hope that elementary kids are allowed to go to their existing wonderful neighborhood schools like Dilworth for a good start for their future. This sudden proposal has put extreme burden on kids, parents, teachers, and staff at this time of pandemic. We love this National Blue Ribbon recipient school, and this community has been built with extraordinary partnerships between school and home. Elementary kids will be traumatized by the sudden closure of elementary schools that they love. Any such measure has to be done systematically, maybe over 6 years, allowing for existing kids to transition out to middle school and causing no harm to any elementary school kid. Elementary kids are the youngest in the K-12 education system. By closing the Dilworth or moving them to a new location, all the kids are going to suffer in the heavy morning traffic. This is not at all helpful for elementary school kids. One reason cited is a low attendance count. Dilworth is suffering because there is an alternate school very close, and Dilworth school students don't get admissions there, but the students who go to the alternate school are counted against lowering attendance count, and this is again not very unfair. US is a wonderful nation, and I'm hoping the board can consider alternate mechanisms to increase CUSD funding and make the school district robust in finances. All options should be considered on how not to close schools. I really hope that the board takes a very good decision on this and does not close any of the wonderful schools in our school district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepika. And next, I think we have Rushali. If we can go ahead and unmute Rushali, please. Rushali, you should be able to unmute yourself now. Rushali, you're unmuted on our end, so you need to unmute yourself, and then we should be able to hear you. Leslie, do we know if Payali is one of the hands that's raised?
It does not look like it. So if you would, if Payal Sarkar is in.
I
Oh,
see
there we
Payal now. Yep. So let's go ahead and shift to Payal, and we can circle back to Vrishali if we figure out the technical issues.
Hello,
Welcome, Payal.
everyone. Good evening. Thank you very much for your time. I'm a Blue Hill parent. We moved into this wonderful community a year ago, and we've been very fortunate to be part of the neighborhood fabric. And much to my dismay, when I started hearing about Blue Hills, part of 2 scenarios being closing down, that really affected us, and especially our daughter and all the other kids living in this neighborhood as well. It's a huge disappointment being the only neighborhood school in Saratoga, which is part of CUSD. And that also means that it's a wonderful link between both the cities. And it would be a huge loss for this community. And I also don't see any savings in closing down the school. And Blue Hills is a very high performing STEM school, and the school has taken immense strides and improved a lot over the years in maintaining the standards of CUSD. Phyllis, I urge you, I know you've lived here in this community, and you still probably do. I hope you can do something about this, and I hope you can urge your fellow board members to make sure Blue Hills or any other schools don't close. And I hope you guys can come up with something that can keep all the schools open and the budget balanced. And I hope that you guys can pull off this miracle. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Payal. So then back to Vrishali. It sounds like we may have Vrishali again.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and apologies for that. So, every parent here has sort of put their story of why the school shouldn't close, and I think I echo the same sentiment. Multiple reasons: great school district, great parents, communities, and just the long-term harm that this would bring. For me, I have 2 more personal things. I think every story is personal, and so this is personal for me. One, I think in the middle of a pandemic, I don't get the timing of this at all. It is not the ideal time when you're already isolating children, that now you're talking about putting them away into different schools, and it's not a small change. It's a structurally, emotionally a big change. So the timing of it just completely bothers me. And then personally, I'm fairly new. My kid joined the school early in spring, and just before we all went into shutdown. So my question is more around, if this was such a big thing, why would I even be admitted into Dilworth? I relocated. I'm a single mom. I chose a school which I could manage personally, dropping, working, everything together. That's not the board's issue, I understand. But I don't know why would you enroll new students in spring and then turn around and talk about closing that school in fall. And so to me, it's bothersome of the short-sightedness of this, and the fact that you were allowing new parents to come in and form that community and letting the children form the community, and then 3 months, 6 months around, decide to close it. So I think I'm going to just echo back and saying there's got to be a way. There's always a way. We just have to find a way out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vrishali. Leslie, could I get 3 more names, please?
Yes, Chien Hua Lu, Parsana Padamabahan, and Ling Zhao.
Okay, so Chien Hua, Prasanna, and Ling, if you could raise your hands, please. And if your name was not called, if you can put your hand down until we call your name that was on your card.
So I'm guessing that Chien Hua Lu is probably with a raised hand, Royce.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start there, please. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. So I'm a parent of a Dilworth student. We moved into the neighborhood 2 years ago. I have 2 kids study at Dilworth. They are 8 years old and 5 years old. Sometimes in the weekend, we were sneaking into the campus and playing at the playground. I don't know how to tell them, if school going to be closed, they are not able to study there anymore. They're going to separate from their friends. They're going to other school. I don't know how to tell them this. And if I remember correctly, the decision we are going to be making on the November 19, less than a month. So I believe for such a deal, decision should be open and as a two-way communication. It will be really hard for the families to provide feedback and digest all the information within such a short period of time, especially during this pandemic. And I believe there are at least three reasons for your consideration to defer the decision making. First, we should consider other methods to raise the CUSD income first. Raising the income can solve the problem and maintain the local community at the same time. Second, it will be hard to lease the campus during the pandemic, and currently no one has a confidence the vaccine will be available next year. Leasing income won't be as easy as expected, I think. Three, the communication window, I think, is too short, very hard for people and the parent and family and the kids to think about and to provide the feedback and suggestion. I would like to urge you, dear board members, to consider deferring this decision during this pandemic. Let's support each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. And then on to Prasanna. Welcome, Prasanna.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Right. I'm a Dilworth parent. I wanted to first say thank you all for the board members, everyone from Jerry to Phyllis to Stacy, first of all, for hearing what we are trying to say here. And I sincerely hope you folks all will make the right decision as if it's your own kid's decision that's going to be impacted with this. I have three questions for you folks. The first one, which I will reiterate with what my other parents have said, why is this the right time to do this? Not just the pandemic, there are so many other things that's going on in the world, from racism to culture to wildfires and whatnot. There is an election that we are voting right now where there may be new folks that may come to the board. There is new propositions that we are voting for, like Prop 15, which may potentially help us and our kids and our other students and teachers too. So I'm really curious why this is the right time, and can we not wait for some more time until the elections are over? The second question that I have is, again, reiterating another parent who just spoke about, I really wish there was some bit of heads up that was given to parents and other folks. I know that Cupertino School District did not have too much funds, but this is too short a time for us to be notified. I wish, working in many other corporate companies like Google, Facebook, and everything, I think we can do as parents, contribute more, and our companies can help contribute as well. So please allow us to contribute to this and not close your schools, close any school for that matter. The third one being, as a Dilworth parent, I'm puzzled why should we move our kids to a different middle school and different high school too. We personally, my wife and I spent couple of years trying to find the right schools for my kids, and it's beyond words that we may not be able to go to that schools if that condition arises. I just wanted to reiterate, please don't close any schools. Education is very critical.
Thank you, Prasanna, for joining us. And then we have Ling. If we could unmute Ling, please.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, this is Ling and Lincoln parents. School closure is harm to students in both schools, both old schools and new schools, based a lot of past public research. First, new schools are often suffering from pressures of supporting many new students. Second, researchers have found that school closing has a desperate impact on low-income students, students with disabilities, and the minority students. Last, school closing increases student transfer rate. Students who have to go to other school is more likely to transfer to school again after school closing procedure is complete. This will hurt achievement level and graduation rate, etc. So school closure will bring a lot of stress to all students, teachers, and staff. this will damage one of our important pressure equity academic reputation, then the district will lose the face of the community and finally leads to harder district financial crisis. So I don't think this is the right time because we are in pandemic and people are already suffer a lot and will become in near future years, we will still facing this pandemic issue. And I think Lincoln parents already sent out more than 700 emails to school board since last Thursday. So please at least discuss more, research more, and defer this decision at least until the pandemic is over. Thank you for all board members.
Thank you, Ling. Can we get 3 new names, please, Leslie?
Yes, Miroslava Preza, Zon Zhao, Xuan, and Shrish Mishra. So if only those 3 would raise their hand. I see Miroslava.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, members of the board. I am a Lincoln parent. The consequences after multiple school closings are various. First, the district might have to face further enrollment losses due to people having the constant uncertainty about the fact that they might need to face more school closures after a couple of years. This will also translate in loss of trust from the community, which makes it harder to get votes in the future for any measure on the ballot. Second, facilities expenses don't end when a school is closed. There are costs to secure the buildings and maintenance that still has to be performed if the sites are not leased immediately. Currently, the school district already has Montebello on the finished property on use and not leased. It is easy to think that once you close a school, the place will be leased or sold, reducing the long-term financial burden in the district, but it is necessary to consider that the closure of multiple sites in a short time span causes a surplus in the real estate market, which at the moment, due to the pandemic, is unstable at best. Furthermore, there are the expenses created by the need to expand the remaining school sites to support the intake of the students displaced by the closures. I ask the board to pause and think about all that and perform the required cost analysis that each scenario creates. Defer your vote until such data is known. Last but not least, we should consider our teachers' trust. The consolidation will bring classroom overcrowding. We will lose the capacity to attract and keep our wonderful teachers. The critical question to be answered here today is, are our schools worth saving? We, as a community, rely on your leadership, and the future of our community and our kids is on your shoulders. Thank you.
Thank you, Miroslava. And next we have Juan.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay. This is Xuan. I'm a parent from Dewas. As I know this information like last week on Thursday, it's very shock to us because we moved here 2 years ago, and we have one kid right now in 5th grade and the other one is in kindergarten. We think this is a really good community and the parents and also the teachers. So I see the scenarios. There are a couple of scenarios like including either close Dewas or move us to the other schools. The traffic route is not safe. We have to cross in the either Bollinger or Miller or even the Lawrence. So it's a hard time for us, and it's not good timing to make the decision. So and my kids actually right now they are also worried about this, and they worry about it during this pandemic, very bad time, and they not only the study, the schoolwork, but they have to worry about like when the school reopen, there's no school for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Next, we have Shrish.
Hello, can you hear me?
And welcome.
Thank you, all of you, for giving me the time. My name is Srish Mishra. A few days ago, I would have called myself as Mayor Hole's parent, but today I'm forced to call myself Mayor Hole's neighborhood parents because of the social divide created by the new proposals. I was shocked to hear the news about closure of Mayor Hole's neighborhood. Total school capacity is more than 700 students, which is bigger than the 432 limit for closure. But line 8 for CSE guidelines is crafted to split a school into two parts on racial lines and making Mayor Hole's neighborhood under 400 and put on closure list, which seems very biased to kick out neighborhood students far away from not just elementary, but from middle and possibly from high school from their friends. While talking to other parents, majority of CLIP parents and neighborhood parents wants both the programs at the same facility. You would be getting several surveys and petitions with our joint voice of not splitting and closing Mayor Hole's school. The main issue in this scenario seems to be the low budget. I would love to see no school getting closed, no kids crying, no kids getting impacted. Closing a school is a short-sighted decision, which may work for short term, but long term in 2-3 years, we will be talking about closing more schools again. I believe there are unexplored pragmatic funding options which can fill the gaps with recurring funds. Parent community across different schools is working together towards it. So I would like not to make such decision, allow more time to community to come up with proposal and then have evaluation and have discussions. With that, I would like to stop, and I hope that you guys would consider all those points and allow us more time so that we can come up with proposal and you guys can evaluate and see whether how that can fill the gap. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shrish. If you have your hand raised, if you can go ahead and put it down. We're calling names from the cards in the order they were received, and you can raise your hand when we call your name for your card so that we can find you. So Leslie, can I get 3 new names, please?
Yes, Christian Lee, Somya Sampath, and Priya Shastri.
Great, thank you. Christian? Oh, I don't see Christian's hand raised. I do see Priya, so let's go ahead and start with Priya, and then Christian and Somya, if you could raise your hands. All right, so Priya, you should be unmuted. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. So I'm a Blue Hills parent. First of all, thank you for allowing us to speak and render our opinions here. So we moved into the area 3 years back, and I have one kid who started in the 1st grade and who is now in the 4th grade. We like the community because of the diversity as well as the programs that it offers. Blue Hills has been an excellent school, and the PTA staff and the teachers are extremely cooperative. So given the current scenario of the pandemic, definitely the school closure came out as a shock. And we as members of the PTA are trying to do our best to gather the available resources and talk to more parents to see if they also feel the same way that the school should not be closed. It is our opinion that we should not close the school, instead think of more creative and constructive ways to keep the school open. We have about close to 400 students in our school, and all of us moved into the area thinking that it provides a good platform for our kids to go from K to 12 through Blue Hills, Miller, and Lynbrook, and that is like an excellent lineup of schools for our kids. And a public school is a place where our kids get the best exposure to people of different kinds, and that is the kind of development that we look for in our kids. So I strongly request that you keep the schools open, and given the unique location of Blue Hills, I think for the residents who are living around Blue Hills, it is a big advantage. I don't see our kids being safe in any other school environment, or walking across the street, or going to another private school, or any other public school in the area. So I strongly encourage you to think of more creative ways to keep our students in the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. And then next I see Samya's hand. Christian, if you could also raise your hand if you're still with us, but I'll go ahead and call on Samya next.
Hi, I'm Soumya, and I'm proud to be a Dilworth mom. I'm saying this because we had our daughter study in Challenger before we came to Dilworth, and we are so happy to see that Dilworth is providing the same education as much as a private school. The teachers take so much effort to put in the extra time to make their work so creative. The teachers we had in both her first grade and second grade and now with her third grade have been extraordinary. They take extra time, they have so much patience, they work with the kids, and I don't see any change in the education level between the private schools that we have been going before and now with the public school. And Cupertino schools, I can see that talking among with the different parents, all the Cupertino schools are doing the same level of education to compete with the private schools. And that is an awesome job. Thanks a lot to the teachers and the principals. And next is, I think many have raised these points before, and we are very much happy to see that Dilworth will go and feed into Miller, and that will feed into Lynbrook. And that is one of the main points that we bought our house, and we are actually working so hard to pay for the mortgage and all those things to even stay in this neighborhood. And this is such a blow to all of us to have spent so much money, millions of money, and still not be able to go to the schools that we would want. Please don't close any of the Cupertino schools. Please let us be here. Please give us an option where we can donate more money. Please keep the students happy. And especially in Dilworth, I see the care they give for even special abilities kids, and that warms our hearts. So please let Dilworth stay in the same place and let us all be part of the same warmful and happy community. Please save the schools.
Great, thanks, Soumya. And then did we ever find Christian?
We did not, so I'll read the next three names.
Okay, great, thank you.
Amir, Lacey, and Bilong Chen. So Amir Kanhi, if you'd raise your hand. Lacey and Bilong Chen. I see all of them.
Okay, Amir, please. Amir, you're unmuted on our end, so go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, thanks. So my name is Amir. I live in the Sunny Arts neighborhood, which is north of Fremont Street. I have two daughters who attend the Stokemeyer Elementary. My older daughter is a fourth grader. She's been walking back from school every day with her grandpa for the last 4 years. Now we've heard that her school is being considered under multiple scenarios to be switched to Nimitz, which is 1.6 miles away from my home. And the reason for that is that the Stokemeyer has too many students, and the decision has no impact on the district's budget situation. It's just a rebalancing act. We bought our house in this neighborhood because of Stokemeyer, and we reevaluated our decision against private schools one more time before our kids started kindergarten. Now, despite the large attendance at Stokemeyer, the school has been managing fine. And with the attrition, which is one of the issues being addressed, the attendance is going to go down anyways. So it appears to me that among all these tough issues that the district is trying to address, closing the school and all that, rebalancing Stokemeyer is an item that's just going to create a lot of problems for the residents and not really solving any real problems. This change affects me and my neighborhood significantly because first, it completely rules out the option of walking to school because one, it's too far away, and two, kids have to cross Sunnyvale-Saratoga Road, which is like the busiest street in the district. And then second, either district has to provide shuttle services, or we have to hire a driver to take them to the school for the next 5-6 years. And now I'm doing all of this and taking my kid from Stokemeyer to Nimitz, which is academically rated much lower than a Stokemeyer. So really lots of trouble for not much gain. So why don't I just go to...
Okay, thank you, Amir. And next we had, sorry, Lacey comes next, please.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm a Lincoln parent. I'm so deeply touched by the words our dearest Lincoln teacher has just shared with us, and I'm sure the entire Lincoln community is crying with them now. So just want to echo what other speakers have stated. City needs more time before concluding that school closure is the only choice, not to mention rush to vote for which school to be closed. And we surprisingly find lots of proposals presented in the CAC report have cited wrong information in inaccurate data. For example, as one of the key data set, enrollment projections. The one used in the CAC proposal and binders are very different from the one that is from the latest 2020 demographic report listed on CUSD's own website. And thus, assumption that the huge reduction on the enrollment on 2025 might not even be valid. Also, lots of the important decisions are made based on traffic and safety, including the current quadrant setup and school ratings. I strongly suggest school board to at least provide official study on that topic rather than personal and objective opinions, especially on the impact of potential environmental and traffic pattern changes. Because for our southwest quadrant, no matter which one of the two schools get closed, as much as 50% of kids will be forced to attend school at other quadrants. This is against the CAC members' own comment in the last meeting, where the whole reason to divide CUSD to 4 areas is to avoid inter-quadrant transportation because of the safety concerns. So at last, I just want to see, as respect whatever the reasoning CAC members have picked for each scenario, but due to the obvious error and flaws, the report is not up to the level that can be used as a guidance for school closure. I urge school board to take time to review other options before making impact to so many CUS.
Thank you, Lacey. And then Bilong Chen, please.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yeah. Good morning, Board Trustee. Thanks for hearing my comments. I am the parent of 2 Dealworth kids and have been live in Cupertino for over 10 years. And we are very shocked to find out that Dealworth school might be closed to close a fiscal gap. And Dealworth is a great school, and it takes years to build a great school. And kids are also very sad, super sad to hear the school they went to might be closed down when they are going back to school and they need to move to another school with totally new classmates and longer commute. I believe many residents in Cupertino settle in Cupertino because of the good school here. And we are already paying much higher price and certainly much higher tax than other cities near Cupertino. So in my opinion, these proposals are detrimental to the value of the property, detrimental to the quality of K-8 education in Cupertino, and really destroy our trust on the board. Renting out the school might solve some of the problem in the short term, but what will happen if the fiscal problem persists in a few years down the road? Will more schools be closed to solve the fiscal problem? This is not a sustainable solution. Doing this is like killing hens that lays eggs, and it's very short-sighted. I would really urge the board to reconsider alternatives. Except for some of the options in other comments, school district might consider rent out all the schools in the school district during summer, for example, for summer camp, etc. So the proposal of school closure came out just a few days ago, and it will be voted upon in November. This only gives public a few weeks to absorb the information and understand the impact. It takes years to build a great school, and just take a few weeks to tear down the school. This is really ridiculous for me. So as other commenters also mentioned, this is a really bad timing to make this kind of decision. We are still in pandemic and parents are already stressed with the daily homeschooling. And we were in wildfire elections. These are more than enough stress on the parents already. I don't know why the board would take this time to bring extra stress to the residents and parents. Therefore, I hope the board to reconsider other options.
Thank you. And then I think I need the rest of our names right now, the remainder, right?
Yeah. So I will read the final 4, and these were the ones that came in before when the item opened.
Great. Okay.
So,
and then if we've had more come in since the item, since we moved off of taking new cards, those will all be forwarded to the board, right?
yes, they will.
Great.
Okay. So Shruti Dixit, followed by William Liao, followed by Ming Hao Shen, followed by Hoi Yergera. So if those 4 individuals could please raise their hands.
Okay, I see Shruti, so let's go ahead and unmute Shruti, and then William, Minghao, and Hoi, if you can raise your hands. Great, perfect, okay.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to shift gears a little bit and thank you for how well distance learning is actually going. I believe in a couple of previous meetings, people have talked about wanting to open schools. And I just wanted to kind of put my voice out there as a comment that there are many parents who are very happy to continue with distance learning, maybe even till the end of the academic year, because it accounts for safety with students and teachers. And given how the pandemic is still going and we're entering winter and flu season, I'm perfectly happy with the children studying from home. And this is truly, truly just kind of putting it out there that there are some of us for whom the current model of studying from home is actually going okay. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And then next is William.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you, board members, and thank you, Superintendent Stacy. And so I just want to mention and also echo the, is closing school the only viable option that's currently on the table? And because it seems like this option is turning parents, maybe not against each other, but instead of thinking about the school district as a whole, people are thinking, of their own school right now. And then, in the CAC, there's talk about phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 in some of the scenarios. I'm just wondering, is it possible to postpone phase 1 till phase 2 and then do phase 1 and phase 2 together? Is that something, maybe postpone it to later on and thinking if there's any options? I think board members have asked, do we need to execute all the phases, 1, 2, 3, or can we do it all at one time? So that's first comment. And then the second one is, there's mention of closing school saving $1.3 million. And then I think my understanding is that 900K come from leasing and 400K comes from saving from school operation and staffing. So to me, that's a little bit biased because, it seems like if a school is more commercially profitable, then it's higher on the shopping block because it provides more saving. So that doesn't make sense to me. And it seems the formula is a little bit biased. And then, today also my wife just informed me that, deal with kids, if the school got closed, they will go to Segway and then it will feed into Cupertino High and then we won't be going to Lynbrook anymore and that will affect the property value. So I need to tell her that this is our rumors and fake news. So it's just the kind of anxiety that's creating in the WeChat and the community. So I think closing school should be the last resort that's available. And I really urge you.
Thank you very much, William. And then we have Minghao, please.
Yes, Minghao here. Can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually a Meyerhouse neighborhood and Clip parent. I have 2 kids there. Actually, I just want to say that it came to a shock to the whole Meyerhouse community, neighborhood and Clip included, that such a CAC 6 scenario proposal were there. And this just came to us last weekend. And just starting from Sunday, we actually tried to educate the whole community. And after talking to a lot of people and sending flyers, we know the community, majority of them don't know about this. It was such a large impact thing. And so far, we actually collected over 300, maybe probably 360 signatures just in 2 days, 2 to 3 days. People are saying, we understand this is a complex decision to make for all schools, but we don't want to rush in it. we need to examine all the assumptions like the funding, the enrollment, the spending, and all that. We need more time. More time is all we ask. We don't ask for making decision now. We need more time to examine all that. So this is just the voice from Meyerhouse. Just think about other schools, their voice. So we need more time to examine all the facts, the CAC and all that, and postpone the vote and give us the time to see if closing school is all necessary. We want to work with the board. We're here to help, but we don't want to rush to any conclusion at this point. So November 19th vote, no. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ming Hao. And then we have Hoy.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, perfect. Thank you, board members and superintendent. I'm Hoy Yergira, and I'm the father of 2 kids who go to Lincoln. We purchased a home here 8 years ago, and it was mainly because of the school district. And we got to the Monta Vista area because of the 3 schools being close to each other. It was surprising to see that as a con in the CAC readout. It's a benefit for all the parents who live here that all 3 schools are close by. Our kids' school walk to school, they will bike to school pretty soon. And that's one of the reasons we are here, basically. The other part also is Lincoln has a very close-knit community of kids, teachers, and parents. Our kids are building relationships, making friendships that are going to last them a lifetime, right? And I think we should do as much as what's in our power to make sure that we don't take away that opportunity from them. In closing, there are 3 things that I would like to request the board. One is, let's not close Lincoln, or for that matter, let's not close any of the schools that are out there, right? We have a smart, experienced board. We might have, I would like to request to see what can be done to increase revenue, what can be done to reduce costs, right? Instead of giving a very specific charter to the CAC, why don't we give a charter to the CAC to go find out how can we increase revenue, how can we reduce cost, right? Let's make it much more open instead of constricting their involvement, right? And people are very smart. People are resourceful. There will be things that can be brought out which will help us save all the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoy. All right. So with that, we are done with the public comment cards that came in line with this item before we called for setting a time for them. Please know that if you did submit a comment card for an item not on the agenda after we set the time for each comment, that we absolutely will read them. Staff will pass them off to us. We will be taking comments in line with items to come on the agenda, and we will determine the time for each of those as we get to them. So with that, moving off of item 4, public comment, and on to item 5, consent. So let's see here. We have 5.1, and I guess I should check. Do we have any public comment on consent tonight?
We do have 1 public comment on 5.1.
Okay, so then let's go ahead and get actually, Stacy, should I get a motion and second first for this one and then hear the comment?
Excuse me, I'd like to poll this item for discussion also. So however order we do it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get a motion and a second, then I will take the public comment and then we will discuss. Does that work for everybody? Okay, so motion please for 5.1.
This motion is to pull it out from the consent, or?
Well, my interpretation would need to be that we'd get it on the table to be able to discuss it. So the motion would be to put it on the table so that we can discuss it.
Okay, then maybe Jerry, you ask for it.
That doesn't mean we have to vote on it, Satish. If we put it on the table for discussion, that doesn't, if there's a concern and we don't, we can, you know, let the motion die once it's on the table, but to be able to discuss it, I think we need to get it on the table.
I can make a motion to bring it for discussion.
Okay, so Satish makes the motion, and then somebody want to second it?
I'll second it.
Thanks, Phyllis. Okay, so then let's go ahead and hear the public comment, and then we can discuss the item, yeah? Okay. So Leslie, if I could get a name.
Semele Heller, her hand's already up.
Okay, great. So then Semele, please join us.
Thank you. I see that you're bringing forward a contract with Hanover Research Council. And given the reopening update email that we parents received today, I assume the timing of this contract is due to the phase 3 survey that you're planning. I would like to strongly urge the board to please give a lot of thought before you approve this contract, before you go forward with any surveys. Please make sure that parents and teachers and any other, all employees of the district and all the parents of the district get concrete details on phase 3 before you do any surveys. I'm super frustrated that I hear people say over and over again that the last survey, 73% of parents want their kids to return to school. That is just nonsense. 73% of parents filled out that survey saying we wanted the option to return our kids to school. But unfortunately, that survey didn't give any of us a lot of actionable data because we were all just taking our best guesses on complete unknowns. And I really do not want us to do that again with yet another survey. Please, before you survey us, to ask us if you want our kids, if we want our kids to return to school, please make sure we have all of the concrete details of phase 3 so that we can actually give you our real opinion and not just our aspirations. Do I want my kids back in school? Of course I do, but only if they're going to be safe. And the only way I can make that judgment is if you let me fill out a survey with all the information I need to make an intelligent choice. So please don't survey us. Please don't sign any contracts for surveying us until you're sure about the timing and that you're going to give us all the data we need for the survey. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Semele. Okay, so then Jerry, why don't you go ahead and tell us what we need to discuss on this?
Sure. A couple of things. I think first of all, I was kind of hoping to get a little bit more detail from staff on what this contract is for. So the attachment talks about the agreement. I read through all that. I have some questions. We'll talk about that later. But I assume this has something to do with the return to school survey. Anyway, and maybe I'll just let Jeff or Stacy or whoever, if you could help me understand, what are we spending the $45,000 here for?
Sure. Good evening. I can start with the contract itself, with what it provides and what the services that are tied to it.
Right.
And then if I'm not hitting the mark with that, Jerry, you can re-clarify that and anything. But
sure.
The contract itself gives us the ability to utilize Hanover services as a whole. It's not for a single contract.
Right.
It's really to use their platform and to use, honestly, I think some of the points that have been made about having really clear research design, developing an instrument to answer our questions, and then having it backed by the statistical analysis that comes along with Hanover. Along with Hanover, what you get access to their library, which includes the research that they do across the nation. So there is an additional benefit. So if we want to talk about reopening surveys that have been completed across the nation, we get access to that library, along with a plethora of other things that could be directly related to curriculum or buildings or whatever it may be. They also have a research team that we would work with. So for example, if something like a reopening survey, we would design a survey or design the types of things that we need to understand from our families. They would help us craft those questions with the demographic section all the way down to the options of what reopening would look like. They would then help us. They would give us a snapshot of the data within a couple days of the closure of it, and then they would give us a detailed report from it, and then the board in turn would get that detailed report.
Okay. So what we're purchasing here is both a software and it sounds like services then.
That's correct.
And so then what would I expect to see as a board member if we ran one of these surveys? I assume it's going to be better than SurveyMonkey. So if you could maybe characterize that a bit of what are we getting here then in terms of their services?
Sure. And by no means am I ripping on SurveyMonkey. What we're getting with it is the team that backs it. So we're getting research experts, not a tool that is more sophisticated. It's actually backed by people along with, the surveying tool from a SurveyMonkey or Google form or whatever it is fine, but it's all based on the instrument you're building. So if we're building an instrument on a district and we don't necessarily have all the experts across the board to develop that proper tool, the data is not going to be what we need to see. And so what they do is they provide that team. We normally have a team of 1 to 3 from Hanover. So a lead I'm sorry, I should have had the position right. A lead designer, I think is what they call for it. Bear with me on that name. But it was a person that's going to lead our research approach to whatever problem we're trying to understand or whatever situation we're trying to understand.
Right. And so for this upcoming year then, for this 45,000, how many surveys? I understand that we get one concurrent survey, which is not concurrent, but just one survey at a time. How many, do you have sort of a sense of what we might be using it for this year?
Yeah, no, that's a fair question. There's no limit on it. It's just, and the other thing is you can have some open-ended survey. And I'll give you an example of an open-ended survey. If we wanted to collect the data on when employees leave our district, we do an exit survey, let's say. We can always have a survey like that running, and then we can do a quarterly capture or an annual capture. That doesn't count as a concurrent survey, as you were talking about, but you can only have one survey going at one time. I would imagine in a normal year when we had Hanover as a district before, and then we had Thought Exchange for a while as a district, we were always somewhere between 4 to 7 surveys a year, depending on the need. It always has to be tied to a direct need. But I think 4 to 7 is a fair number of what we saw in the past few years.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for beg my colleagues' indulgence here for asking this. I wanted to better understand this, and I think this makes sense. I think given that we have these very complex issues ahead of us, having the capability and experts for us to really go out and understand what the community wants rather than, not, I think it's worth the investment. So thank you for the time, Jeff, and I would support this contract. Thank you.
I have a question, Lori.
Go ahead.
So are part of the services that they provide that they help us to formulate questions without bias? Because sometimes when those of us who are not skilled at this formulate questions, there's bias there that we don't even realize is there. So is that part of their service?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely what we're hoping for a company like that to come in and do for us, is we make sure we hit on what are the types of things we need to be able to understand, and then they help remove it so it's a clear question. And the other piece of it that I should have mentioned earlier, they actually do translation services so we can have it in the languages that we need to have as a district too, which also helps with the information coming back to us.
Thank you. And then I just have one more comment, and that is in response to Semily's comment. I want to make sure that before we survey our parents about the return to school, that we do give them all the information that they need to make an informed decision. So that's just a comment. Thank you.
Am I allowed to comment on something Phyllis just said there? Is that allowed? I'm sorry.
It's my purview, right? So absolutely, please go ahead.
So I will say we've had a preliminary conversation to see if Hanover could help us on what you're addressing there, Phyllis, to see if we can make sure we ask the right question and also get the right information back. I do want to share that it may take 2 surveys in order to do that, because we do need a clearer understanding of a percentage of where our communities falling. So then we can develop each of those options clearly to then come back with those. So it may take 2 surveys to do that, but it's going to require us to make sure we give clear information, as early as possible, all the way until that reopening. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm good with that. I just don't want any of our parents to be surprised or to make a decision based on not having clear information. So if it takes surveys to do it, I'm good with that. If it takes 2, I'm good with that.
One question, Jeff. This is like first time we are having a contract with them, or we have done in past some services?
We actually had a contract with them before, which is why it's under consent. We terminated that contract during the time where we didn't want to pay for that service when we were making cuts, but I think there's a greater need right now to bring it back, right? I would say not me, our team feels like it's a greater need to bring them back right now.
And how was their service overall? This is because some other, just to make sure that everybody is okay with that. So,
absolutely. Their service was good. One of the issues that we had before they addressed, the way they came back with some of their statistical analysis ended up being in 60 to 70 page documents that were really hard and labor intensive for everybody to read. They actually changed it so they still give us a large report, but they also do snapshots, and they also have theirs where you can take it. You know, obviously Leslie and her entire team, we can take it and we can put it on our website. So it's a little bit easier to share now than I think what we would have experienced a couple of years ago.
All right, any others? Are people feeling like we're good to move forward with voting on this item? I see a nod from Phyllis, Jerry, Sylvia, Satish, you got your questions answered? Okay, so then I will go ahead and call for a vote on 5.1, please. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. So moving on to 6.1, our board levers and budgetary impact. We are going to have an information presentation first from staff, and then we are going to have clarifying questions, and then we will be taking public comment on this item. So I'm going to go ahead and say, if you haven't already and you are planning on making a public comment on this item, please go ahead and go to our website and fill out the comment card form if you would like to make a comment in line with this item. I believe staff has also dropped the link to that into our chat previously, and maybe they can do that for us again, just to have it fresh there. So once we get through hearing the presentation from staff and the clarifying questions from the board, and we begin to, or we set how much time we're going to do based on the number of comments we have for this item, that will be the point at which we will no longer take comment cards on this item. So now that I've reviewed that, if I can ask, let's see, who's up on this one? Jeff, it looks like you're kicking us off on this one, please.
Actually, I'm going to kick it off and then turn it over to Jeff. So just wanted to give a little preface as to why this item is coming forward as an information item. The information in some of the slides that we're showing, or most of the slides, are all ones that have been showed in the prior board meetings last spring. But I wanted to clarify, as we are beginning to move forward and have this discussion about the school closures. School closures was really only a part of our whole budgetary conversation. And last spring, we shared with certain board levers that could be pulled and implemented at any time to ensure cost savings, as well as some other financial revenue enhancements. And so I think through the work of the CAC, some of those have really gotten lost in our conversations. And I know in hearing comments, we're hearing from our families, from our communities about what else can we do? Have you considered this? What other strategies are out there? So really needed to bring this back to provide information to the board that you guys will be able to use this information tonight to begin that discussion next week and be fully informed in all those different areas, because school closures is not the entire picture. That's a small portion of what we're looking at to become fiscally solvent. And it really is a combination of many different levers and strategies. And so we want to ensure that as a board and as a community, we're reviewing these before that entire discussion starts. So these slides, again, are going to look familiar for the most part, and we just really wanted to almost do what we did with the CAC when there was a charges, provide some clarification, because this next slide, if you want to go to it, Jeff. This slide was originally showed back last spring, January, February. It was revised as additional budgetary information came in. And I think this slide caused a lot of confusion. But at the time we were developing it, we really were trying to provide a mindset as to what is our ceiling, what is our goal that we're trying to get with our revenue enhancements and with our board levers? What do we need to be 3 years out fiscally solvent, kind of at the top of everything? And I think that caused confusion, because I think each one of you as a board member and certainly from our community has asked the question, what exactly do we need to do in 2021 to be fiscally solvent? What exactly do we need to be doing in 22, 23? Because we really are talking about a multi-year. We're not talking about a single year. So I wanted to explain when this slide was put out, and then we will never see this slide again. A lot of the information in it is very important, but I think in a clarified manner will help as we move forward in that discussion. So our structural deficit of the 2.3 million that was shared last spring, basically we're spending more than the money that we're taking in. And that has continued to escalate as we've gone through the COVID and incurred additional costs. The second part of it was the cost for the employee compensation, and we laid out a 9 million. And I think in fairness, Where that was coming from is we had recognized that our employees had not received an ongoing salary increase since the year 2018-19. Last year in the 19-20, they received a 1% off the salary schedule, so it wasn't ongoing. And so this was a way to be strategically planning for the outlying years to ensure that our employees are receiving a salary. The 9 million was a number that was selected based on a 2 to 3% salary increase each year. It is not predetermined. We currently don't budget for ongoing salary increases. And so what's happened in the past, we have done that on a yearly basis, an annual basis, as we've negotiated and agreed upon a salary increase. We then are going back to the budget to try to find that 1%, 2%, 3%, whatever we negotiate. And really the thought with the stability slide is we need to be planning out. If we know that we're going to be negotiating every year for salary increases, why aren't we planning that? Why aren't we building that into the budget? Why aren't we being outward about that and able to plan? So that's where the 9 million came from. The additional reserve for the future mitigation really was, we were in declining enrollment. We had just soon after entered into COVID. So we have a lot of other expenses that are kind of our emergency and our crisis mode that we're going to need to cover for. Declining enrollment has hit us harder than we even imagined when we presented this last spring. And so that number actually, it may be a little bit higher as we move through some of the other slides, and will be joined in with the presentation that Jeff's going to do right after this. The part B was a contingency for the parcel tax. We currently have 8.67 million that we are receiving every year under our parcel tax. We have it built into the budget until our year 2023, and then it expires. We are not able to continue to build that into the budget once that expiration date. We can hope that we can renew it. We are certainly begging maybe our community to support us in getting it passing, but until it actually is in place, we cannot build that into our budget. And so you'll see in the year 2023, when Jeff shows his budget slides, that we have a drop off because we are no longer able to budget that amount in. The number 5 is really one I wanted to clarify, because in the spring, we really were looking at that optimism of setting the cap of where we wanted to be. We know that we've continually made cuts over the last 4 to 5 years. That's in staffing. When we cut staffing, we lose some of the programs. We had originally brought in a multi-tiered support system for students. We lost a director that was overseeing that. It was just really, we had to scale back on the services and support that we were able to give. We had to cut back on some of our intervention programs at our sites. And a lot of those went with as our instructional coaches left, we no longer had that coaching ability to do. We also then had some of our supports that we use for our programs of units of study. We had to really pull back what we were supporting there. So it was an estimate of about $4 million. But what I really want to emphasize as we're moving forward, we'd like to move away from bringing programs back. I don't think as a district, and as we're listening to parents and where we're going, and we're talking about the cuts and the school closures, we really need to be focusing on what are those wants. If we're able to generate additional revenue, if we're able to pass a parcel tax, if we're able to be fiscally sound for the next 3 years, what are some of those things that we as a community, as a school district, really value and want to see with our students? And examples of those might be, do we value and feel like we really need to have a counselor on the elementary schools to provide some of that social emotional learning support? Do we value 2 electives at every middle school so that our students at the middle school level have that robust opportunity and equity across the entire district? Do we want reading specialists? So some of those type of examples, I think as a district, we really need to identify where do we want it to be moving forward, because we are continually talking about taking and losing and reducing. And if we can get into a place where we're truly fiscally stable, we want to be able to bring some of those programs back. So the 4 million was put out there as kind of a bring back programs, but it could also be looked at, what can we do in the future? Where it's important to realize is on our next slides, Jeff's going to go through, is changing the mindset. Instead of looking at the cap of this is where we want to be, let's start at the baseline. What are that minimum cost savings or amount that we need to be fiscally solvent in the next 3 years? And then if we are able to generate additional revenue, what will that do? Where will that money go for? The questions came in, if we are able to do a cost savings of 5 to 7 million by closing schools, where is that 5 to 7 million going? What is that? What are our community going to be able to see if we actually close schools and have that cost savings? Where does that fit into this stability? And so that's what we really wanted to be clear, so that there is that big picture. It's not everything working in isolation. There really is a plan. It needs to be strategic. It needs to be over a 3 to 5 year period There was a comment earlier tonight, someone saying, you know, show us what's going to happen. I truly believe that we need to be showing in the outlying years, how are we going to be fiscally solvent, so that every year we're not coming back and saying, we're in a budget deficit, we need to make cuts, we need to do this, because we need to get at that ground where we're stable. And we actually are in a position that we'll talk about tonight and give some thoughts that will come back as part of that discussion on November 5th, that we think we can see that light at the end of the tunnel, and we really can continue to provide that robust, in-depth learning environment for all of our students here in CUSD. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, and he's going to talk a little bit more about stability.
Thank you. And I think the way Stacy opened that is so spot on. That this slide that was brought forward almost had this aspirational element to it, but it established this kind of false ceiling versus working from where our budget is right now and building a really solid base. Stability starts with having a really solid base, and then we can design, you know, how do we want to build our elementary schools? How do we want to build our middle schools? What do we want to provide to our community? But it's got to come out of establishing a base where we're not coming back every year and talking about cuts. I would love to come to a February and March, and I know our entire EC team would love to come to a February and March when we're not talking about cuts, because we built up such a solid base that we are really talking about what can we add on to what we're providing across all of our schools. And so with that, I think there's a couple things that we'll hit on first, and then we'll come back to it a little bit. But number one, we got to talk about the structural deficit. And I think when we started talking about that last year, both that first interim, second interim, and the adopted budget, we were really focused on that 2.3 million. And the reason for it is we had cuts that took place last year. We were anticipating a COLA. When we didn't get the COLA, we do count that as a COVID impact on our budget, because there was a loss of about $3 million. So when you look at our multi-year, which will be coming up in the next slide deck, you see it at about $5 million. That's because COLA was reduced. So if COLA ever gets applied, or we mitigate the impact of COVID, our structural deficit was always sitting at about 2.3 million. The second piece of it is the employee compensation and what 1%. And so it is not so much about dictating what that raise is going to be tonight or what it could be or anything, but it's really saying 1% represents about $1.3 million. We then can build, what is this something that we can do? What can we take on as a community in order to help our employees get paid at a rate that's more comparable to the area in which we all live here. And then finally, that 3% reserve for future mitigation, that was really designed out of the principle that right now we have a 3% required reserve from the state. We have a 3%, additional 3% reserve from the board, yet every year, based on state funding, we face other factors. If it goes down a little bit, we need to find those dollars in our budget. If we have a decline in enrollment, which we're experiencing right now, we need additional dollars to mitigate it. So if we're able in future years, but right now we're using that $5 million to get through the decline in enrollment, the pandemic that we're in. It could be when the state comes back in January and they look at lowering the Prop 98 guarantee, that could have anywhere from a 5 to 10% impact on what we receive per student. We're going to need dollars for those types of scenarios. And it seems that the state, more often than not, has recently come back to hitting public education. And certainly us in CUSD, that's funded on that per student basis, that's so tightly connected to what we receive from the state, we are severely impacted by any decision that comes from the state of California. The next thing is just hitting on the parcel tax. This year, when we submit our budget, when the board approves our budget, we will have to approve that 8.67 million in cuts, or 8.6 million in cuts for 2020 as part of our budget adoption. And if you think about the number at upcoming board meeting, the parcel tax committee will come present information to the board as per their responsibility. But what they're going to show is we have about 80 full-time equivalent positions currently being paid for out of that parcel tax. And so when we talk about that $8.6 million hit, we have to identify either the mitigation of the loss of revenue, which typically means the cuts related to it. So when you take that 8.6 and that 2.3 of structural deficit, that's how we come back to that $11 million number that we've talked about so much. And then number 5, Stacy actually hit on this already, so I won't repeat it, but just with what those programs that were cut were related to, which include those MTSS and so forth. And so, really when we talk about that stability going forward, and really kind of narrowing our focus on what numbers we're talking about, we have the structural deficit with the loss of parcel tax that we need to address, and that's that $11 million. We have the loss from the decline in enrollment of about $5 to $7 million. And again, you think about that through the lens of we receive about $8,600 per student. We're slated to drop about another 2,000 students over the next number of years. That's a loss of revenue that we have to account for in our budget each year. 60% of that reduction comes from our closing of certificate positions. The other 40% we have to find in our budget. And then as Stacy opened up with the cost of an employee compensation, there's no ceiling to that employee compensation. It's just merely looking at 1% is the equivalent of about 1.3 million. That's down from the 1.4 last year that we always said 1% just because of the cuts that the board approved last year in March. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Stacy. I know she has some follow-up on this slide. Stacy, you're muted. I'm sorry.
Sorry, thank you. So really in referencing this slide, what we would like you to kind of focus on is, as we're moving forward, it really is going to be a choice of what are we selecting to do to move forward for that fiscal stability. Is it going to be the renewal of the parcel tax? Is it going to be pulling some of these levers that we're going to explain further on? It really is a combination, and somewhere over the next 3 years, we need to ensure that it's balanced. So if you do more of one, would mean you could do less of the other. And so again, this was just a means to kind of really lay it out. We're establishing that baseline before we establish the cap of where we want to go. Let's establish our baseline and ensure that we've met that, and then we can talk about what additionally falls onto it. So wanted to review the board levers, and these are going to be ones that you saw last spring. What we really wanted to do was try to capture more. There was a lot of questions about these board levers. They were listed, just a long list in the spring when we shared them. There are some of those that we could implement in the year 21-22. There are some of the levers that are on this list that really cannot be implemented until the year 21-22. So wanted to provide this to you as board members so you can, as we just begin the discussions these next couple of weeks, and we're talking about this mixture of what are we doing with school closures, if school closures, what board levers, you're able to kind of balance and see what is really actually able to be implemented. Some of the board levers that were on the list in the spring, we already put into place for this year, and so that has already been built into our budget as well. So if we go to the next slide, Jeff. So the earliest implementation timeline that we could do on some of these board levers would be, we could put in that reduction of the board reserve from the 3% to the 0%. Again, that's an additional board reserve of 3%, not the state mandated 3%. And you would have your cost savings. We could close an elementary school by the year 21-22. Again, here's the cost that we've seen referenced throughout many presentations as that 1.3 million cost savings per elementary school closed. We could implement 5 furlough days for the year 21-22. We would need to notice employees if they're going to be paid for 5 less work days throughout the school year. And then eliminate our kit stop, which would be a savings of 100,000. And we are actually already in the process of looking at how do we eliminate the kit stop and have that savings in place, maybe even earlier than 21-22. Next slide. So again, these are all ones that can be implemented in 21-22, but because they're personnel related, we have contractual and ed code obligations that we need to follow with timelines. And so even though we would be implementing them in 21-22, there is actually earlier timelines that we would have to begin the process of notifying employees and following the contract. And so I did try to highlight that in red. The elimination of our school site instructional tech support. If we were to eliminate those across the board, across the entire district, it would be a savings of a 1.2 million. In order for that to go into effect for the 21-22 school year, we would actually have to provide notices to those employees no later than April 29th, which would mean we would begin to process probably in January and February to begin bringing that information to the board. The same would apply for secretaries, which fall under our CSEA. We would be looking at reducing hours and positions across the board, across the district. We could eliminate all librarians across all 25 school sites. It would be a savings of 819,000. And again, we would notify them prior to that April 29th, 2021. When we move into the certificated board levers, We are obligated under Ed Code for a March 15th notification. And so we could choose to eliminate 3 instructional coaches, which would be a savings of $330,000. Each year we have reduced instructional coaches. And so I believe we're at 6 right now. So it would be cutting them down even further. We had said we could combine a director principal position utilizing one of our current directors that could also cover a school site, and that would be the elimination of a principal position for a cost savings. Or we could opt to have one principal cover 2 sites if they were the smaller school sites, and that would be a cost savings. I think that important to point out on these levers is even though it's a list, it's not necessarily that we could do every lever on this list, because if we use the example of the director principal and the principals covering, there's only so many sites that we could do that at, that it's not unlimited. Logistically, we would not eliminate 12 of our principals and have 12 cover the 25 sites, just due to sheer size and the ability to really provide that leadership and guidance at the sites. Next slide. These were board levers that are identified that could be implemented into the 22-23 school year. We could choose to eliminate our staff learning days. We currently have 4 staff learning days built into the calendar throughout the year. This would affect our certificated staff. Our classified employees that are 12-month employees would continue to work. They're not affected by the staff learning day. That's why that amount, the $500,000, is less than what you saw for the amount of 1 furlough day. The other board levers that we had talked about could be implemented would be increasing the class size in our grades 1 through 3. Right now, contractually, we're at a 24-to-1. If we were to raise it up to a 28-to-1 teacher-student size, we would be looking at a savings of about $3.74 million. The reason we would not be able to implement that into the year 21-22, it is contractual. We would need to go through the negotiation process. And again, we would have to be doing notification of employees prior to the March 15th in 2021, and we just wouldn't have the timeline or the ability to truly implement that. Middle school, we actually use a ratio of a teacher to student ratio. It's currently a 25-to-1. We could increase that to a 28-to-1. It would result in the reduction of about approximately 20 full-time equivalent, 20 teachers, and a cost savings of $2.2 million. And again, that would be something we could implement in the 22-23 school year. Next slide. And then the last piece, the year 23-24, we could relocate the district office, which we currently lease at approximately $400,000 a year. I know that there has been a lot of comments and questions regarding why wouldn't we do this earlier. Unfortunately, we are locked into a contract that was signed prior to, I believe, any of us on the EC board currently, that has us locked into a contract. The soonest we can get out of the contract would be in April of 2023. And so we would be able to give that notice a year prior to that and be out by 2023 of April. And then the last one that could be implemented in the 23-24 year is this middle school closure. Again, that would be the cost savings for the operational cost plus then the leasability. We didn't feel being able to do this by the year 22-23 was reasonable, although if pressed, we could possibly pull that off, but there is a lot more going into closing a middle school than closing an elementary school, and we really would look at needing that additional year, I think, to implement that as well. And with that, again, just wanted to provide this information so it's brought back out to the forefront, kind of the reminder to be able to answer any of the clarifying questions before we utilize this into our discussions over the next couple of weeks and next board meetings throughout November and December. So I'll pause for questions.
Okay, who wants to kick us off? Nobody.
I can start that.
All right, go for it, Satish.
Yeah, I think I have a few questions, like first of all, slide 8. So this, whatever the proposal you're putting here, like what's the impact of each of this? Has it been analyzed? Like, for example, you know, school, the technical people in the school, right? So how many you are talking here, like 1.2 million, if they say, is it like a 50% of total, or what is that like?
So when we look at on this information, the elimination of the site sits, it would be eliminating all of our school sits off of every campus. So that 1.2 equals 25 of them.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So definitely this is just a a proposal, right? Like kind of like a 100% elimination of something. Definitely, a function will be completely done, right? It will not be there.
Yes, and
So,
thank you for
so
that,
the
that
implication
question.
should
So that
be,
I can
yeah.
clarify. These are just board levers that were thrown out there.
Yeah.
We aren't saying we're doing this. That
No,
is.
no, I got it. Yeah, I got it. My question is like, I think what's a reasonable proposal then, right? Like, I think this can probably get a different perspective. Like the number looks big, but probably that is for the entire function. Then what do you do with that function, right? That's very important. Same way like secretary hours and things like that. So do we have, what's the net effect of this, right? Net impact rather. I think here we see only the financial gain, but what is the, how is it going to be? It could be another program we are going to be dropping, right? Like we are talking one side we are talking about like bringing back some of the programs what we dropped. So the other side, we are seeing that some of the programs are going to be cut, like if that's the case, right? So I'm trying to understand that, like how the overall impact of such major decisions, right?
So if I can jump in on a couple of things there. First off, I think all these have huge impacts across the district. And we talk about implementing any of these, it goes into a lot more discussion needs to take place. I think that to look at what we're talking about here and say that there's not an impact on our schools or students would be very, very unrealistic. This is not a proposal. These are things that came up last year during the levers. Yeah. This is the elimination of almost all sits. And what I say for it is this, it's the elimination of school site sits. What it caused, the chain reaction to your point is we would have to probably have 2 to 3 more support staff at the help desk just on the routine side of IT. So Mahmoud, right now we have 2 at the help desk. We probably have to have a couple more. The total impact of sits on our district is sitting at about 1.6 right now. So you're talking, 2 to 3 positions but it would leave no sit at a school site. So to what Stacy was saying, there will not be a sit that is housed on a school site in the way this lever is drawn up right now. Certainly there's a lot of conversation that can take place and adjustments with it, but what that represents, no sits on a school site and increase the help desk by a couple people to try and support our staff across the district.
And so to the question as the impact on the sites, these board levers will have drastic impacts to the services that we provide students. And when we shared these in the spring, that is what we shared, is that we have done deep cuts every year. We've been able to keep them for the most part away from the classrooms, but when we get to this level of these board levers, these are pretty impactful, and we will feel them across the district.
Okay.
Again, one of the reasons we wanted to try to avoid having to do it or if a few only.
Yeah, did we look into any other, second question, Lori, I think after that I'll give it to the next person. So one more question, that's it. So did we look into any other, I think looks like it's limited to few category of, positions only. Did we look into other positions as well? If so?
So we originally started this board lever list last year, and we actually had instructional coaches on the list. We had additional instructional coaches. We had directors. We had classified managers. Those cuts have already been made into this year. And so again, we have peeled back extremely to our skeleton crew. And so when we were trying to generate what are some of these additional levers, we really are digging as deep as we feel like we can at this point. We will continue. It's our process that we've done every year, is look at where do we think that we could do some cost savings? Where is a position that we think we could do without? This is our year where we're truly feeling it. We've asked a lot of our employees to take on additional duties with some of the losses of those positions. And so I think we're feeling a lot of that impact already this year, and we'll feel additional if we do have to go to these type of board levers.
Okay, I can wait for the next round, but I just wanted to see that, like probably some, in the future when we are bringing back probably an impact slide also, like when we are doing this is the thing, if we do this, what will happen kind of thing. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Phyllis, I see you. Go ahead.
Lori, how many questions are you allowing us?
Let's go ahead and do 2 on this round, and we'll do the rounds we need to make sure we all have the information we need.
Okay, so 2. So my first question is about class size, increasing class size. If we went to the maximum that you indicate in these slides, 30 to something whatever they are. I don't even remember what slide it's on.
If we were to propose to go in our primary classes from a 24 to a 28, and then our middle school
25 to 28. Yeah. So what's the likelihood that we would, that the teacher, the necessity to eliminate teachers would be taken care of by attrition?
It would be questionable whether we could, because right now we do have attrition every year that has matched our declining enrollment, that we haven't had to do layouts. If we were looking at, and I'll use the class size of the grades 1 through 3 and had to eliminate an additional 34 FTE, we would be bringing forward to the board layouts, certificated layouts for that March 15th.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, with regard to the SITs and the librarians, is it true that in some schools, PTAs and other parent organizations pay for additional hours for those SITs and those librarians?
That is true. The district covers a baseline number of hours for each of those positions, and then some of our sites do raise money through their parent funds that increase and add additional hours.
So if we eliminated those positions and laid off all those people, would the parent organization still be able to pay for hours for those people, or do they have to already be district employees for that to be able to happen?
Yeah, if we were to completely eliminate a position, then they would no longer be available to have any parent funding to cover the cost for a new position or hours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Okay, who wants to go next?
I can go.
Okay, go ahead, Sylvia.
So, thanks, Jeff and Stacy, for laying it out. It's I feel like we've seen these same slides over and over again, but it's always good to kind of see them in sequential order. So, one of the things that would be helpful, I think, for me, is looking at the things that I know that every year we've made cuts. Jeff referenced it, and right now the ones that we're looking at are the cuts that have yet to be made, but it doesn't reference the cuts that have already been made. And every time we make a cut, the position goes away, but the work remains, right? And so similar to what Satish is saying about the impact, I think it would just be helpful to see kind of a history of the last 5 years or so since we've had the structural deficit, to see what the amount of cuts that have already been made. So I guess that would be an ask for me. And then a specific question would be for Measure A, the 2023, when it expires. You said that the 8.6 million is tied to about 80 positions. So my question is it just unrestricted 80 positions in terms of the total amount, or is it specific positions that would, then those positions would be eliminated if that money, when that money disappears?
So we do have to tie the money to a specific person when it comes to the expenditures, but it is within classifications overall. So for example, we have 5 areas of the measure that was passed by our voters. So it's protect core academics, keep schools clean and safe, keep libraries up to date, and provide update in classroom technology. So within each of those buckets, there are positions that are associated with it. And so it could range from middle school math and science teachers to 3rd grade teachers, custodians, counselors, media clerks, tech specialists. They're all within those 80 positions across the district.
I see. So when it expires, so if we are able to renew it, does it stay with those 80 positions, or is there, what kind of flexibility do we have to make changes year to year as our own budgets are changing? So
certainly we have a parcel tax committee that'll be presenting to the board next week their findings. And so I'll certainly allow our committee to address that, or part of that question. But in terms of the flexibility of the dollars, they are general fund dollars. What we are held to as a district, and what the board is held to, is making sure that the dollars passed by community go to the measure itself, or the language within the measure. And so it does have to have a specific correlation between the voters approved the measure for the dollars be used for the following items, we are spending it on those specific items, which are people in this case.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'm good for this now, Lori. Thank you.
Okay, Jerry?
All right, thanks. I'll follow up on Sylvia's question. So my first question is around budget certification. And so you talked about the fact that we have this 8.67 that we don't know what we knew in 23, and therefore we can't count it in the budget. And so my question is, so what happens if we don't have a positive certification? Let's say we turn in a qualified one. I know that you know, I know they can deduct Stacy's pay and our pay and all that, but I'm wondering what's the financial impact on the district if we turned in a qualified certification?
Yeah, so number one, we start losing our power to make decisions, and the board and community start losing their power to make decisions.
I'm sorry, Jeff, I don't mean negative certification. I meant qualified certification.
So that too,
in 3 years.
So they will start coming in,
right,
making us go through our records, and,
yes,
and we start losing some of our decision-making power with this. So you think about the extreme cases where you go from positive to qualified to negative, right? And so what you're talking about is that specific area before you're negative.
Mm-hmm.
We will not have a certified budget, and we will have to justify how we're going to solve it, and we will start losing some of our power or control in that decision-making.
Could you talk a bit, because it seems to me like this is a situation where then if the budget of the parcel tax passes, then because it's 3 years out. So I understand the negative one where you're unable to pay your bills, and that's, you know, in the current year, and that's really bad. But it seems like this is one that's 3 years out. It's so I mean maybe we can take this offline. We're getting a little detail, because I would hate to take drastic actions to fulfill sort of paperwork requirements if there weren't what are the concrete consequences. So, you know, if you have the answer, we can talk about it. If we don't, we can do it offline. Just want to understand what that negative consequence would be.
So part of it to help so we don't have a complete negative consequence would be taking forward that proposal, the 8.6 million that we would mitigate against it. So part of submitting with it is following our fiscal stewardship that we have to have. Say, look, we understand that we're not going to have that 8.6. Number one, they would ask us, is the board or will the board consider going out for renewal? And if we can come back and say, Dorothy and myself, we come back and we submit and say, we believe, based on what we know today, that the board most likely will place a measure on the ballot, whether renewal, we'll say that for the next conversation, we'll be careful there. But if we justify that we're going to go back to return it and we produce that list of potential cuts, we can still have a positive budget with those two factors. But it would be based on what happens during our board discussions like we have today.
Of course, right. No, I understand that's part of it. So thanks. Second question then is, when I look at the list of levers, we have things that are 2.2 million we have things that are 60K, and we just spent 45 of that on a survey. And so I'm sort of wondering, are we down at have we combed through the list and there's nothing above 60K that would be a lever? Or is it more of an example of things we could do?
It would be more looking at it as a per person. So 60,000 per that number.
I see.
I'm sorry, I could see where that comes up. So if we go to the example here on it for the 60K that you're referencing around secretary hours positions, that's the average of 60,000 per FTE. So if it was
per FTE, got it. But the librarians were not paying $819, so that's like everybody, right?
That's everybody. And so this came out of how those levers were described when the board had those conversations February, March. There wasn't a number placed in it. It was more of what it would mean for everyone.
Sure. That makes sense. All right, those are my two. Thank you, Lori.
Okay, sorry, making sure I'm unmuted. Yes, okay. So I guess, let's see, where do I want to go first? I want to go to, I don't remember which year we have it listed in. We have it in earliest implementation timeline 2021, 2022, 5 furlough days. So my understanding, and I guess this is where we do a little bit of Jeopardy, Jeff, is that furlough days are one time and are separate from, let's say, reducing our calendar days for staff and students, which would be ongoing. So if we were to do furlough days in year one, would we have to put them as a plan for multiple years, year 2 and year 3 also, to be able to use them as ongoing dollars to meet our budget certification, or how does that work?
So they count as one time. That, you know, that's why furlough days are a little bit different on this list, to the point you're saying. We would have to have them sort of budgeted approved in year 1 for us to count it for the 3 years when we submit our multi-year budget. Or it would be a one-time cost reduction in that fiscal year. So if the decision was made for it to be applied to 21-22 and we called that, we would apply that in 21-22. It would flow through our budget until we hit our end fund balance. So you may see it trail out a little bit longer, but it is a one-time reduction.
Right, so we'd see it in the end fund balance, but if we were going to make it a, where's the gray area, I guess is where I'm getting at with, so calendar days, reducing calendar days would be a negotiated item, which I'm guessing is something that wouldn't happen in this timeline for 21-22. So if we were gonna pick furlough days as, let's say, a year 1 lever we were going to pull, would we then have to put in year 2 and year 3 a negotiation for a calendar day if we wanted to continue to call that an ongoing savings, or could we do multiple years of furlough days at one time as an option? Like, I'm not in favor of any of this. I hate all of this. I just want to be on the record for that. This is all awful stuff that we're in the position of considering here, but we have no choice, as we've talked about. So, if I'm looking at furlough days as one of my options for a lever I could pull, how do I think about that in a multi-year ongoing situation where I can look at an ongoing savings separate from a one-time dollar savings, because one time doesn't really help us in the big picture here.
And Jeff, if I can maybe interject a little bit and explain on a furlough day. A furlough day is designed to be a short-term fix. So a furlough day typically does not extend over multiple years, because when we do a furlough day, it actually protects the employee that they don't lose their STIR status. And so it is designed as a short term. If you were to continue and want to do the calendar reduction, that's an actual permanent reduction of work days that does affect STIRs and PERS and employees' work.
Okay, all right. And then let's see, I guess for my other one, can we go back to, can I probe a little bit more on what Phyllis was asking about the class sizes and attrition? And so we know we're already in a decline. We know we've already cut positions, full FTEs every year, and most years have been able to align that with attrition and or our temporary staff that isn't tenured as yet. For the most part. So it's been, in my memory in this district, it's maybe been since the Tiffin era, since what was that, 2010, when we were looking at cutting positions that were potentially not just, or teaching positions, I'll call that out, teaching positions that were different than our attrition and our temporary teachers. So that, is my memory right there that that's the last time we were really talking about significant numbers of tenured teachers that we might have to be looking at?
Yes.
Bumping rights kicking in, seniority kicking in.
Yes, yes. And so when you ask about would we be able to cover with attrition, we couldn't give a definitive answer, yes or no. What we can say is that each year attrition has helped us not have to do layoffs. But this year, for example, was our lowest number of years that we actually had hiring and returning hiring. We cut it almost 50% of what we have typically hired. We had a retirement incentive to help encourage employees that wanted to take advantage of that so that we wouldn't have to do the layoffs. As we're continuing to look at tightly staffing and maintaining these numbers, we really do not believe that our retirement and our attrition will offset the number that naturally happens, plus this additional 34 or 20, a total of 54 if you were to do both of these.
Okay, so I mean, I don't want to in any way imply that I don't value all of our employees, no matter what their status is, but just in terms of thinking about what our community is upset about right now, but also knowing if I look back at something like Tiffin, where the community was really upset about a large number of beloved teachers. I mean, that is something that we can't rule out in terms of if we're looking at something like a class size reduction. Not only are we talking about the impacts of the class size itself, we're talking about teachers that are loved in this district.
These could be tenured teachers. These could be our veteran teachers that have been here many years, depending on seniority and their subject areas, if they're a single subject. So it really does affect, has a huge impact across the board.
Okay. All right. So that's my 2. So let's circle back around to Satish.
Okay, so I have a question about board reserve, 3% to 0%. So this is the suggestion is for like or whatever the proposal. Like here it's a one time, right? So that will become, you will save 5.3. So what happens the following year? It will continue to be in the 0, or this is only for 21-22, right? The proposal was.
So again, I'll just say, again, it's not a proposal.
No, I got it. Okay, I'll correct myself. Yeah, sorry, Jeff. Like at least even the statement, what it talks is, okay, let's put it that way. Just to, since we are not made any decision. So it's not a proposal, it is a statement. So if you bring it from 3% to 0%, you'll save 5.3. What happens the following year? It will continue to stay in 0 or?
So that would be part of that discussion that would take place with the board. When we look at this, are we looking at it in the same way when we talk about furloughs as a one-time adjustment, with the board then return a board reserve requirement coming back to 3% that following year? What happens when you lower your board reserve? You actually, what would happen is we would have a direct impact on our credit ratings, our fiscal solvency actually would lower. I'm not saying, I'm not weighing in yes, no, right or wrong. I'm just saying that you asked about impact earlier. I think that's a really good question because everything on here has an impact. This one doesn't have a direct impact on our students, but it has a direct impact is on our credit rating as a district, which impacts our buying power, if you will, so to speak. And so there's a different impact on this one. The board could call out, for example, to your point, Satish, that for the next 3 years, we're going to lower and no longer have a requirement of the board reserve of 3%. We're going to make it 2%, 1%, 0% for a duration of time. That is something that the board could decide on.
Okay, yeah, that answers. Coming back to the class size, I think that's a very probably the hard topic again. I think everybody's asking questions, and I have some extension of the same thing. What my understanding is that you need to. We have a certain that ratio to be maintained, right? So from California, that's what if my understanding is right. So when you are increasing, other than the negotiation with the union, but is there a requirement from the state itself that you cannot have more than certain things, and we probably district will have to pay a penalty for that? That is like if you increase the class size from certain to certain. I don't know the threshold what it is, but I thought that even though there is a saving, but there is a penalty associated with that. This is my understanding.
There's no longer the penalty in the same way. That was tied to categorical funding. So as we move from categorical to LCFF funding, those penalties, which used to be pretty steep on districts, no longer exist.
Oh, okay.
I think you're thinking of the class size reduction pieces that used to be in place that no longer apply.
Oh, no longer apply. And again, this number, whatever you're talking, like it could be from 24 to 28, 24 could go to 25, or it could go to 26 and so on, right? And there could be a proportional change in the FTE part of it. It is not like we have to be, a jump should be so much or nothing of that kind, right?
That is correct. We could, as a board, we could decide to go for 24 to 26. Yeah, and then we cut that savings in half.
Okay. Thank you. My 2 questions are over.
Okay, so then we go back to Phyllis. Oh, you're muted, Phyllis.
Okay, sorry. My question is on slide 4, number 5, bringing back programs. I take a little bit of exception to the bringing back terminology because I believe that maybe we don't want to bring everything back. Maybe we want to do some evaluating. So my question is, at the staff level, are you talking about doing some serious evaluation of the programs that we've cut so that we're not just willy-nilly bringing back stuff that we may or may not feel is valuable for our kids. So are those questions that you guys are asking and that you would bring back to us at some point in terms of cuts?
Yeah, and that really was our intent in bringing that forward. We're at a point where we aren't interested in looking back. We really want to look forward, and some of them might be a program that we had in the past, but we would really need to evaluate, is that where our values and where we believe we want to go into the future, or are there other things that we really feel the need to do? And so we did not feel comfortable with continuing the term of bringing programs back, because I think we've moved past that. That served its purpose last spring when we initially brought this up, but as moving forward and we're developing this baseline, we really want to be looking forward and what even if we do have to make or cuts somewhere along, what can we be bringing back to the district so that it feels like it's a win and we're continuing to evolve as this high quality education, because things have shifted and things have changed from the last 4 years into the future 4 or 5 years. So absolutely yes to that question. Those are the conversations we're having.
Great, thank you. I have no more questions, Lori, thank you.
Okay, Phyllis, thanks. So next I have Sylvia.
Can we jump back to the board reserve? I think it was the earliest slide or so. So trying to understand the timing of this, because we had a conversation about the board reserve back in, I want to say like April, May, at which point we had as a board approved reducing that reserve. So I'm just trying to understand where in the 3-year multi-year budget is the approval currently, and how is it changing if we shift that to I guess what would be considered year 1 for next year?
Absolutely. So one of the things, and I definitely want to give kudos to Dorothy and our entire business service team, you know, what we heard is when the board provided the flexibility for us to lower that reserve, it was with the understanding that we would do everything we could to keep that reserve in place, because we know how much it helps stability for us as a district in so many other ways. And so what we were able to do through the cuts, through lowering departments, you know, taking additional risks in our budget, we were able to maintain that reserve for the multi-year, which we'll get to in the next presentation. We'll show that multi-year again. But we're able to sustain that. And so bringing this back again would bring it back to the conversation of how does the board feel about this? We were able to establish it for our 3-year budget proposal. You will not see it in our year 4 and year 5 when you look at our multi-year.
We won't see it in year 4 and year 5 because it's already been accounted for in terms of we've reduced it in year 4, year 5.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I see. Okay. And then there was, and I don't remember what slide it was on, but you were talking about an additional 3% on top of the 6% for kind of emergency services, basically. I remember when we first went into shelter in place, that was the kind of the emergency stash that we used to pay for immediate, you know, PPE and, you know, going, you know, replacing all the HVAC, all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to understand where is that additional 3%? Has it already been taken out, or is it put back in somewhere in this budget?
So that, I would say it's not if I could, just with semantics, we lower departments, we froze accounts at the school site. By freezing accounts at the school site, which eliminated a lot of our principal spending of their general fund dollars that they typically have, we swept it at that point to use for the emergency that COVID brought in with those expenditures. What we're saying in terms of stability, it seems like a norm now that every couple of years, the state either lowers what we receive. Obviously, a pandemic can't be predicted. You have other impacts that take place where our current reserve levels of 6% are being challenged by so many external factors. And so part of this would not be something we would add today. When we move past COVID, it would probably be responsible for us as a district to build a higher level of reserve in case Prop 98 funding is going to change, which is something I was referencing earlier with January. Whatever else may come, it gives our district that stability that we desire. So it's not a fiscal crisis that comes up, and it's something we've built in additional walls between us in solvency.
Okay, so if I'm looking at like just the budget line items, it's not actually there. It's more like that we would want to build that back in to prepare for whatever hits are going to come next year with the governor's budget.
Right, and I think that's, you know, as Stacy opened up, and as we're saying, that's why there's such a problem, I think, in some ways with that stability side, because it created this ceiling versus what we're trying to attain as a district. And I think, you know, we do want to be clear. We don't want to have an aspirational slide that misses the whole point of creating a foundation of stability that our community deserves. And I think that's something we long for. I mean, you know, being here, I remember coming in, you know, my first time coming into the district, 2008-9, we're talking about fiscal crisis. We talk about it every single year, and it's never changed. I think we all want to change that. We don't want that to be our norm of a conversation anymore.
Okay. I'm good. Are we going to do a third round, Lori, or?
Yeah, so my hope is that we can get the clarifying questions out, then we'll go to public comment, then we can take any closing comments from all of us. But yeah, I think it's important that we get our questions out and answered.
Okay, so
we'll do another round.
Okay, great.
Okay, so let me go to Jerry.
All right, thanks. Popular guy tonight, Jeff. My first question is around the 900K, the model for modeling the lease payment, just because I think we've gotten so many emails about people wanting to know more about that. So I have sort of two parts. One is, could you talk a bit about the methodology of how we got to that 900K? Is it some number times some number? Is it a market analysis? Is it what we've generally rented these out? So if you could comment a bit about the methodology that we use to arrive at this estimate. How do we model this 900K?
Sure. So right now we lease out buildings at a range of $2.15 to $2.35 a square foot.
Mm-hmm.
If you take a look at most of our campuses in the district, we have 9 to 11 acres on our elementary campuses, which brings us to about 40,000 square feet of space on most of our elementary campuses. Mm-hmm. We also know that when you do a lease, you can't rent out, you typically, I should say, you don't rent out the entire building. There's
Mm-hmm.
portions that they may not be as attractive, so to speak, for tenants coming in, while others might carry more weight. You know, I think one of the things or one of the actions that we have this year is to come back and we're revisiting the square footage of what we're charging. That is a future action for us this year, very early in the year,
Mm-hmm.
especially when we start talking about our lease renewals. And we'll get into that with revenue enhancements. So I'll save part of that if it's okay for when we get to
Sure.
our next slide deck.
Of course.
What we know right now is based on what we rent Nan Allen out for, what we rent Sarah out for, and what we rent Luther out for. This modeling is based on actuals, and we also believe that some of these properties that we're talking about are in better shape than a property that's over 30 years old that we can't use bond dollars for, nor should we at that point. But we don't do renovations on those buildings. We maintain it the way we're supposed to, but we don't, you know, we do our routine maintenance on those buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And so based on all that, and based on the interest level that we have received as a district, I know the board received an interest letter last year, we feel strongly that we can rent out a space for around that 900,000, if not a little bit more. If we raise the square footage, that number would go up a little bit though.
Okay, all right, thank you. And my second question is around compensation. So you talked about, I think we all agree we need to compensate our staff appropriately and all that. And so I think there was a salary survey mentioned last time or one of the previous meetings. I was wondering, do we have one, or will we be doing one to sort of, so we understand the magnitude of what we need to make up? And would a document like that be public or generally not public?
I would have to double check on it because there's rules about how we get it through CASBO, by the way. So that's the organization that does the study for us.
Uh-huh.
I can double check that. If it's public, certainly we can put on our website. As I know the board knows, we put as many of our business services documents online as possible. So if we're allowed to, we certainly will. We get it every year. So the CADIE study allows us, it's CADIE, I believe, is the name of the study that we have with it. And so that's the one we were referencing last time, where we get to take like school districts, and that's throughout the state of California. They look for similar demographics and and funding levels, and they ranked us. There's also the study that was done, Stacy, I know, did that a couple years ago in HR, that took a look at us locally and how we rank amongst our peers. And then the other thing is we have Forecast 5, which we use in the district that allows us to see statewide where we fall. And in that one, we can pick school districts. I would say that's it's a good ballpark when we use the Forecast 5, but it doesn't have the details that the other studies do, just because they're pulling from account strings from school districts. So there's a little bit greater margin of error, if you will, on that one.
Yeah, no, I was trapped at a Forecast 5 booth at the last CSBA conference, ended up with half hour. It's like going to a timeshare kind of thing. So I know about that. So, and so then related to that then is, when would you expect schedule wise? I mean, do we already have one, or are you expecting that we will get a salary survey? When will we expect to be able to see one so we could make the appropriate choices here on some of these compensation issues?
So
I'm just
typically,
wondering.
yes, typically in most years we get the Katie study back sometime in the spring.
Okay.
I haven't actually gotten any of the normal information at this point. I don't know if they're delayed on, but typically the spring is when we receive.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you, Lori.
Muted, sorry. So let's see, where do I want to go back to? I want to go up to the one, let's see, what's it called here? It is called stability going forward, the one with the arrows. So I appreciate you saying, like, part of our challenge has been thinking sort of in the lines, or part of the issue has been sort of this idea of a ceiling rather than a floor. And so is it fair for me to think of stability going forward as the floor, in the sense that we have a structural, we have a loss of a parcel tax that we have to figure out a renewal plan for, but if all we did was renew it, it changes nothing below that $11 million line really for us. We have the loss from the decline, which is really just that $5 to $7 million is really just the number we can know now, or it's assuming all current assumptions that we have stay, which is really just the loss of COLA and not at all beginning to touch what's coming in January. So that number is going to change. The next time we see this slide, that number will look different. And then a multiplier for the last one. But if I add all of that up in my head, is that a fair way for me to be thinking about a floor of what we need right now?
I would say that yes, the true floor would be the deficit, loss of parcel tax, loss from decline, and then we get to raise that level, raise the floor, so to speak, based on the level in which we want to grow our compensation. You know, I think that it's clear to say that we want to see our compensation for our teachers go up so we can maintain them. How high or how we go up, that would then be our floor, I believe.
Fair enough. Okay, floor is everything stays the same, and we know if everything stayed the same, we would have a significant issue retaining staff. I mean, we already.
There would be a greater gap in what we pay our employees versus what our neighboring districts pay our employees.
Well, there already is, right? So, okay. Okay, so then do you, I know we're going to cover, I don't want to go to the Prop 98 guarantee because I know you're going to cover that in the next deck. So I'm trying to be careful here with the way that I phrase this. But if I look at that top line item for sort of the loss of the parcel tax, and I assume that there's a straight renewal to that, and that we addressed the structural in some other way, and we addressed the lack from decline, or sorry, the loss from decline as we know it right now, then that I can consider a floor. And then for compensation, it would be the stepwise increase on that number, or on a significant portion of that number.
I think, yes, I think I'm following you with that. The factor that would change what you're saying the most is how much the state decides to hit Prop 98. If the state decimates Prop 98 in whatever way, I would answer that a little bit differently. But based on what we know today, and I think this is the hardest part, if I can for a second here, that we have to submit our budget 3 times a year. First interim, second interim, and at our adopted budget that the board approves. It changes all the time. I mean, we try and keep you updated on everything that's coming as far in advance, but as you know, the state works at a different pace than we do, but we have the tightest timelines. We can't miss a deadline. We can't miss a timeline. We can't miss having a solvent budget. And yet other factors play into that. So what you're saying right now is true. Prop 98, I might say, could change that with a higher level or a more significant impact.
And assumptions we know right now, we've got one-time funds coming at first interim with some of that COVID relief that's going to temporarily make things look better. And then immediately on the heels of that, we're getting January governor's budget released. And my understanding is a $12 billion hole in the Prop 98 guarantee right now. Are you hearing anything different recently than that?
No, that's the most recent one I have is 12 billion, which is, impacts us in somewhere of a 5 to 10% reduction in our per student funding.
So effective cut of 5 to 10% on our base funding.
Correct.
Okay. And that's on top of this 5 to 7 million we've already called out because of the loss of COLA and because of COVID related costs.
That's right.
Okay. All right, so I'll call that my 2 to be fair to my colleagues and wrap back around to Sylvia.
No, Satish.
Oh, I'm sorry, Satish, you're right. Satish.
Yeah, sorry. I just made it a little lighter, okay? So again, it's a quick question. It's not a big, this staff learning days, 500,000 per day. Is it like a training cost or what is that exactly? Is it because I know staff attend the staff learning day on a working day, right? It's not like an overtime or anything.
Right, so it would be the elimination of that entire workday for the certificated staff. Students currently don't attend, that's a non-student day, non-instructional day. It would become a non-instructional, non-work day for staff. And so we would, again, that's one of those ranges. Right now we have 4, you could choose to say we eliminate 1 of the 4, we eliminate all 4, and that's based on the cost of 1 of the staff learning days. So if you were to eliminate all 4 of the staff learning days, you'd multiply that by 4.
So it's a real salary of the staff, right?
Correct.
You are lowering a day of salary for our staff by doing that.
Okay, it's the same as like a furlough kind of thing.
It is, and the difference in the numerical amount between the furlough and the staff learning day is that a furlough day it would affect all employees, and the staff learning day applies to our certificated employees. That's where there's that slight difference in the number.
Okay, thank you. And the second one is this combined director / principal position. So how does it work actually? Is it like the admin, one of the director will act like a what is a real scenario? Act like a principal, or principal use some of his time to do some other admin job? Is it?
Sure. So we would envision it as taking a current director and making part of their duties to be the site administrator and perform the principal role. So they would be doing a dual position, really. They would be performing some of the district level, director level, and some they would be expected to cover one of our smaller elementary schools.
Okay, and here it is 1 FTE is like 181,000. So you have potentially more than 1 FTE to do that, or it's like it is just a cost estimation you did?
It would depend. Theoretically, hypothetically, I guess you could say every director goes and covers one of the small schools, so you could increase the numbers of directors that you having to do that. Any of our certificated directors could be assigned to be also a principal as well. I think part of considering that would be the size of the elementary school or the size of the school that they were assigned to be principal and still performing director duties. It's very similar to the director, or excuse me, the principal covering 2 sites. We'd have one principal who then is principal over 2 of the sites. So their time would be split 50-50 at each of the sites, or some format in that sense.
Yep, I'm done now. I don't think I am.
Thanks, Satish. Okay, so then I go to Phyllis. Did you change your mind at all? Nope.
No more questions.
Thanks, Phyllis. Okay, Sylvia?
So for the employee compensation, there's the salary and the work condition. Can you just clarify for me what work condition refers to?
Sure. So it could be the hours, the adjunct duty, it could be total compensation, which would include their health benefits. Adjunct pay are typically the main ones. Stacey, am I missing any of the big ones?
Yeah, I would say a big piece of it is adjunct duty or the stipends that we are able to provide to some of our staff members. So it really is a mixture of all of those.
So the 1% equals 1.3 million is including things like health insurance too, or no?
So when we say 1%, that is including your total compensation, which is your health benefits, your retirement costs, and your salary.
Okay, I see. So it's the whole compensation package, not just the salary.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. My other question, I know there's some concerns and we've been getting messages from the community about closing schools will lead to larger class sizes. Can we just clarify that a little bit for me, that those are two separate levers, right? Levers. They're two separate options, or are they at all connected?
No, class size is actually a negotiable item with our unions. And so as we're looking at closing and the discussion around closing schools, we would still be abiding by the contract language, which calls out for the current size of the 24:1, the 33:1 in our 4th and 5th grade, and then the ratio in their middle schools. So to adjust that would be required to do a negotiation. So they are separate.
Okay, so two separate options, two separate choices, and one doesn't lead to the other.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Those are mine.
Okay, Jerry.
All right, thank you. My first one, Jeff, is around timeline. If we could go to the one on, maybe if I could suggest for the future, we number these slides, make them easier to reference that one. Thank you. So if we were to notice the staff on March 15th, when's the latest that the board needs to take action? I know there was sort of a date, kind of early January. I just want to, if you could, to the extent you can specifically, right? First meeting in January, second meeting in January?
We actually just backwards map it because the notices have to be delivered to the employee no later than March 15th.
Right.
We require board approval. So there have been some years when we've brought notices the Thursday night to a board meeting, and I've driven out and hand delivered them on that Friday to meet the 15th guideline. So it really is, the sooner we can provide it. We do like to do, as early a notice as possible for employees so that they can be out looking for another position if needed.
Of course, right. Okay, thank you.
Deadline.
Sounds like it's really the logistics driving it then. Of course, wanting to give people as much notice as possible. That makes sense. Second one, then, if we could stay on this slide, well, maybe just go a slide or two after this, the one on 2223. So is this I'm not sure how to read this. The previous slide was marked earliest implementation, and I understand that. The rest of these don't have earliest annotation. Does that mean it's you're recommending if we were to do staff learning day reduction, we start in 22? Should I read it that way, or why is this in 22 versus 21 or 23? I guess is the question.
Great call. I think you should interpret it as there's the earliest implementation timeline for those items would be in the year 22, 23. That was the intent, to show when these would be the earliest to be able to pull that lever.
Okay, and then could I ask then, why wouldn't we be able to do this in 21, 22 versus 22, 23?
It is a negotiated one, and so we would have to come to the table with the union, and by the time if it was approved, it would probably be too late to do the calendar for the 21, 22. Not to say it's impossible, just we're trying to be a little bit more logical about it. But
okay, all right, that makes sense. Okay, thank you, Stacey. Those are my two, Lori. Thanks.
Okay. So can we continue on the subject of Sylvia brought it up with the total the work condition piece of the salary and comp. So how do I want to phrase this? My question is, what happens with the healthcare increases we've been told is coming? And I guess, does that fall into work condition, or should I be thinking of that more in COVID related costs? Because I know it's both, right? We're being told that our welfare, health and welfare is likely to go up a lot.
Yeah.
Do you want me to? So initially, we are just in the phase of doing our renewal for our healthcare benefits for the 2021 school year. So we know that we're not going to be directly affected. What we are hearing is that we need to be planning for the 2022 school year when we come back around for renewals with all of the testing that's going to be required under COVID. Those costs are going to be passed along to members who are going to have to cover that costing and will be reflected on renewals in 2022, which then as our health benefits cost goes up, that is a cost incurred into the employees. And so as we're looking at total compensation, we're looking at that higher cost of health benefits as well.
I mean, I think it's fair to say, Stacy, that what the assumption right now that the board would be hearing from all the stuff is that the utilization has gone up so much that our premium costs as a district and for our employees, because of the high level of utilization, would then lead to those potentially pretty significant increases. I would imagine that would apply for healthcare across the board, though I can't speak to that.
By utilization, you're talking about because of COVID, people have been utilizing their health benefits more. Is that the bottom line there?
Both, yes, and just the overall mental health impacts, all the things that make up health and welfare.
And that's not specific to us. That's specific to our Kaiser and our PPO providers.
Right, and I would say that's probably universally true for any of the providers right now. But
okay, but so we're good for 2021, and we would expect a change with our premiums in 21, 22.
Correct.
Do I have that right?
I will clarify, when we say we're good for 2021, our renewal rates do have an increase in some of our healthcare plans, which isn't unusual for every year. We seem to be seeing an increase in our healthcare plans.
Right. Okay. All right. So then my second one is I want to go back to sort of the question about qualified versus negative budget. So my understanding, like from talking from other districts in the county, is that who have been put into qualified status is we do get a certain amount of our local control or autonomy, not completely taken away, but certainly micromanaged, and don't necessarily get to make all of our own decisions for ourselves and or be told what we have to do and then implement. We get some choices around implementation, but we still get told what we have to do. But one of my questions around that is, I know I know very clearly that if you're a district that's in negative, there are definitely significant consequences for credit rating, and that's happening right now with districts like Sac City, who are saying they probably can't get their transes for meeting payroll for the deferrals that are coming this spring from February to June. I know we're okay right now in year one, but if deferrals continue, which right now there's every indication deferrals are going to be with us for a couple years, as our end fund balance goes down, if we had a qualified right now in year one, do we know if that does, or how do I want to ask this? I know we just went through a credit renewal. Do we have any reason to believe that if we had a qualified budget this year, that would have changed our credit rating?
There's
our ability to
there's no question about it. There's no question about it from the standpoint. I mean, we even had trouble keeping it as we were right now. Because the part of the credit rating isn't necessarily on the agenda, what I can share with you, and we're going to bring that back to the board, just to be very clear, as part of the refinance process that we did have success with, we are required to have an updated credit rating. What I can say is, I know if we had a qualified budget or couldn't demonstrate strong management of the budget by the board and staff, we would not have been able to maintain our credit rating, which means we would not have been able to go forward the refinance, and it would impact what interest rates we would get as part of our trans if we have to go that way for cash flow.
And right now we're big enough to go out for our own trans. Are there any implications for us either having to continue to go out for our own trans at a higher rate and or for joining the communal trans pool through the county if we're qualified?
There would be. It would be, we would take a hit. You know, right now we have a AA+, which is one of the highest ratings you can have for not being a basic aid school district. In fact, we're probably higher than some basic aid school districts because of the amazing area that we're in greatly helps us. Plus the total debt ratio in our community is extremely low. And that includes the high school district, includes De Anza, a city. When you look at our bonding capacity or debt ratio, we're very, very low here compared to other larger cities around us. And so being one of the school districts in Silicon Valley with the wealth and high valuation in our area, in some ways we're better off on our own because we control that timeline. We can get a very swift response back from people. The bond refinance went well. I'll leave it at that. We'll come back and share why it went so well, but you know, our community is going to benefit from that certainly. So we would not be able to probably go out on our own if we weren't at the rating we had.
Okay, but so to keep it on this agenda item, and I may come back on the next agenda item when we're looking at the multi-year specifically to the end fund balance, because that's where my real concern is. But right now, if I look at these board levers and I consider the question of whether or not we have any wiggle room at all on what's coming in June, if we have qualified, we would see the next time we'd need a credit rating for, it wouldn't be this spring's trans, it might be next spring's trans. Is it fair for me to assume that we might have trouble there?
There certainly is potential. It depends on whether or not if we would have to go back out and get reassessed on it, or if we could carry our current credit rating forward. I would have to go back in and I would actually want to bring in our financial advisors on that piece of it, just to be clear on that. But my understanding is that could potentially impact us. It certainly would impact us if we had to go back out for a credit rating. In between the times when you have a credit rating, which we probably wouldn't have a refinance because of what we just went through for a little bit of time, I'd have to see if they would force a so to speak, of reassessment. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so if you, we're gonna have Piper Jaffrey coming back at some point, so maybe I'll save that question for Tim, and or if you're having a conversation with him, maybe somebody can just get me some clarity on that. Okay, I think that's my two, right? So back around to Satish.
I think I'll wait for the public. I think I'll wait.
You want to hear the public comment and then just do closing statements?
Yeah, that's right.
Clarifying questions. Okay. Yeah, I just want to get our questions out because we may answer.
Yeah, that's fine.
We may have some of the same questions that the public has, so that's why I'm just trying to get through ours. So, let's see. Then it goes to Phyllis. Phyllis has told me she's okay. Sylvia.
I think I'm good. I can wait.
Jerry, anything else?
Let me just ask one last one. And it's the slide where we talk about this. I think Lori had asked about stability. It had these 3 layers. Right. So I want to, there's a lot discussed here tonight. I want to kind of boil it down to one number, right? Because people come and ask, what's that number we need? And I want to repeat what I think I understand, if you could correct that. And the number I'm getting is essentially 18 million plus, and then there's a variable in there. And so for every % per year we want to give to the staff, it's 1.3, right? So in a way, saying it's 9 million, there's sort of an assumed time window there. Because if we're looking at 100 years, you're gonna need 100 of these kind of thing. So it's more of a, if I were to think about it mathematically, we're talking about 18 million, and then it kind of slopes up. And let's assume, for the sake of argument, we want to give staff 1% raise every year, then we would need to build a financial structure where we can afford, we can somehow bring in 1.3 million more each year. Is that fair and accurate?
Yeah, that is very fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, that was it.
I think that's purposely why that first slide where we have the 2019-20 stability slide, we don't want to visit that slide anymore. But we want to put that on a shelf.
Right. Okay. So we're looking to, whatever we do to get stability, we need a financial structure that has this constant to sort of bring us up to where we want to be, and then it's got to slope up at whatever we decide what this rate should be over years. Okay, that's what we're doing here, sounds like. All right, thank you. And that was it. Thank you, Larry.
Can I ask a follow on to Jerry's question just to make sure I understand? So, and that's with current budget, that's with current state funding assumptions, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Jerry's curve could get steeper at that point.
What's that?
Jerry's curve would get steeper at that point based on his analysis.
Yes, the curve is going to get a lot steeper if we're looking at 5 or more % in base funding cut. Okay. So then my last question, I, again, don't remember which slide it's on. It's the one, you know what, it's in our last year, 23, 24, because of this contract, this very unfavorable contract that predates all of us for the district office at Mary. I've done a lot of letter writing as our board president this year to a lot of corporations, to a lot of elected officials above us, to a lot of entities, just telling our story and what's going on. Do we think there's any room for me to author a letter and our board to write a letter to our landlord to say, please, please, please recognize that we're in a different situation? I mean, I know it's contract. I know you guys have tried the legal route with the contract and that was a no-go. But like, is there room for our community? Is there room for me to basically beg our landlord to let us out earlier?
So I'm going to respond to that one, yes, and maybe you and I can talk offline because that is an area that is currently pursuing to see if there's any way we can do kind of maybe our sad story and get a little leniency.
Okay, I'm willing, I'm game. And if we need to call on our community, I know that they're game too, because you know, like I know 400,000 is far, far less than the number, you know, Jerry was just asking about in the last, you know, with our curve, but every little bit helps. So, okay. All right, that was my final one. So I think we want to get a count from Leslie, please.
We were at 20.
21.
21, okay. And let's see, so if I do 2 minutes on this one, guys, is everybody good with that? Anybody want to throw out a different proposal?
No, I think that's right.
That's right, Satish, Sylvia, Jerry's nodding ahead. Phyllis is giving me a thumbs up. Okay, so we're gonna say 2 minutes on this one. I'm gonna go ahead and say that,
Laurie,
yes, Satish?
Do you think it's almost 2 hours, 47 minutes? We'll just take some 2 minutes break or 3 minutes break.
You know, if people need a break before we go into public comment, let's do that really
because
quick.
we don't want to break in between, like 40 minutes, 45 minutes, right?
I hear you, makes sense. Okay, so it is, I have 7:48. Let's try to be back. Why don't we give 3 minutes just so everybody, well, actually those of you in the district office, I know have a long hallway you have to run. So let's say 52. I'll call us back to order. Everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and make this the point at which I say we have taken all the comment cards we are going to take on this item. And Leslie, if I could get the first 3 names when you get a chance, please.
Great. Marisa Kakmarski, followed by Kitty Moore, followed by Liang Chow.
Okay, Marissa, please. Oh, and actually, Marissa, Kitty, and Liang, if you can all raise your hands, it helps our staff find you when it's your turn. And I see Marissa. Welcome.
Hi there. So I would love to speak to the point of the lever that is encouraging eliminating the SITs at the school sites. I've been a SITs in the district for about 10 years. I've been doing nonprofit educational tech support for almost 30 years. Even centralizing the SITs may have great financial savings, but doing this, particularly next school year, I think it's going to cost us in a lot more ways. I hope you're taking into account that this model will tremendously affect site support. and what an effect it's going to have on our teachers. If you're paying attention to the medical community, we will be dealing with the pandemic until at least the end of next year. And with the prospect that we won't get beyond COVID until 2022, our district may well start the 21-22 school year in hybrid or distance learning. Seems inappropriate to pull back on tech support then. Our teachers are amazing and have handled distance learning incredibly, but our teachers are already burned out from the current work climate. And pulling the SITs away from each of the school sites seems like it would place an unnecessary burden on our teachers. I would say hold off on making the change until after we're back to what we consider a normal environment. If you're looking to save money with cuts in site tech support for the next school year, I mean, think about assigning 1 SITs to 2 smaller elementary schools. While I hate throwing any of my colleagues under the bus, this will save some money, but continue reasonable support for our teachers. Our teachers are going to be bearing a great deal of the burden with most of these levers that you're proposing. I hate that we would hit them again with this. We all know that our teachers aren't getting paid what they should, so at least give them the benefit of good support. Thank you.
Marissa, and then next was Kitty. I don't see Kitty's hand raised, so then I'm going to go to Liang. I do see Liang's hand. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, Liang.
Hi. Hi, board and staff members. First, thank you all for your hard work and service. I know you have done a lot of work where we cannot see. I'm Liang Chao, former CUSD board member and now on Cupertino City Council. I'm representing myself today at the next Monday's City Council meeting, Monday, not Tuesday, due to the election. There will be an item to explore potential options that the city could help CUSD out, such as potentially purchasing the Finch property next to Sedgwick. I hope more communications and transparency could help parents understand the situation. For example, the higher cost of pension liability year after year should be disclosed. The true carrying capacity of CUSD is really about 15,000 students, not counting portables. The enrollment has finally come back down to a more healthy level. Elementary schools with 300 to 400 students have been common in CUSD in the past and still common elsewhere. That's not close schools to cram kids into less number of schools. Let's solve the funding issues through funding measures rather than consider which campus has more market value for rental as reasons for closures. This is not something a school board should consider at all. Providing quality education should be your #1 mission. The good news is that many more parents and community members are aware of this situation and are stepping up to help. With the community, when the community comes together, we can solve funding issues, especially in CUSD. That's push hard for parcel square footage based parcel tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. And then I see Kitty Moore. If we can unmute Kitty, please.
Okay, is this working?
It is. Welcome.
Okay, great. All right. Good evening, CUSD board. I'm Kitty Moore, chair of the Cupertino Planning Commission, representing myself only. I was online for your previous CUSD board meeting. I was pretty shocked to hear that 12 schools in CUSD have been considered for closure. The slide deck for this item appears to show 1 school, which is inconsistent with your previous messaging. You show 1 school closure at $1.3 million. We need accuracy and consistency. Whatever your intentions are, they have had significant widespread negative impacts to our community, which your board does not adequately address. As to charter schools mentioned previously, if the district decides to have a charter school anywhere, it needs to be centrally located in the center of the district to accommodate families equitably and not cater to any particular individual board member or area at all. We need to be fair. There has been a banner on the I-280 overpass which states to stop closing Cupertino schools. This results in the widespread impression of poor leadership by your entire board and a negative impression on the city of Cupertino. How are you going to fix this? Your district, which is about 50% outside of Cupertino City proper, had a parcel tax measure in March of this year, which would have generated $4.25 million. And now the studies you are showing indicate a need of up to $24 million. Why is the board reserve greater than the request of the $4.25 million parcel earlier required? The degree of variation in need causes me to have no confidence in the information we are being told by your board as to what your district's financial.
Thank you, Kitty. Can I get 3 more names, please?
Yes, Yari Toleno, Kristen, and Alejandra Rodriguez. If you would raise your hands, and please remember that we are speaking on item 6.1.
Okay, so then do we think KVS is Kristen?
It is.
And I see Yadi, so let's go ahead and do Yadi first, since that's the order we received in.
Great.
Hello? Sorry, the mix up on our end. It's not Yadi Toleno, it's Brian. I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd like to comment on the presentation today. I think there was some discussion between Jeff and Jerry with respect to the type of budget that we have to submit and the effect of that. And while I understand the need and the want, maybe we'll clarify that. I understand the want to keep a high rating for credit rating. But if we're in a dire situation, maybe we should start to considering not only the impact to schools, but some of those other impacts. And while it may not be desirable, if we can do a short-term saving of the schools until we can get a measure passed that will help then fund the long-term, then submit those other budgets, that may be something we're gonna have to accept in the short term. And I think when we talk about creative solutions, while I appreciate a very conservative stance from a head of operations or a CFO, I think it's the board's duty to temper that with the need of the students and the need of the community. And so I implore you to look at those kind of options and consider, you know, very sound financial advice, but maybe take a risk, have vision, look and see what we can do to be creative about how do we mitigate the dire situation that we're in because of all the different reasons that have gone on in the past. And look, we need to go over that. But, you know, the community is together to help find solutions. We should work together to be creative and find those. And you've got a very engaged parent community now that you can leverage to help with that. And let's not try to be so conservative in our fiscal approach that we end up alienating those people who want to make things better. That's all I've got for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian and Yadi. So next we go to Kristen.
Hi.
Welcome.
My name is Kristen, and I've been with the district at Stevens Creek School for over 15 years as an IA in special ed. My dream job has been the school librarian for the past 13 years. And this 2 years ago, or a year ago, the stars aligned and the position opened at my school, a school where I have created connections with not only students and staff, but with the families of Stevens Creek. I was disappointed to see the LMCs on the chopping block again. Last spring, many of us were making things up as we went along and recreating our job to fit into the digital world. Many of us created amazing websites on the hub for our students to find resources they might need during this time. Over the summer, I hosted bedtime stories once a month, just so our kiddos had a familiar voice to hear. My fellow library media clerks and I are working our tail off, making sure students are receiving books, whether in hand or digitally during this time. We are a vital part of the school. We are the one constant in many students' weeks. They know they will always see their librarian on their class library day, and we have continued this with doing digital read-alouds during shelter in place. I personally remember my librarian from elementary school almost 40 years ago. Please, please rethink the statement of eliminating, because I know it's a statement, not a proposal quite yet, of eliminating library media clerks. We are vital to the school, to the community, and to the district. Thank you.
Kristen. Next we go to Alejandra.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, hi. So I've moved here from Southern California, and I've been here for about a year, and this is the first time I've attended most of the board meetings, and I'm very disappointed in what I've been hearing. It's been very kind of wishy-washy, and I feel that the board has said something, and then in the end it's been something else. So I feel that the board should have some integrity, and I appreciate everything that you're doing, and I know that this has been a problem for 5 years, and you've mentioned it many times, but you now have, like everyone's mentioned, you have all of the parents who are helping, who want to help, and I'm aware I have signed a letter that was released today to the board, and it hasn't been mentioned as one of the levers. So you have the school closures as one of the levers for 1.3 million to close. That will give you 1.3 million to remain solvent. So if the parents are willing to help, to assist, because we're not like so wealthy that we can create this like money in one place and at one time, and but we do want to help, and we would like for you to please take us into consideration, put us as one of the levers. We are parents, and we are willing to come and assist and help, and just make sure that you reach out to us and that you pay attention to the letter, and you don't just bulldoze over all of us and all of these schools. And I know it seems like it's not a lot, but it's a lot of schools. 5 schools is a lot of schools to close. So please don't, I don't know if you're not thinking about the community, but you just think about us, think about the schools, think about Cupertino. Don't just think about resolving a situation now. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandra. So then, Leslie, I need 3 more names, please.
Lily Lee, Shen, and Jack Wong. If the 3 of you would please raise your hands. Lily, Shen, and Jack.
Okay, I see Jack, so let's go ahead and take Jack. And then Lily and Shen, if you can please raise your hands if you're with us.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, welcome.
Perfect. So thanks for accepting my talk, I call it. So in looking at the shortfall of the district and talking about tapping into district reserves, as well as closing schools or eliminating positions, and looking at all the different levers. So one of the things I don't see on any of the agendas of discussing is why can't we tap or ask CEF, Cupertino Education Endowment, for support? CEF, as the end of 2019, has about 7.6 million. And looking at the mission of CEF is to provide ongoing excellent and enriches the educational programs for all students as CUSD. So as we talk about pay raises or increases in other expenses, this endowment was created just to support those cuts. So again, I would say we should work with them to create a couple of solutions. I'm not asking us for, recommending us to use all the funds, but also I think it's basically we should use to replace through corporate as well as parent fundraising for the next 12 months. We have the highest income per capita in the area, and looking at the contribution made to our district, as well as CEF for the past 5 years, it's way below the wealth levels in this area. We haven't asked parents for donations or asked them deeply or provide school a goal to raise. But I think if we're going to save our schools, I would say every parent needs to pitch in helping through PTA, CEF, and also give a goal to raise through a district. So again,
as a parent of 3 girls, I would love to save our schools, but looking at our mission, I feel like we're lacking fundraising throughout our district. Thank you.
Jack, and then I don't see a hand for Lily or Shen. So we'll go ahead and, oh, I see Lily now. So Lily, you are unmuted on our end. If you go ahead and unmute yourself, you should be able to talk. Lily, you're unmuted on our end. So if you unmute yourself, you should be able to talk.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Okay, great. So, because my internet says it's not stable. Okay, thank you so much. Can I talk now?
Yes, please. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is Lily again, and thank you all again for giving us this overview of what's really going on. And again, I have to use the term shocking to me because I did not know we are in such a bad shape financially. And the question is, what's really causing this problem? Is this piling up from the history, or it's something we have not found the fundamental cause here? I'm just trying to really learn what's behind these numbers. And second question is, behind those numbers is some methodology and like source. I really want to personally do more research on my own for my own education purpose. And third thing is, I think, we talk very many about cutting fundings and cutting librarians. And this is something I really hate to say. Can we talk more about, raising fundings and raising revenues? And I don't want to be, go too negative on this, but I'm really concerned why this board here is not doing something other than letting go the librarians. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. And then do we have a hand? Do we know if Shen is our 933?
We do not know. So if Shen could please message us in the chat with your information if you are coming up with a different name.
Okay, in the meantime, why don't I get 3 more names from comment cards, and then Shen, if you are one of the hands that is raised, if you can please let our staff know through chat. So 3 more names, please.
We've got Gopal, Jean, Shu, and Rita.
Okay, great. So Gopal, Jean, and Rita, if you can also please raise your hands. I see Gopal. Let's go ahead and unmute Gopal.
Hello, board members. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Welcome.
Great. Thanks for the opportunity to share my viewpoints here. As a parent, I'm sharing this. Like many parents working in the corporate world in Bay Area, we all go through these budget challenges on a daily basis and know how we can resolve and come out. But this seems to be a completely black box for many of us. So a couple of points I want to share it. One, while I see those levers worked out from last year, but given the current situation, it's very, very important that the district and the board need to reach out to the community to see what ways they can help. We have venture capitalists, strategists, financial controllers, and other experts who manage multi-million dollars, if not billion-dollar businesses. And they're all around the schools. And given the current situation, they can simply jump in and help, and they're ready to advise. But the board and district should leverage the powerful community we have in Silicon Valley, which is best in the world, to save those few $1 million we are talking about. Having that open-minded approach to reach out and asking help is exactly what needed now. Absolutely not as the CAC we heard earlier, which had their hands tied and forced to do what the district and board wanted it to do. I didn't see that at all. The citizens, part of that one, really played a role at all in that committee. So please partner with the community who are willing to do any help in keeping the sanity of our school system and to keep the kids happy and healthy. Unwillingness to collaborate is what causing these turmoils and such a painful feelings for everyone. And we put, definitely this is what we put all those, and we are the community people. We put all of you in those seats with the hope that you will listen to our needs and help us. But that's absolutely not happening. It's unfortunate that we need to collect 5,000 plus signatures, scream out our lungs out to simply say save our schools. Those kids start writing those save schools banners. We have no idea how parents are really telling them how to write it, because they're asking why I need to write it. We need to go and tell them, you know.
Okay, thank you, Gopal. And then Jean Shu.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Jean.
Okay, my name is Jin. I speak before. I'm a parent of 2 CIG kids. I have heard comments from board members that over the past few years, the district had made many cuts, but did not make any cut that would affect students, and argue that we now need to make cuts that would affect students, namely close 20% of our schools. The line of argument gives people an impression that cuts other than cutting schools has been done, and now it is time to cut schools. Well, the community disagree with that line of argument. More than ever, now the district administration itself needs to be cut. But the district administration has a conflict of interest when itself needs to be cut. How could board let the district admin to cut itself while the district admin has been leading the effort to try to convince the community, the CUSD community, that need to be closed, that we need to close school and close 20% of our schools. This by no means to imply that the district admin does not have student interest at heart, but the conflict of interest is obvious. Therefore, I urge the board to set up a special CAC with the board charge of looking into how to cut the district administration to save money. And the process of setting up such a CAC needs to be overhauled, such that the CAC work for the community, not for the district administration. The CAC members should be allowed to talk to the community as part of their work. The board set up a CAC to specifically cut schools. Now is the time to set up a CAC to specifically cut district administration. Cutting school is a complicated matter. Cutting the district administration is also a complicated matter.
Thank you, Jean. And then let's see. Have we identified?
We have not. So Rita is here. We have not identified Shen.
Okay, so we haven't identified Shen. So then Rita, we have Rita, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Hello, this is Rita. So could you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the board to give us this opportunity to actually share our opinion. So during the presentation, there's a lever that you mentioned. It's related to adjusting teacher-student ratio. And based on the conversation I heard, at least we need to provide at least 1 year notice or something like that, because there's a existing contract. And at that level, we will probably save about $2.2 million. But my question is, what is the notification period is required for school closure? I feel like we didn't even get any notification. I live in the Maryhouse neighborhood, but I know for a fact that most of our neighbors, they have no clue. We're just informed during the last 2 days through WhatsApp, flyers, or WeChat. But a lot of people living in our community, they don't have kids that's attending school right now. So they don't have a way to, even knowing that's happening. So I don't know the, legal procedure to actually notify this kind of thing, but I think there should be a, public hearing about this school closure, because that will not only affect the people who have kids in the school, but also everybody in this community. Also, we're living in the, wealthiest city in the entire United States, but we're considering closing schools. It's a little bit, ridiculous. Sorry for being so direct. But if we have the ultimate goal of keeping our school open, I'm sure with everyone's support from the community, we'll be able to find a solution. But if that's not the ultimate goal, then we'll always find an excuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. And then Leslie, I think I'm at the point where I need some more names, please.
Yes, the first person is, Devi, followed by Deepika, followed by Zihui Sun. So Devi.
So Debbie, Deepika, and Zihui, if you could raise your hands, please.
And if your name comes up as a different name, if you could please chat. So we've got Deepika and Zihui.
Okay, so let's start with Deepika, and then we'll go to Zihui. And if your hand is raised and you are Debbie, if you could chat with staff to let them know what your screen name is, that's helpful for finding you. So Deepika, please go ahead.
Hi, Lori. Thanks for this opportunity. So thanks a lot for this presentation and all this public comments as part of today's meeting. A few things that I wanted to understand regarding the budget perspective. One is something that another parent already brought up. What is a fundamental issue that is causing this deficit? So we got nice slides during the CUSD 25 effort saying that CUSD is in the LCFF funding, whereas Saratoga, Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, Woodside are all in basic aid funding. I know Saratoga, Palo Alto, Woodside, the home properties are probably higher than Cupertino or the schools that go to CUSD, but Sunnyvale also seems to be in basic aid district. How come they are able to go into the basic aid funding, but Cupertino Union School District is not able to go into the basic aid funding structure, where we don't have to rely on the state but are self-sufficient? How can we get to that part of the curve? I have not seen any proposals on that count. Without considering that fundamental change, we seem to be thinking about drastic measures that affect kids, teachers, other employees of the school district, which is, I don't know, it's just dismaying and very, very, very disappointing. The other thing is, if we lease out the properties, how will they be used for commercial purposes? Then the third point that I want to say is, again, the community is now more involved than earlier. Please help us help our schools. And I think please consider innovative ideas from the public and give time, and do not make a decision to close or cut anything immediately. Please, it's a pandemic situation. Thank you.
Pika. And then next we have identified Debbie, I believe, right?
We have.
Okay, so let's go ahead and unmute Debbie.
Hi, board. Appreciate this opportunity. Many community members before me talked about transparency issues, budget concerns, community involvement, everything. When the concept of school closures came, I understand that you've done some shows with the superintendent or done some things. But at the time, the community was not much involved or aware of the situation. But with a lot of community engagement on the school closures now, there's a lot of chaos, because people suddenly with all of this, they're like, my school versus your school kind of thing. While all of this is going, we're coming together for what's happening with my school kind of thing. In this tough time, community is looking for answers or sometimes a dialogue with the board. While we appreciate this opportunity where we get to voice our concerns during board meetings, but not hearing back directly from you is making us make our own assumptions. I mean, this is really hurting. Might be, we wanted to hear from you, which might give us some hope of saying that, okay, you're going to wait on this, or it's an immediation. It's all like, you go through the slides, but that's not enough. We want you to talk, and why wait, or why only email is the only way of communication? When it's an email, one person get the answer. But when we are talking here in the board, why don't you guys summarize at the end to say, we're looking at it, or these are our constraints, or yes, please talk about some of the options. If we took these notes, we don't know anything. I mean, this is like, it's a one-way conversation. It feels like a one-way conversation. I think that is more of a panic to the community than anything else. If it is a two-way communication, might be it would help us. Please look into that too. While considering the other options, communication is also critical. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. And then next is Zihui. Zihui, you're unmuted on our end. There you go. Yep.
Yeah, yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for sharing the budget situation with us. So with regard to the budget, looks like for the next year, for the short term, actually, there are only two items that's in concern. One is the structural deficit. The other is the compensation increase for the teachers. So those three, in addition, they only come to like 3.6 million. But for the others, as I see, is the partial tax. For that one, although it is 8.6 million, but that one looks like it is 3 years later, right? It is not like in the short term we have that problem. And as I heard so far, like we treat that as a problem because we want us to have a high credit rating. But for credit rating is something like we can benefit from a lower interest rate. But I have a question for the board members and the superintendent, that whether it is the interest of our kids important or it is the interest of the money important. So I would say that our kids weigh much higher than the interest rate. If the interest rate is raised, actually our parents or our community can help you through that. But if our kids lost their education, that's the future of this country. I would say you kind of lose the spirit of this country. And also the problem now we are facing is the money problem, which as adults we should face and fight together instead of let the kids to bear the bad result coming from our adults' budget problem. So let's fight together as a community and work through this problem with all the talents and the resources here in the Silicon Valley, which we should be very creative, think out of the box, and don't make the decision, rush into the decision. Let us use our donations or whatever means to buy time and to go through the next year and hope for the better future. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Zihui. So then we need 3 more names, I believe.
Okay. Sudha Kamasetti, Atul Apt, and Amit Bindal.
Okay. So Sudha, Atul, and Amit, if you can all please raise your hands. That helps our staff identify you.
I do believe Sudha is Maduri.
Yep.
Thank you, Leslie. And it's Sudha Kasamsedi, not Kamasedi. So thank you again for taking time and presenting the delivers. Most of my questions have been asked by some of the speakers. I won't repeat them, but I do have 4 points to talk about. One is my request to Jeff. I heard about spending 45K for survey service during today's presentation. I understand that the motion has passed, but it would be nicer to see what other comparative tools and analysis the administration considered before deciding on this survey service. It would be wonderful if we can have that information available to community, which comes down to the transparency aspect of it. Second, board leaders talked about administrative cuts and school closures, but we should also be seeing creative solutions for how to raise more funds to bridge the gap. We have a community right now that's more aware and willing to put in personal time. We could raise 102K in one day from few parent leaders. That's just a sample. I also want to emphasize on the opportunity of collaboration with the city, which is potentially big to help the budget situation. It's absolutely sad that we are spending so much time discussing on the dire need of money rather than our kids' resources and their quality of education. The scenarios that were presented on October 22nd were based on certain assumptions, guidelines from the board, and not concrete data, whether it is leasing or traffic. We definitely need more concrete data before the board decides on anything. I'm sure the board is receiving many emails with new inputs, new data points from community. My request is to consider this new input and data from them and come up with solution to save all of our schools, every single school. I see that there is a voting on CAC scenario set for November 19th. My request is for you to consider deferring the decision for school closures until we have all of the data, as you've heard from many parents today from Mayor Holtz, Dilworth, Lincoln, Blue Hills, Nimitz, and other schools' parents that echo the same. Thank you for listening to me and the opportunity.
Thank you, Sudha. And then we go to Atul, who I see a hand for.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Atul. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I think one of the things that I've been seeing with all of these presentations is there's been a lot of talk about what can we cut. So starting from, can we cut the staff? How many teachers can we cut? What headcount can we reduce? Can we cut librarians? Can we cut tech support? Close schools, move offices, merge principals? Like it's all about cutting. And I know maybe in a later section you might talk about revenue, but people have alluded to this before. The fundamental issue here seems to be that the district is not generating enough revenue. And it was mentioned before as well about basic aid versus non-basic aid. Again, it keeps being brought up that we are at the whims and mercies of the state and budget cuts and enrollment declines. But none of this would be an issue if we were a basic aid school district, right? And so why has the focus of the board not been trying to figure out what is it that is required to get us to be a basic aid school district so that this is solved in perpetuity? We don't want to be doing this every few years. Our kids might graduate, but it's going to be then the next set of parents who have to deal with this. So the question that I really would like the board to address is what is it that has been done to identify sources of revenue increase? If we forget about all the cuts for a second and say, cuts are off the table, what is it that we can talk about in terms of revenue? Is there a set of proposals that you can come up with in terms of price per square foot taxation, in terms of various propositions? CUSD 25 was sort of an isolated effort. There was nothing, there was no concrete proposal of this is the comprehensive plan that we're going to come up with. It involves these 5 different sub proposals. Tell the parent community and say, okay, we socialize this and get behind this. There has been absolutely nothing from the board. And I think that is the biggest concern so far. I think people have mentioned this about accountability, and I just like to mention that at the end of the day, this is still a democracy, and the board is elected to serve the public, right? So I just want to end with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Atul. And then have we identified Amit?
No, we have not. So if your hand is raised and your screen name is different than the name you've submitted, if you would chat to us and we'll try to resolve that.
Okay, and then can I get some new names?
Yes, you have 2 remaining names, Libby, Shen, and Shelley.
Okay. And I just want to remind everybody, we are still on our item for board levers. So we did bring forward an agenda tonight that is looking first at our options of possible cuts to get to a dollar figure. And then also we're bringing an item next, which is the possibilities we have for revenue enhancements. So I just want to call out that that is coming. And if that's the item you signed up to speak with, that will be on the next item. So we'll finish off with Libby and Shelley. I see both with hands raised. So Libby, if we could unmute Libby, please.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you to the board and district staff for allowing me to speak. I'm a parent and PTO member at West Valley Elementary. I'm greatly concerned about the proposal to eliminate SITs and librarians, as well as many other things, but I'd like to address those right now. This applies district-wide, but I'd like to provide some specifics about the West Valley experience. Over the past several years, the West Valley community and the WVPTO have made a significant investment in the development in our innovative STEM lab. Part of that includes increasing the hours of Wendy Chu, the amazing tech specialist at West Valley. Wendy runs our C-Lab and collaborates with our teachers to align C-Lab activities with grade level curriculum. Furthermore, Wendy has collaborated with our art teacher to implement STEAM into our student community, including a 4th grade project implementing a curriculum-based circuitry unit where students added lighting to houses they designed in art class. If Wendy's position is eliminated, I fear our community's significant investment in our STEM lab will be jeopardized, if not lost altogether. In addition, we have invested significantly in our library. Our librarian, Vivian Goudin, collaborates with the teachers to enhance library selections and ensures they have the supporting materials needed for their planned curriculum. In addition, we fund extra hours for our librarian, allowing the library to be open during recess and lunch. I have personally counted 30 students present in the library on a random day at lunchtime, enjoying reading and investigating the library. This would not be possible without the presence of our librarian. Importantly, I'd like to note that even in distance learning, Wendy and Vivian spend 1 hour of synchronous time with every class at West Valley every other week. They're not just support staff, they are instructional, and the C-Lab are highlights for our students. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Libby. And then I believe our last one is Shelley.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome, Shelley.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and executive cabinet. I haven't heard many teachers speak tonight, so I thought it was important. I have taught for the district for 33 years, and I must admit, I have never paid attention to the board meetings until COVID. Why? Well, it was because for years, everything had been good, if not great. I also tell children that they cannot be heard unless they use their voice, so I will try to use my voice tonight. During the last 7 months, I now realize that you, the board, and the executive cabinet are in control of how I deal with COVID and how we as a district handle the continuing budget crisis. And this makes your position and your decision so important to me. I quickly thank you for the stability of the January 8th date to work with for the last few months. It has helped many of us throw ourselves completely into distance learning and doing the best jobs we can. I have never worked harder in my life, and I have always worked hard. Tonight is not the night to discuss returning to school, but on pulling these levers. When I hear no librarian, maybe no elementary counselors, less secretarial support, larger class size, in lower grades, no principal possibly at your site, furlough days, no tech support. All these levers increase the workload of whom? The teachers. And it decreases our salaries. And we are already among the lowest paid teachers in the Bay Area. If we have schools that are below the levels that being open is not fiscally responsible, then although it is painful, very painful, I left my school after 27 years, not of my choice really. It was a decision for the better of me, and I survived it. And so would we if we close schools. If it's not fiscally responsible, then although it's painful, please look at the option of this rather than pulling levels that put more work and responsibility.
Thank you, Shelley. Okay, so then I have Amit as the only one that we weren't able to identify. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So then that is all of our comments for this item for the cards that came in before we started hearing comments for this item.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So then I guess we circle back. Stacy, do you want to give us some direction here on what you need from us as we think about closing comments for this item?
Point of order. I thought this was an information presentation, or are we doing discussions and direction?
No, not just. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Stacy. I'm sorry.
I was just going to jump in and say this was just provided as an information item, not discussion. So we really just needed to get your clarifying questions. And just that gentle reminder that this was information. This isn't a proposal in any way. These were board levers that were actually presented last spring. So it was just bringing back for review and really the preparation for the discussion that will start to ensue in November 5th. So we really don't need anything from the board tonight other than just that continued awareness and providing that clarification so that you're very well equipped to begin the discussions in the ensuing weeks.
Okay, so with that, Jerry, my only thought was just I try not to move off an item till I give you guys a chance to say if you have any final words. So
I actually do have a question. I don't have any direction, but would that be all right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. So I guess coming back to my earlier question, I like to better understand the quantitative fiscal impact of turning in a qualified certification. I understand there are impacts on the credit ratings. I understand, it's something I've looked into. I understand the county could send a CPA in. We have to pay 3/4 of the cost of the CPA. They're going to come and look at our practices on teacher hiring management, and we have to follow those. I understand all that. I guess what I don't have information, I need help from staff, is then what does that mean fiscally? Because what we're talking about budgeting would help me a lot to have actual numbers so I could make trade-offs. So that would be a request. To the extent that that's possible, I'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank
you. All right.
Yep.
Go ahead, Satish.
Yeah, no, I think I'll just conclude my stuff is I think I already told like impact on each of these levels. Like I think that will help us to make the right call, because it's not just the money again, right? So money is one, definitely it's important, but at the same time, I think we have to see that I know we have been talking a lot about bringing back, losing what we are having and all those steps. So I think really we need to have an impact analysis on each of that. I know that will be an additional work for the staff, but I definitely need that. That will help us to make the right call. And second part is some of the priority stuff also within this, right? So like, I think we heard from some of the parents also talking. So we are talking about like probably 2-3 years from now. So what would be the absolute need in this? Like, like let's say when we are having a 29 million, what is that? Like, are we needing 5 million in the first year and so on, kind of, right? So some kind of a priority within this, like in the distributed manner, that would be also really helpful for us. So the third item is the timeline, which is very much in whatever I'm talking about, the second item, like just now what I did. So basically how it is staggered and what is needed. So the clear priority on that. I think this is my request again to the staff. Thank you.
Okay, so then everybody ready to move off this one? I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay. So then next up would be, let me go back to my big agenda here where I can actually see. Moving on to discussion item, which is 7.1, the CUSD actions to build long-term fiscal stability. So sort of the other balancing act here of our scale for choices that we are looking at and can make. Let's see here. It looks like, Stacy, are you kicking this one off, followed by Jeff?
I will. So thank you for that. And again, shifting into another gear, this is a discussion item and hoping to kind of guide the district as to what you're needing from us for the next meetings. This will be another piece that you'll want to have informed about so that you can make that discussion starting on November 5th. It's another layer of that long-term stability and where does it fit into the 3 years and where does it fit into the monetary amounts. And so we are bringing this forward tonight for a discussion, providing some information that has been requested about different types of parcel tax. Our hope is that we could come to a conclusion at the end of the night what direction we are headed with as far, at least the amount of a parcel tax that we may be interested in. We know that we will likely need a further discussion on the type of the parcel tax, whether it's a flat rate or a square footage, but if we can head in the direction to that discussion as to what is that amount that we're really targeting, that would be very helpful for us to continue move forward. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Jeff and let him take the slides.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Sorry. So, and just so the board knows, we also have Dorothy that'll be joining us tonight on this. And then we have our campaign consultant, Connell Lynn that will also be joining us as we move through this slide deck. And so, so much of the previous presentation was about things that were discussed last year that led to the formation of the CAC. But at the back end of the school year, we spent a lot of time on as a district, probably more so than most school districts, looking at ways to increase revenue. Typically, school districts, you receive your money from the state, or you receive enough money through your properties or through your property tax that you get, your local revenue, that puts you into that basic aid status. We as a district have been focused on revenue enhancement strategies for a long time, and they have been extremely helpful for us as a district to sort of mitigate the fact that we've been so chronically low funded. And so as we go through that, it is also really hard because the numbers are cold. We are talking about people. We are talking about cuts. Those are extremely painful. And so there's also the fiscal component that we have very tight rules, and in public education, as they should, because it's funded from taxpayer dollars, there's a lot of rules and regulations that we have to follow. And we've talked a lot about it. The other thing, as we bring back the idea of long-term stability, we're bringing back some information that we've covered because we know we have new audience here today. Even though we've talked about this for a couple of years, it is important for us to always realign and make sure that, one, the community understands what we've been doing and also where we're trying to get to, because I think there is a way for us to really change that, the way we've been negatively impacted by the state budget, to really put it into an area where we control that. And so with that, let me jump into this and take our time. So if the board bears with a little bit, we have some long text slides into, and then we'll go into it. So I try to avoid this, but I think it helps at least set it. So and I'm going to read this because I think the purpose is extremely important to us as we talk about that long-term stability, and as we as a district solve for this with our community, which is a big part of that. So the district values high quality employees, programs, and resources to meet the needs of students across all schools for our current students and future students. The CUSD community, which includes all stakeholders, employees, parents, community members, current students, and alumni, will accomplish this by utilizing multiple strategic approaches to improve the long-term fiscal stability of the district. When you are the lowest, or one of the lowest funded districts in the state, one solution doesn't fix it. It takes a lot of solutions. It takes a lot of solutions over a long period of time. And so, again, those budget challenges, we keep coming back to why do we, being in Silicon Valley, and I go back to what we talked about during the budget roadshow and the audience that were there and the questions that came from it, that certainly Lori Phillips and all the board members that attended those budget roadshows heard those questions coming from the community. But why are we funded so poorly? And so the biggest reason right now is we are funded on a per student basis, which means when we lose students, we lose dollars, period. It does not mean that our community doesn't pay high property taxes. They do. We get about $120 million of our revenue from our local property tax. However, when you take that into account of what our enrollment is, that doesn't have our per pupil funding reach the minimum level of funding set by the state of California. So the state comes in and backfills that additional amount to bring us up to just the minimum funding level. And that is the single difference between being basic aid and being an LCFF funded district. We don't get to choose which one, because obviously we would choose the one where our district receives the most money. Right now for us, we receive the most money from LCFF. In time, maybe we do switch at some point where property tax continues to go up as valuations change and all those. But as of right now, and on our next 3 years that we submit our budget, we are LCFF funded right now. The next one is we are not assuming a salary increase in our budget in any way for employees, though we're in a high cost area. That is a challenge for us, especially as we're seeing more and more employees leaving our district and leaving the area in general. We don't want to be talking about cuts. I mean, we all talk about, we don't want to come every February and March and it becomes dreadful because we're talking about people that are providing amazing resources and experiences to our students, and we have to talk about cutting that. And that impact is there, and that certainly, that impact is not outside the classroom on some of those things that the board discussed earlier regarding the levers. We have no new state dollars being anticipated right now, and on top of no new state dollars, we talked about the 0% COLA. We'll get to that with the multi-year. And when I bring back first interim, and when Dorothy and I present first interim to the board, we actually got an update from the county that they officially are taking a stance that we cannot assume a COLA for the next 3 years. We've already been assuming that in our budget as the board certainly has recognized. We've been conservative, but I will say being conservative has kept us right on target so that we've kept the cuts being pushed away for a while here. I will tell you that if Prop 98 were to be cut in any way, that impact on our district is extremely significant. We would fall again probably into that recession-induced basic aid district, which is probably one of the worst things you can be, because you're losing your per student funding as a result of that. If you will, Dorothy and I are estimating that at 5 to 10% right now. As we get to the January budget by our governor, that will be where we could give that official update on it. If we hear anything, obviously we're going to let the community know and let the board know along the way. And then we can't assume that parcel tax after June 30th of 2023 in our budget, those dollars. And so we presented a 45-day budget update to the board. That was required this year because of the change in the funding from when we adopted or approved the adoption of the budget in June and when we came back into the next fiscal year. You know, the decline is not just in CUSD, the decline is really in our whole county and in our state right now. And we do have an imbalance within the district of our enrollment. So really you have those two factors with enrollment. We have employee costs. We spent a lot of time talking about those increases in health and welfare earlier. I would also add that the retirement cost impact is certainly there as well. We talked about how that's slated to continue to rise in the next few years. And we have to pay that rise without any new dollars coming in. That's without COLA. So that's where that impact certainly comes into the budget as we look at that multi-year. And then we do get a benefit from 45-day, that we get that $6.6 million in one-time COVID. One-time dollars, certainly we will take those anytime we can. That helps mitigate, you know, about that $10 million impact of COVID on our budget when you bring in the COLA factor that came up, which was the loss of about $3 million on top of all the other expenditures we had related to COVID. And so this just bring us back to that multi-year budget. You know, the most important numbers to take a look at, and we'll just kind of go through this in order, starting at the top, that funded ADA, that's what we receive per student, or I'm sorry, that is our funding per student. So the dollars, the minimum funding level that the state sets, you multiply that by your funded ADA. We get a little bit of help this year because as the board notices, 2021 and 21-22, we're able to maintain the same funding level despite the fact that we have a decline in enrollment. Our decline in enrollment is then really shown in that 22-23 year. So that's why our multi-year is positive in terms of our overall positive budget. Working our way down, you have our total revenue that we receive, which is around the 181 million mark over the next few years. It goes a little bit up and down on adjustments that are made. Those are pretty routine with it and very minor for us as a district because we have a larger total budget. And then we have our expenditures at the bottom that are about 186 million. So what happens along the way here, and remember we talked about that 2.3 million structural deficit. The reason that's 5 is we reduced COLA from what the assumption was at one point. That's a difference of 3 million that we did not cut from our budget in February and March of last year that the board approved. So that's why we really focus on 2.3. We have to do adjustments this year. We're already doing that. The board will be able to see those adjustments we have made at first interim. So just in terms of setting the next update on this multi-year slide. And then you have our end fund balance. And for the 3 years that we have the current parcel tax included in our budget, which again expires out June of 2023 here, we have an end fund balance sitting at about just over $19 million. When you get to 23, 24, and 24, 25, that's when that 8.6 million is no longer included in our budget. We're still assuming a 0% COLA. The decline in enrollment that is happening is happening slightly faster than what was projected. Really is taking a hit on our end fund balance. So you see us drop from 19 million to 11 million. And again, the reminder is 8.6 of that is coming from that loss of our parcel tax. And then you have in 24, 25, we're no longer, we're a negative certification of our budget. Obviously, any adjustments we make in 2021, help address those out years. So it's really important for the board to focus on the 3 year in terms of our budget process. We obviously, as a district and as a board, we really look at that 4th and 5th year as being good stewards. And when you're low funded the way we are, we really should be doing that. When the board approves the budget, we would obviously be including 25, 26 in this 5-year projection. The last piece of this is the board reserve has been able to be maintained. And I think I think it's hard sometimes because I think when you get to a place where it's hard for people to see sometimes where the impact of the budget is, because Dorothy, our team, we do a ton of work to try and rectify it and close accounts, close contracts, move dollars that we have control over, use restricted dollars where they're supposed to be, that in some ways we sort of do a disservice because we cover up the problems. And I don't mean cover up in a negative way, but we sort of cover up that impact because we're trying to do everything we can to maintain that solvency, because that's what we're required to do. And so when we present that budget, we will show that 6.6 million. And so it's going to look like there's a positive number of 1.7, so to speak, in 2021 because of other cuts that we pulled from the budget. And that comes from our entire budget. I won't spend too much time on that. Happy to revisit that. Certainly that will be a conversation that we should all have at first interim, and it'll be easier once the board will have the opportunity to see the 5-year at that point. You know, when we talk about fiscal solvency, the non-negotiable is we have to be fiscally solvent. And I think your point, Jerry, about what does it mean is fair. And I think what happens is we talk about decision-making power. We talk about the requirements that will come from the county. The county will require us to make cuts if we have a qualified budget. They will make the board take action. So it's not so much the fiscal impact. Yes, you're right. They will apply an auditor. There's those kind of costs. Those costs would be part of risk management. So I don't want that to weigh the heavy part. The heavy part still is the board will have to approve cuts, and the county will demand those cuts. And obviously a negative budget's a whole different ballgame because people are going to be coming in and then we won't officially have any control. So that's the impact. But really when you're looking at this scale, it doesn't matter necessarily. I mean, it matters from the standpoint of what it means for our kids. It matters what it means from the standpoint of our community. In terms of fiscal solvency, we can get to it in a lot of different ways. The negative side of fiscal solvency or attaining fiscal solvency that we have for many years, despite the funding, has been to cut programs and resources and positions and close schools. Those are on that kind of negative, that left side of it when you're looking. On the right side or the positive side, those are those donations. Idea of a parcel tax, both our current one and then, you know, if there's an appetite to increase that, we'll get to that a little bit later in the slide deck. The partnerships, which has been very effective for us. Facility leases and uses. Obviously, we are one of the more fortunate districts that we have this type of property that we do have that generates revenue that many districts have sold away over the years. And certainly our district may have sold away property years and years ago. At the same time, we still have general fund revenue coming in. That's the difference between selling a property, again, as a reminder for the board, and leasing a property. When we lease a property, that's general fund revenue. If you sell a property, it cannot be used for your general fund relief because it would be considered one-time dollars. Leases are general fund money every time. So when we generate, you know, over $3 million from our leases, that's general fund money that we certainly use to balance our budget, and we pull from it. And I know Dorothy can talk a lot more about that when we need to. But again, this slide just represents, you know, we have to attain solvency, but there's ways in which we can do it. And there's a lot more positive ways and a lot less impact on our schools. And in some ways, you know, that right side, there's a lot of gains we can have. We can start getting into those conversations depending on how much success we have about what do we want our elementary schools to look like. I'd love an opportunity to hear that conversation. I know Stacey, our entire EC team would love to have that conversation. I'm sure our community would like that as well. So moving forward here, again, you know, when we're battling COVID and the impact of COVID, we had our board presentation on the revenue enhancements that we have implemented across the district. I will tell you, this probably was one of the biggest reasons we were able to maintain our credit rating when we went through it, because they saw something different. We are doing something different than a lot of school districts calling out. Most school districts don't function and look at themselves as a business. We do. We try and raise our revenue because we know it adds to what we can keep in the classrooms and what we can add to the classrooms despite, you know, being so low funded. I will keep saying that because we are so hideously low funded compared to what we need to run a district. I will spend just a little bit of time on parcel tax right now. I'd like to spend a little bit more time on the other 5 since we're going to address parcel tax earlier. It was really hard to kind of present this slide to cover everything, but I will note parcel tax is our current revenue of 8.6. The targeted revenue is to potentially grow it. So that's the only one that functions that way. The rest of them are really functioning as a current revenue level, and then what our target is to increase over the next few years. So the only one that the parcel tax is a cumulative. We want to add to it The other ones are we want to grow to, and there wasn't a great way to just depict that, so we tried to call that out on the bottom for the board. So our lease sites, this is the one where we're talking about bringing back that square footage potential increase in our community. Right now, we talked about earlier the $2.15 to $2.35 a square foot, about potentially raising that. That will be a board conversation. That will be a board action that would need to happen in order for us to raise those rates. There's a lot of factors that will go into that. The target there would be to raise it by about $2 million based on changing that square footage rate. The next one is facility fees. Obviously, this has probably been the most instantaneous one when Dorothy came back to our district, and I had an opportunity to sit in business services that we focused on, because this brought in about $500,000 right away. That's when we rent out our facilities all across all 25 schools. So before, we really had a narrow, maybe a slightly too narrow focus on utilizing our property. And so what the model we really flipped to is we can rent out our facilities about 60% of the week. And that means Monday through Friday. That means Saturday and Sunday. You know, as an EC team, we added a custodian to work on Saturday and Sunday to lower the overtime costs so that we could rent out facilities on the weekend. So that has actually been really successful. What's obviously dampened it this year is we can't use our facilities this year because of the pandemic. We're not open right now. And so that's taken a hit on our budget that normally we could assume in our budget. We've had to reduce this down to $0 coming in during the months of the pandemic. But it will be effective once we open back up. Now, it may take 1 to 2 years for us to get back to what our use was going into it. But obviously, I think there's a strategy that's been effective, will continue to be effective there. The business matching and contribution one is one of the toughest ones. And I would say it through all the budget roadshows. And I know with what Stacy gets with emails, it's a tough one because our businesses do contribute. They do have matching. They do have that come up through our school programs where a lot of you guys are fully know this, but about the matching programs with the corporate match. The other piece of it is that a lot of our businesses do contribute to parcel tax campaigns, and they do pay a corporate tax that goes to public school funding. So there's a lot of ways in which that happens. That's one where I think we talk about the engagement of our community. Hopefully we can get some help on that item, because that is a little bit different. The other piece of it is we don't match up with what businesses typically look to donate to. We're not the population or the profile of a school that a lot of corporations look to donate to. The next one is the parent contribution. I think there was a couple comments tonight on how our contribution is a lot lower than our districts around us. I think Dr. Baker certainly has shared that. Last year, we have a very aggressive target on this one, to raise it by about 3.3 million. So you think about, as an example only, the board levers that were discussed earlier, think about what types of resources, programs, and positions 3.3 million could maintain in our district. And then the last one is the before and after school care programs. The board has approved a number of partner contracts that have a revenue share that range from 15% to 30%. That's part of the program. I think we have a really good strategy in place, but we haven't been able to utilize that because we haven't been open. So you think about all the contracts you've had a chance to approve and vet, those are in place. They'll continue to be in place. We have years where we control those extensions as a district, both good and bad, hopefully all good, and we get to continue to extend that work. But those revenue shares will generate money for our district. Once we establish that program, we can count on that as ongoing money that comes in. So once we are able to do it for a couple of years here, we can count that as ongoing revenue. So moving to, I'm sorry, pause here for a second. So we went to details on all those. There is success on all these programs right now. What we're going to do now is move to a very, very narrow focus on parcel tax now. And so again, we have Dorothy and Connell are on here tonight. I'm going to start it off, and then obviously this is a discussion item, so this can go a lot of different directions tonight. Stacy, is there anything you would like to throw in on anything up top, or are we good to go into parcel tax here? You're muted, Stacy. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Why don't we go ahead and move on, and then we can start the discussion after they have all the information.
Great. Okay. So in terms of parcel tax, we're going to lay out about 5 different options, but it is simply to start the conversation, not to close the conversation. So just as entry points for the board. So we'll go through background, the need and impact. I think we've defined the need and impact, but we can always revisit it again if we need to, and then we'll jump into those actions. What this chart is, just to ground us in numbers a little bit as we go to it. Again, numbers are cold, but I think in order for us to solve and create these programs and resources for kids, we do have to really get into the weeds on what it means. So this graph right here represents our student enrollment as of this year in the different cities that our students come from. Obviously, our largest percentage of almost 43% comes from Cupertino, San Jose, and Sunnyvale. And then you see the other school districts there. I won't read you all of them, but that represents our current enrollment this year, 15,700 students approximately in our district. Our current parcel tax environment, this is as of 2020, and I want to call that out because at the next board meeting, you will see the 2019 numbers. They do look a little bit different than this just because of exemptions that happen and total dollars that come in. So as we go through this tonight, this is the one that Dorothy is providing, or what we have for 2020 that we're assuming in our budget this year. That's our residential, commercial, other, for a total of just over $34,000 for an annual revenue. That's $250 per parcel of just over $8.6 million. With that, moving forward, the next one, again, we tried to keep this to scale in terms of what the numbers mean, but also provide that high. And we were working off of that slide that we want to eliminate where we had that 30 million, we pulled out programs. And so we're trying to start the conversation around it. So again, the 5 options for the board to consider. You have a renewal of our current Measure A that's set to expire in 2023. That brings in $8.6 million. So essentially for modeling purposes tonight, $250 does represent $8.6 million. The next two, we'll get into a little bit more details here with this. So the board has really 3 options with scenarios underneath. We broke it into 5 just to try and make it as clean and clear as possible. So you have a renewal. The next tier is you have a replacement. So you take our current 250 that we have right now, and you could essentially have an increase to that 250, but consider a replacement. So it's not a new tax, it's a replacement with an increase. Again, just for modeling purposes, 695 to 753, we're not picking a number. That just represents that high of 24 to 26 million. But again, 250 equals 8.6. We could consider replacing the existing parcel tax that's a flat rate with a parcel tax that is a square footage. For this model, we're assuming 10 cents equals about 7 to 8 million, but that's assuming no cap for any type of parcel. If you put a cap in, that 10 cents does not stand with that number. That would require an additional deeper assessment. We don't have the assessment at that level. The board has a draft of an assessment, or not a draft, but an assessment done by DTA. They modeled out a little bit of that cap, but we would have to get into a lot more details for other variation that would come on top of that. Just want to make sure we all know that now. And then the final options relate to a new one. So in a new square footage or in a new flat rate, we're letting our current Measure A exist through its term in 2023. And at that point in 2023, the board would have to then decide, do we go out for a renewal on this? You would be presented the same options again, essentially at that point in time, or the board, based on hopefully stronger financial situation, based on the action taken, we can allow that measure to sunset at that point. So that would be a future conversation item there. But a new one would be the current Measure A would exist during its life, wherever that means, but a new one would be added in the same figure. We pulled a flat rate of $500 in this just to demonstrate that is a new measure. So that would be a $500 new rate that would go for whatever term. The current Measure A would expire out or need to be renewed in 2023. I hope that makes sense with it. I'm going to go ahead and keep moving. Happy to return to that with it. So this is where we get in. I want to call it more of a menu, a la carte in some ways with that. And I don't mean that loosely, but there are decisions that the board has to make in order for us to determine what our next steps are and to what level we want to solve for our challenges that we're facing. And in what way are we going to solve it? Because there's different ways we can do it. We talked about that negative side. This is more on that positive side of what we choose to do. So the first one is obviously going back to that last slide. do we want to do a parcel tax is obviously the bigger question. After you get past that one, and if I may assume a yes on that, we'll get into the next piece of the scenario. What type of parcel tax do we want to do? Do we want to consider doing a one for a fixed amount, or do we want to consider doing with a square footage amount? If we choose to do a square footage amount in this, you then have two options. Under that, you have the per square foot of lot, which is the amount of tax rate per the square foot of that lot. You could do that with a cap or without a cap. You can do a per square foot of improvement, and that's the improvement of the land. That can be with a cap or without a cap, so both those apply. I did have an opportunity to share some information regarding potential litigation that comes on these things. That's not immune to any tax. What I think is important to note is that there is a window of time in which a measure can be challenged legally once it is passed by voters. And so I think that's one of the things to just, if we can take a note of that, please. Moving on here, a big conversation, and Stacey teed it off too already, is what type of term do we want to have? Is it a fixed number of years? Is it until repealed by voters? Or, you know, kind of that evergreen tax, so to speak, with it? The next one is, does the board want to consider an inflation factor? You know, right now we do not. It's very clean. It's very straightforward. We have a flat rate for 250. You know, there's not a lot of additional assumptions we have to make there. It's a known number, so to speak. The only thing that changes on it, as an example, on the inflation factor, is just if we have more or less exemptions on any given year. Annual adjustments could be done in two ways. They could be through a CPI increase, which is what we use for our square footage for our leased properties, or we could do a fixed annual percentage increase. I think that's pretty straightforward there. And then the last one is just the idea of, you know, how do you go through the supplemental renewal piece of it, and how it works, of whether it's a new tax or a concurrent tax, because we have a Measure A that's through 2023, or one that renews it altogether. And then the last one is just, when do actions need to be made? We're kind of really past that March window. I would say that, you know, last March it was extremely difficult anyway with what the landscape looked like. We have you know, obviously an election coming up here that is garnering a lot of interest, and there's some potential support for education on those. We'll leave it at that. But we could look at a May 4th. That decision by the board would need to be around January 21st board meeting in order for us to have time to submit it to the Register of Voters office February 5th. And then you have the June 8th day, needs to be submitted by March 12th on that one. Turn Stacey, or any final before we turn over to the board for a conversation. Dorothy or Kano, I don't know if you have anything that I missed saying too.
No, thank you, Jeff, for all that work on it. And it really is. We wanted to provide the information so that we could open that door for that discussion. We need to get a sense from where the appetite is, where our next steps are. There are some time constraints if we're looking at the spring as far as putting a parcel tax out. There's some work that we need to do. So just wanting some direction from the board if possible tonight. Which next step would you like us to take? So I'll turn it over to Lori for questions and discussion.
I'm unmuted. Okay. So I think it might make the most sense for us to kind of chunk this the way it was in the presentation. If we take the first half up until the parcel tax and clarifying questions first, and then take the second half for clarifying questions for the parcel, and then we can come back for discussion. Does that work for everybody? Okay.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay. So then moving back up to our top chunk, if you will, section on sort of laying out the multi-year and the revenue enhancement targets. If you've got clarifying questions on that, does somebody want to go first?
Okay, I'll start with, again, the same order. Let's go then.
All right, go for it, Steve.
Okay. I have one question. Let's start with this Prop 98, right? What I understand is, I thought that has been, it's kind of a, so you are saying that there is some change happening on that. It is a fixed amount or fixed percentage has to be given for K-12 education, right? That's what my understanding. So what is this 5 to 10% reduction potentially? So they are changing that proposition?
Yeah, they're considering cutting the guarantee that they set aside. And so if they cut it by $12 billion, that represents what the potential reduction, the potential impact of the $12 billion on our school district.
So if you see that the line item LCSF source 80108099, that line item will be reduced 5 to 10%. That's what it is.
Correct. It's your minimum funding level that the state guarantees, and that comes from our Prop 98 funding. What they're talking about is lowering that minimum funding level that they're setting.
So this is like, is there a timeline for this, or a potential cut when it could happen, or it's still it's at work?
So I want to go back because I think I heard your last question a little bit differently as I'm pulling that back. So may I clarify something I said there? So I think you referenced the $145 million.
Correct.
So remember, $120 million of our funding comes from our local property tax, or about 69% of it.
Okay.
The state then backfills the difference. The backfill of the state, and Dorothy, please jump in, I think it's $25 million.
Okay.
Dorothy, are you on? Sorry. It's a total of 140. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
That is correct. The state backfilled 25 million.
So the cut is going to be on that 120 million.
No, so our local property tax that garners 69% of our revenue, that's what we would definitely be able to keep. What we're talking about is what the state backfills. For us, it's about $1,500. So if they lower 5 to 10%, you're lowering your per student funding. So if it was supposed to be, let's say it's 8,600, that's about our average right now, it's 8,600 per student. Think about lowering that number by 5 to 10%. So taking 8,600 and cutting it by anywhere from $400 to $800 per student. So you then multiply that by the number of students we had, you're talking about a very significant impact at that point.
Okay. Yeah, I understood that. And okay, second question is 6.6 million, which you are talking about one-time COVID, right?
Yes.
Stuff. And that is currently, it's part of our budget, 45-day budget update, or it's not?
It is not part of the 45-day budget update. We did not have those dollars. We had estimations, but we did not have the money in hand. We do now. It was 6.6 million. I believe when we presented it to the board, we were under the assumption we were going to get about 6.6, and we can confirm that we did. We will show that at first interim. We're currently spending the money on COVID-related costs, but we will show it in our budget at first interim.
Okay, just a same question, a continuation. So this 6.6 million is some percentage what you're getting it, or it's kind of a fixed money we are getting it? It's like for every district is going to get the same, or we are just, is it a percentage of some budget, so what we are getting, the 6.6 is?
It's based on your student enrollment.
Okay.
So it varies by school district. The rate in which we receive it is the same for school districts, but it's based on our enrollment numbers.
Okay. Thank you. I can, someone can ask next, Lori.
Okay, so then where's my order? Phyllis.
Yeah, I actually just have one question, and it's on slide, I think it's slide 7, where you have all the colored boxes. Where does Cooper Doodle fit into those boxes?
We're just Cooper Doodle specific towards preschool?
Yeah, well, and when we talk about revenue enhancement, hopefully over the years, Cooper Doodle will grow and will become a moneymaker for us. And is it reflected in any of these colored boxes?
Yeah, so when we look at Cooper Doodle, we look at it as our total care program. So as the board approves those revenue share models as a contract, we count that. I believe, if I'm interpreting the question right, specifically the preschool programs that we run, those would generate about $100,000. Those would be included in your before and after school care program.
Okay, okay. So are we anticipating an increase in Cooper Doodle? Are we looking at surveying, doing any more surveying of the community for additional sites or anything like that?
Probably not right now. And the reason for it is this: we've been actively talking to all of our tenants across the district. They're running at about 31% of their normal capacity. And so part of it is people aren't returning to their care programs right now. It's something we can talk about as we see what happens as we enter into January. We're probably better right now maintaining what we have increasing our revenue from what exists rather than opening up a new program that people don't return to yet, just because we know our tenants at all of our lease sites are having a hard time with their current preschool programs.
All right, thank you. That's it, Lori.
Thanks, Phyllis. Okay, so then Sylvia for this top section.
So let me piggyback a little bit on Phyllis's question about the different squares. Jeff, you had said the facility fees were only about 60% of what that 60% of the year, I think is what you said. So I just wanted to make sure I understood exactly what that meant. Does that mean like during the summer, that's when we lease out to programs to do their summer programs and then like lease out on the weekends? Is that what that 60% is?
I'm sorry, I don't think I made that very, very clear earlier. I'm glad you asked me that again. So let me look at it through the lens of during our school hours, which we really constitute of 6 a.m. to about 4 p.m., that's school hours. What we've done is 4 p.m. and after is when we're opening up our facilities. What we're doing is we're increasing the hours by about 60%. So we allow our sites to be rented out to bring in additional revenue from about 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. at night now. And then we're opening up facility use Saturday and Sunday, and we're doing that at all of our schools.
And when you say now, you don't actually mean right now though, because of COVID?
Sorry, now as if we were fully open, no COVID. So pre-COVID, we were running that model. It was very effective. We increased it by $500,000 across the district. Right now, our facilities are closed.
Okay, so sorry. So you said we increased it by $500,000, but current revenue is $500,000. So does that mean that when you said that, I'm trying to understand this pre-COVID, we expanded it.
We did.
So now it is at $500,000, or was it another number?
So what you're talking about here is the problem in this is we're talking about COVID and our facilities are not open. It is probably safe to say that it's going to be sitting when we are post-COVID fully open. You're probably going to look at somewhere above $1 million right now, probably in that 1 to 1.5 range at that point.
I see. Okay. So target means kind of, it's not aspirational. It's actually what can be achievable once the ball gets rolling with that.
Yes. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Okay. But can we consider that in the budget or no?
No, because there's no money coming in from that. As we run our reports and as we submit our SACS documents, there's no revenue there. So we can assume it in our budget for the out years. For example, we've had a steady increase. We can justify that steady increase. But when it comes to the actuals, remember, we always end the year with the end fund balance and then our beginning fund balance. Those are always actual numbers at that point in time. There's no assumptions built in. We won't have the money coming from our facility fees at that point in that budget.
Okay.
It may be helpful to think of the targeted revenue as your potential revenue. That's what we're saying is the potential that we're able to generate.
Okay, that's helpful. My second question would be, which one do I want to do? So you mentioned briefly with corporate contributions that we are not the profile of schools that corporations like to donate to. Can you unpack that a little bit for me?
Yeah, I can give an example, start off, and then we'll go through. So last year we applied for a grant for transportation to get energy efficient buses. And obviously we provide transportation to all of our to a number of our special education students. We actually were running a general fund or a general education bus program where there was pickups and drop-offs and so forth. And when we applied for all those grants, because we didn't have a low socioeconomic, high numbers of foster youth, ELD, because our kind of the demographic adjustment numbers were so low, we didn't actually qualify in a way to get that grant. I would say we've also received that from other companies, because what businesses sometimes have a hard time believing is how can a school district in Silicon Valley be truly low funded, and how can a school district in Silicon Valley receive less per student than areas that may have more high need students. And so most of the time we would never say to take money away from high need students, what we always come back to is, can there be an adjustment made for a school district that might be in a high cost of living area, but doesn't qualify for additional revenue, isn't basic aid, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of clear understanding with that, because again, we have, the Cupertino name works really well for us a lot. It doesn't work really well for when it comes to matching.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then from Sylvia to Jerry.
All right, thank you, Larry. Two questions. First, Jeff. So this process we're going through with the CAC, the 900K and the lease sites, is that reflected here, or because I only see a 2 million increase, so 2 million divided by 900, so that's not here right now. That's
No.
CAC. Okay.
That's correct. Thank you for that. So the current revenue is what we're currently getting from our leases that we have.
Okay.
Target revenue would be potentially raising that square footage that we would like to talk about.
Got it. Okay. And my second question then is a parcel tax. There's an increase, the target increase about, I want to make sure, because I know you spent some time going through this. So what you're presenting here is the target is there's a $4 million roughly increase in parcel tax. Is that what's meant here? Or an additional 13 million?
Additional 13 million is what this modeling shows.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Shoot, that was my two questions. I'll wait for my turn again. Thanks, Larry.
Do you have a follow-on to this to keep going with your
Oh,
idea?
no, I have other questions, much like I'm sure Sylvia does. So I'll wait my turn. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I just thought if it was on this, I'd say go for it. Just
Yeah.
expediency. But okay. So we can just stay on this slide. So I'll use Sylvia's word of unpack. The parent contribution, the gray box. So the current revenues, so 9505, I think the number I have in my head from budget advisory is closer to 2.5 million, right? For parent contributions coming through grants and programs that are parent raised dollars at sites. Is the balance on that the things like field trips and assemblies and the things we write checks for as parents in the district? Is that anything and everything that parents are currently contributing to offset any sort of operational?
It does include that. It also includes, we have a very giving community over the years, and certainly there's donations made to the district. The way we talk about that is we get about 2% of our dollars comes from parent contribution. But a lot of what you're saying is true, that it's from that 9505 and all those items. So yes, there's a little bit that comes to district. Majority of it is going to our school sites.
And with the dollars that we, let's see, I have to be careful here just because of ed code language. The dollars that we don't solicit them, but we provide communication around giving parents an opportunity to help us offset costs like field trips or Yosemite or any of those kinds of opportunities that are part of our program, but also very much consciously knowing we have to provide for that for all students if they're a part of our program. So we don't, I guess that's my point, is maybe unpack a little bit for me the language around we can't solicit parent contributions.
Well,
we can't say every parent should donate XYZ dollars to do XYZ things.
We can't put, we are a public school district and cannot put a family, or let's focus on a student here. Just because that's really what this is protecting against, a student that doesn't get access to public education. If we were to say a student cannot go to Yosemite because you cannot pay that fee, that's not what we're talking about. You can charge fees. As a district, our responsibility is to make sure every student has a chance for equal experiences across our district. And that's all 25 school sites.
Okay.
What we do know is our school sites, parents do donate based on, recommendations or as guidance or as wishes. Maybe a wish list might be a better way to say it, that comes from our teachers and our school sites, and that's typically how it's done, not so much as a demand or you are required to pay.
Right, and a large part of what's represented in our current revenues is the wonderful work of our parent organizations.
Absolutely.
Right, okay. So I guess where I'm going with this is when we say a targeted revenue, what is our latitude there to ask for that ourselves, as opposed to saying it would be great if that suddenly came from a ground swelling from our parent orgs, if that's the will of the community voluntarily versus can we just come out and say, like, I guess I'm trying to assess out like what's in a target for us. And I guess that comes from my time as a parent leader and a fundraiser and all the things I was told what I could and couldn't do. And, you know, I mean, that's where I cut my teeth in this district. And so I know that in that time, you know, it was pretty much that the district can't ask for any of that. And so I guess I need some help there on what our latitude is there.
So I think there is latitude, number one, because certainly we have community organization, or I should say parent organization. A parent organization can't happen unless there's a school, and a school is an arm of the district. So by nature, we're all kind of working on this together. I think it works better in some ways when we can pick something that universally, let me try this a different way, actually. We know that there's certain positions in the district that our parents routinely contribute towards. They like to see our libraries open more. They like to see more of the tech support on school sites. They like to see art and music programs. I would say those are the most routine items, so to speak, resources, programs, people that are paid for by parent foundations, parent groups across the district, whether you're PTA, PTO, full foundation, doesn't matter.
Sure, it's what we see in our parent grants, yeah.
And so those parent grants are not distributed evenly. So some schools are able to afford more. Some schools have 25 times more money than schools. So it's not done evenly. So when you look at that revenue, I think as a district, we'd like to see that increase be done evenly so that all of our schools are afforded the same opportunities across.
So what do I probably have more questions on this one, but I probably should think through how I want to ask them first. So I'll pass on the rest of, and I took more sort of parts and pieces of this one. So I'm going to call that fair game for my two on this round. So let's circle back around. Satish.
Okay, so we have now 6 boxes here, right? So again, the boxes are the colorful. Let's talk more about the boxes. So now we say the current everywhere, right? So how consistent it is, like this is the current year, and can we predict all these things? Forget target, okay, for a minute. Are we consistent other than the parcel tax and maybe lease sites? I don't know. All other things are a little bit of variable. For example, parent contribution, now it's 4 million. It could be 3.5, or it could be, depends upon how we are getting it, right? It's not predictable in any of the, other than couple of boxes here. Right, Jeff?
I would say 4 of the 6 are pretty predictable. 4 of the 6 boxes are actually, so parcel tax is extremely predictable.
Correct. Parcel tax is extremely, yes.
And the lease sites are really predictable because the only thing that changes is typically a small CPI increase. That could be 2%, could be 5% on any given year, but that's a very predictable revenue stream because we know the square footage, we have contracts in place, the board approved those contracts, they're approved for a duration of time. When you have a 3 to 5 year contract, you know what you're going to bring in. Facility fees are fairly fixed because we have people returning to use our sites every year. You could see it go up a little bit as usage goes up. And then the before and after school care will become, I count that as the 4th right now, because I think when we start having those programs on site, you're going to see that build. But if you're talking about revenue share of 15 to 30%, it's based on the students that you have coming in. I think that will actually be a fairly predictable one. Parent contribution certainly has a variance. I would say as a district, it's typically around that 2% we see coming in. We feel pretty comfortable saying that number. But yes, to your point, Satish, it can vary a little bit. And then the business matching, that is the biggest unknown.
Correct. And the SEEP contribution, we used to get it, right? So that is part of the parent contribution, or that's a business?
That'd be part of parent contribution, organization contribution.
So that include 400, that is 4 million actually. Right? Okay.
The SEEF contribution, I'm sorry, say that one more time for me, please, Satish.
So
I don't think
the SEEF used to contribute, right?
Yes.
So that's part of the parent contribution.
That is.
Because they also work with some business and things like that, and they have some level of matching. They get it, right?
I'm not too familiar. I don't know if I can speak to all the mechanism of House CEF.
Okay,
My
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
my understanding is that it comes off their endowment, but
Okay. The last one is on this the facility fees, right? Currently it's point. So how are we saying that it can be doubled? Is it currently there are facilities unused for that, or we think because of the pandemic things are low and it will pick up?
so lease sites are surplus sites. Those are sites that are completely open with none of
No,
our
I'm
kids.
talking about the facility fees, not the lease. I understood clearly.
No, I get that, Satish. So if you can stay with me a second here, there's a distinguishing factor here that's I think is important to call out for our community. When we talk about facility fees, we're talking about active schools where we're utilizing our classrooms and buildings on an active open school site. We have 25 school sites. That's revenue that's coming from the use of those buildings. It could be, girls who code, a run club outside. It could be, AYSO that uses our facilities on the weekend. That's facility use, but they're using our school sites that exist. Lease sites is just our surplus sites.
Okay.
So that's how we look at it. So facility fees, we can't bring them in because we don't have our schools open right now.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm okay now. Laurie, next person.
Okay, so then to Phyllis.
I have no more questions. Thank you.
Okay, and then to Sylvia for this section.
A quick question, you had said for the parcel tax that the 12.97 is additional revenue. I just wanted to double check for the other 5 boxes, the targeted revenue that's not additional, right? That's the projected. Is that correct?
That's our targeted growth. And when I say target growth, those aren't like, I hope to get there. Like we have a plan in place to hit those marks, and each of those has a different plan. So it's a little bit more concrete than that. But you're right, the parcel tax, add those together, yes.
I see. So I just want to double check. So if parcel tax is the only one where we would be adding the 2 numbers together, the other ones, it's more looking at the targeted growth. So, okay. My next question is, I think it's in the first slide or second slide, you had briefly mentioned that at some point with the drop, we would go into a recession-induced basic aid. And I know we've talked about this before, but I just wanted to get a reminder or refresher of what exactly that means, because we're constantly talking about basic aid versus LCFF. And so can you just explain, because you said that would be bad. So tell me why.
Yeah, it would be bad. It would be a horrible situation for our district to be in, because a recession-based basic aid is you're essentially taking what we receive per student right now and slashing that by whatever that percentage drop is. So if it's 5 to 10% reduction, that is coming off of what the state aid is for our school district. So it's lowering that number. So again, we have about 120 million in our property tax. The state aid, as we were talking about earlier, brings in about 25 million. That gets us to that 145 million. If we're talking about reducing Prop 98 and falling in, that's taking that base funding. Let's say it's 10%. We'll just use a whole number for the sake of this. So if we're at 8,600, we subtracted by 8,600 per student, we subtracted by $860, and that drops us below. Now we're at 7,800. When you think about what the assessed valuation is, what our enrollment numbers are, as our enrollment drops and as our property tax either stays the same or goes up, you hit this level that is, let's say it's 7,500, and that's the new per student, and we receive that from our property tax. There's no additional money coming in from the state as additional revenue because you've lowered your per pupil allocation.
Okay, so basically recession-based basic aid means that the state funding formula that they give to us is lower, which is why it falls into that category. So it's not good because we're actually getting less money.
Correct. We're getting less money per student. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then my second question had to do with retirement costs increasing. You had mentioned that increases in retirement costs. Can you give me a sense of what that actually looks like? Because I know that there's been changes in the amount that we as districts have to cover versus what the state covers?
Correct. So that's been a huge impact on school districts because there's no new money, even though there's more burden on what our costs are. So we have two retirement systems. There's STRS. Typically, those are your teachers. And then you have PERS, which represents more of your classified folks across the district. There's some variation to it, which is why when you can't just look at the numbers, you get into it with our report. So you're looking at an increase, and I don't have that chart in front of me right now, but what we're looking at over the next few years is a couple percentage point increases, all the way up to 26% on STRS, and I believe it's 19% coming up here on I'm sorry, 26% on PERS, 19% on STRS. Let's see if I can find it. I'm sorry. If you can give me 1 second, I can pull that, Sylvia.
Yeah, because it's slowly going up each year.
So right now for 21-22, we're slated to have STRS be at 16%, and CalPERS is supposed to be at 22%. By the year 23-24, it's supposed to be at 18% for STRS and 26% for PERS.
And these percentages are referring to the amount.
The contribution.
It's a percentage of what?
Salary. So it's the percentage that we're paying out for each employee for their retirement.
A percentage of their salary.
Salary for their retirement. And the employee pays them too. So there's an employee contribution, there's an employer contribution, and then you have the state contribution.
It's not something we have a choice to do, it's a mandate.
Right.
So for example, PERS, there's 100% cost of PERS, and we're covering 22% of that 100% right now. Is that how to understand that? And then it'll get increased to 26%.
So I'm trying to I want to make it as simple as possible with it. But if you sent an employee doesn't get their full salary at their retirement, so it's a percentage of their full salary. So if we say that it's typically 80% of your highest salary level is what a certificate or classified employee would get in the STRS and PERS system, it's that percentage of retirement that goes into it. So it's not based on, so you have a salary today that an employee gets. There's a percentage of that salary that we pay towards their future retirement, right? So it's when that retirement vests. So for most certificate staff members, it's 30 years of service. There's an age factor that kicks in, and it's your highest year of salary that goes into it, or whatever that happens in your career. That's what return, and then an employee gets somewhere between 80 to 86% of that number is what it typically looks like.
So if you're looking at each employee's salary, if it's a classified staff member, they would take, Jeff, what is it, 26%, 25%, 22%? It's 20%, 22% for that individual's employee. That's what we have to contribute for the PERS. For STRS, it's the same. We take any person, whatever their salary is. Take my salary, for example, 18% of that needs to be paid towards STRS. So it's whatever the salary is, that percentage is paid towards STRS or PERS. So each year it's going up. Currently, next year it'll go up another 1%, and that's money that the district has to pay. We're mandated to pay into the system.
I see. So sorry to beat a dead horse, but basically, if let's say they have a salary of $100, then we're basically paying $122. Is that a good way to understand that, or no?
Yeah, I see where you're going with it. It's a little bit of a different model than that, but I think it's fair to say that we are contributing beyond what their base salary is. Yes.
Okay. And that's going to continue getting a lot bigger from 22%.
Do you want to weigh on and say it in a different way, maybe to add clarity to
the total compensate or the total package, because I think that gives a better percentage or idea what that percentage is.
It is true that, so for us, the cost is the $100 plus the $20, but the $100 goes to the employee and the $20 goes directly to the STRS.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Sylvia, that's what goes into that 4.5% increase when we talk about moving from one year to the next. That additional burden that hits the district, that 4.5% operational increase, that's where it's calculated in.
Okay. Well, the 4.5 includes the STRS, PERS, and all the insurance, like health
Except
insurance and stuff like that too,
all
right?
of them.
Yeah, all of
Yes.
it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Jerry.
All right, thanks. So Jeff, in the previous section, you talked about financial stability is essentially 17 million, give or take, plus that curve we talked about. So if we go back to the slide with 6 boxes, I see that the increases here add up to about 18 or 19 million. So is it fair to say that if we hit these targets, then there wouldn't be at least the financial pressure to close schools? We may want to close schools for enrollment reasons and rebalance and all that, but in terms of needing to close schools because we need the money, it seems like if we hit these targets, that would alleviate that pressure. Would that be accurate?
It would, and I would encourage to look at the lease sites, the facility fees, and the business after school is, that building that 4 to 5 million that we were talking about there. We could utilize that as a resource to build up and mitigate for future impact. And then what you're talking about, parcel tax. So it covers both those pieces.
Wonderful. All right, thanks. That was my just $164,000 question. I'm finished. Thank you, Lori.
Actually, a $24 million question. It was good.
Yes, 24 million. Thank you.
All right, just little problem, right? So I just want to wrap because I let myself clarify my thoughts here. Back on the screen you're on right now with the colored blocks, all of these are ongoing targets, right? So this would be for us to build this into our budget and use this as sort of our model of stability. It requires us to do this year over year so that we can budget for it, right?
Yes, and I would say this is something that we are allowed to build around. There is the ability to do that. The most, and Satish's point earlier was spot on with it, what about parent contribution? Where does that fall? That's the most variable one. But if you think about it coming in on a large scale, and as we solidify it through, whether it's a CUSDU or our PTAs, PTOs, whatever way it becomes stabilized, we can then count on that in our budget. So it's that ongoing funding stream. That's where it helps as we're looking at from the district lens of those $95.05, as you called out earlier. That's where it becomes stable because we can count on it. The board, Dorothy and I can present the budget, and you can count on that as a stable source of revenue coming in once we've established the mechanism for it to happen at the local level.
And we've covered this before, but just to review, that's a 2 to 3 year history the county would expect us to be able to show before we can include that on any of those. It could be facilities, it could be after school programs, it could be.
Well, parcel tax you can count on. Yeah, parcel tax we can count on right away. The lease sites we can count on right away because the board executes a contract. That contract goes into place. I would say those two we can count on faster. The before and after school one, because it's a revenue model, we could take a conservative approach to and say, instead of estimating it's going to be 100 kids, we can say it's going to be 30 kids, but we can count on that as an ongoing revenue because you have a contract again in place for that.
Okay, but I mean, like in a year, if we had that in place pre-COVID, or I guess we did, but we just didn't have a chance to really execute on it and benefit from it before COVID hit.
Right.
It is it would have been a hit on our budget had we been budgeting for it at the time this hit, right?
That's right.
Okay. All right. And then on the multi-year, I want to just go back because we get a fair number of questions about our enrollment and about our projected numbers. And I got some questions about the 1636 down to the 15136 between 2122 and 2223 for our P2 ADA. And I know you touched on this, but can you just, I'm going to use Sylvia's word again, unpack what P2 ADA is and why it stayed the same between 20 and 21 and then is changing so much in 2022, just so that we've stated why that big drop is happening all at once.
Sure. So the estimated the P2 ADA typically becomes your next year's funded ADA. There's an exception that was made, which was really helpful. I mean, we have said a lot of negative stuff about the state funding and the impact on us. I will say the help of maintaining that funded ADA level for another year was very helpful during this pandemic that we are in, and what typically would have been reflected with a significantly lower number we were able to maintain that a little bit higher funded ADA level. And so again, because we're talking money per student, it was helpful for our total end fund balance on that. But going back to it, so you have your 15,763, which was from the previous year. We're talking about the funded ADA this year of 16,336. We get to keep that now for 2021 and 21-22. However, if you look at the top line, as the board looks at for the P2 ADA of 15,763, 15,136, what typically would have happened is that 15,763 would have been our funded ADA in 21-22, but we get the year reprieve, so to speak. So then you see the change for the 15,136 then becomes a funded ADA in 22-23. That's why there's such a significant hit at that point, because we got that 1 year help, so to speak.
Okay, thanks. And we see that suss out in the revenue less expenditures, right? So
correct. Absolutely.
Okay, I do have another one on the multi-year, but I want to be fair because I've had two. So let's circle back around to Satish.
I have only one question. So again, going back to this Prop 98 funding, when is it going, if at all this is going to happen, when is it likely? Which year it is going to impact? The current one, 21-22, 22-23, what?
I certainly don't, I hope they don't do any mid-year cuts. That would be really horrible. I would imagine this is going to be 21-22. It would be when the board would adopt the budget in June. It would then be reflected 21-22 as the starting year for it.
And again, these kind of cuts, I know that it's a lot of unknown here, but still this
Right.
kind of like a 1 year base cutting or going forward cutting, or do you have something more insight?
I don't. I have assumptions that I think they're going to stretch this out because the state economy is so heavily reliant on personal income tax, capital gains, all those factors. I think it's about 67% of the state budget or whatever it is, that if any of those factors, which we know is always delayed, property tax impact is always delayed a year. So we're not going to have a full scope of the impact for 1, 2, maybe 3 years out. If I take that assumption moving forward, I would assume that we're going to see an impact on education for multiple years, but I don't have anything in any of my groups that I'm associated with or any of the advocacy groups that have said anything that way. I have an assumption right now that I think it's more than that. I try not to share too much of that, but I do think it's going to be a 2 to 3 year impact.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I think I have only this question, Lori. I can wait for that.
Okay, Phyllis, you're still good? Sylvia?
I'm good on this section, thanks.
Jerry?
Just a clarification on the 6 box again, the before and after school care, is that revenue or is that earnings? Is that because I've seen a different number in the audit reports, and I was just wondering, or maybe we count it differently here, which is, do you know?
It is different. We are counting more openly on this one. When
Okay.
you get to the audits, obviously we're breaking down, because when you have your own program, like our Cooper Doodle program preschool, we actually have to track that differently.
Sure.
And it's kind of like how we track student nutrition. It has to be counted separately. That's
Right.
why. In here, we are looking to combine it just for the ease of following.
Okay. So it's roughly literally revenue, whatever we take in this.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fair
Exactly.
enough. All right. Thanks, Jeff. That was it. Thank you, Lori.
Okay. So then, Jeff, on these multi-years, I also want to kind of ask on behalf of the community, I guess we have a lot of questions about auditing, auditors. So are our actuals audited? And when are they audited? And who participates in that?
Sure. And I am going to have Dorothy talk about it, because her role in it is critical with it, as is our entire business services team. But there's a timeline we submit. I mean, you really have to look at the auditors as being independent. We are actually held, Dorothy and I are held accountable to it. We all have things that we have to submit. Our entire business services team has to submit. Allison and Stacy and Leslie, every department has to submit to that independent auditing as we go through this process. So it is much bigger than that. Dorothy, could you talk about the timeline that we have this year for it? Because I think that would be helpful if we just focus on this year rather than what's been done in the past already.
Sure. So our auditors actually conduct 2 audits a year for the fiscal year. So they come in and do an interim audit around March and April. And then so they do an initial audit on that one. And then they come back in August to do the final audit of the year that we're closing at that time. So they finalize the audit around August, September, and then they submit this report. The report that they submit this to the state, and then the state communicate to us saying that that they accepted the audit, that it has passed, and they also submit this audit to the county office, and they review the audit to see if there's any finding, and it circled back to us to say that the state has accepted the audit report, and that's the only time we actually. When they bill us, they bill us in increment, and we do hold our retention until they actually complete the full audit cycle. So during the interim audit, they pretty much look at everything, including attendance. They do random audit for the school sites. They look at their ASB for middle school and the petty cash, how they're handling everything. So they pick 5 schools each year to audit during interim, and then when they come back in final, they focus mostly on our books to make sure that everything is recorded correctly. And then they also audit other funds like our bond, our student nutrition, all other, our building funds. They look at everything.
Okay, so the main
And Dorothy, can you add something? Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, Dorothy.
I just want to remind the board, looking back at our purpose here, we don't want to get too tied up, because really this is our first opportunity to discuss. We'll certainly have more of these in-depth conversations, but do want to give some time to the next portion of that presentation about talking about the parcel tax, because how does that even fit into some of that information that I think we need to be hitting on.
Right, and I'll own that, just in terms of, I think we just get a lot of questions about our finances, and part of building support for I think our reasons to effectively go out for a parcel tax would be sort of my thinking as I'm trying to explain my thinking. But anyway, but Jeff, I just want to give you a chance. You were wrapping up a thought there, and then I'll move us along.
No, just when we talk about the auditors, they also they're held accountable to their auditing standards too. So really there is a huge independent factor of our district, which is what the board would want, our community would want, and we would want too, to make sure that our funding is matching what it should be, that we're held accountable and we're spending out of the proper accounts, which, and the board has the opportunity to very clearly see that, as well as the community when it's presented back during our public board meetings.
And then the county looks at our finances as well. Yeah. Okay. So moving on to the second half, clarifying questions on the parcel tax half of the presentation. So Satish, kick us off here.
Okay, so good. Go to slide 12, please. Options. So I think, Jeff, you are a little fast here. Okay, so much to consume in that slide, actually. So a little bit understood for number 1, not to worry, renew measure. Number 2 is with a higher flag. Okay, so one in general, a question here is, in this proposal, if you do it, let's say, like from 2 to 5, whatever you do it, the first line item, that is measure A, whatever we are getting, that actually that is going till 23, right? So will it get invalidated if you combine any of this, and let's say if it doesn't pass, what is going to happen for that measure A?
So you're saying if we do a replacement of measure A and that were to fail, is that what the question?
Yeah.
So we would be able to just have measure A through 2023.
Oh, okay. So even if it combines, and like if you increase if you replace and with a higher rate, still if it does not pass, still the 250 will be there.
We'd have to make sure as we go forward, the way the language is written in the measure matters.
Okay. So the difference between second and third is replace that, that means effective immediately, right? Whatever we are changing, that is like you're increasing, and there'll be a measure now, and that will replace the measure A, right? Number 2 and number 3.
So the way you would look at it is there'd be, take that 250 that is in measure A, we're going to replace that current one. Typically you would extend it. That's where we talk about whatever the length, whether it's 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, 10 years, not projecting too far in any of it, but let's just assume it's going to be an increase in terms of the years of that. It would also include an increase in the per parcel dollar amount. So you would take that 250, you add in whatever number to that 250. If it passes by the voters, it makes it whatever that new number is, that total dollar amount, plus whatever years it gets extended to, whether it's 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, 10 years. So the measure A would no longer exist if the replacement passed. That's essentially what we're saying.
Okay. Right. So if you go from, if you leave measure A and the rest all are, we are talking about 24 to 26 million, other than the last line, 17.4 flat, right? So, but in our previous slide, you showed that 12.5 million, right? In our box, if you come the current parcel tax, 8.6 plus 12. So is it 8.67 plus 12.97? That's what.
Correct. That was the only box that you add up the two numbers for.
Okay. So, but here, most of the places we have put like 24 to 26 million. So there, if you add it up, it would come around 21-ish. Any reason that?
I just tried to even the numbers so the board could have a good discussion around this and use numbers that exist right now, trying to play out exactly what the multi-year looks like, what the true impact is, what decisions the board has control over, what does it require for fiscal solvency, all those questions around employee compensation. I think the analogy that Jerry referenced earlier about that peak, there's that baseline of stability, and then there's those control factors that the board has going into it.
Okay, and the last question, or my second question here is, did you use this with cap or without cap when you calculate the square footage?
Oh, that's a great question. So all this square footage is without a cap right now in the modeling.
Without a cap?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can wait, Laurie. I have enough to ask here, so.
Okay, so then on to Phyllis.
Yeah, I have a question on slide 13 about the cap. Can you share a little bit about what a cap means? And also, I think in either Berkeley or Alameda or maybe both, there was some litigation around a cap. Can you kind of share what you know about that?
There's been it was actually in Alameda is where it's come up. They've had 3 lawsuits that happened in Alameda regarding their cap. The most recent one was Boricus in 2013 is what we got a little bit of information on. And what you're essentially doing is you're capping the level in which some parcels are taxed and putting it, and it's not evenly distributed, so to speak, amongst everyone. It's not an even tax for all residents. You're basically calling out one tax to be different for somebody than somebody else. You're not applying the tax evenly, I guess is a better way to say it.
And were those lawsuits won or lost?
I'd have to go back to all of those. There was one of the ones in Alameda was actually lost, and what ended up happening, they returned to just a portion of their dollars, not being able to receive the full amount that was passed by the voters.
Okay, and then my second question is, whether we go out in May or June, assuming we go for a parcel tax, do we receive the money in fiscal year 21-22?
Yes, and we can count on it during whatever that duration is of the term that's approved by the vote.
So even if the county doesn't certify the vote before the end of June, we still get the money in fiscal 21-22?
As long as it's whenever that measure is passed.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Laurie.
Here we go. Okay, I am unmuted. So then to Sylvia.
Following up on Phyllis's question about whenever so once it passes, then we're allowed to use it in the budget assumptions for the multi-year, right? But then if it's, my understanding is if it is square foot parcel, then there's assessments that need to happen. So the actual money that would be collected wouldn't happen for a while. Is that true or not true?
No, so what could happen with square footage is there could be an increase in disputes related to square footage, because whether it's lot or improvement, you're going by the assessor's office's numbers, but it's also based on what they have on file. So when that parcel tax is placed onto the property tax bills that residents receive, or corporations, everyone, when the parcel tax is installed, so to speak, and the assessor's office, what their job is to do is to take whatever it is and execute the parcel tax that the district places, right? Like that's essentially how it happens. Voters approve it, district places it, the assessors enforces that, puts it into property tax bill. The district is responsible to handle the disputes that come from any questions regarding the improvements or lot when it's a square footage. We don't really have disputes that we have to rectify when it comes to a flat rate currently. We just have to do whether or not there's the exemption status.
When you say that the district has to resolve the disputes, meaning that we have to cover the cost of litigation? Is that what that means?
No, more so like if somebody said that they're charged at 2,000 square feet and they want to say that their home is 1,800 square feet. Those would be a type of dispute where there's disparity in the square footage numbers.
But would that be somebody on our staff doing that, or would that be somebody, there would be an additional cost of us hiring somebody to take care of that?
Either one. It could be either way. We would have to perform the duty, and so it could be a current staff, or we would have to pay an additional staff to do that.
I see. Okay. My other question was the slide above, actually, the parcel taxes environment, the red table, residential, commercial, and other. What's the other?
So you have your agriculture that gets kicked in. Dorothy, can you help me on the other, please? I don't have that in front of me right now. I'm sorry.
I don't have the details of the others, but they are pretty much other unincorporated parcels that doesn't qualify as commercial or residential.
Okay, so agricultural, you said, is one of them? And
yes, one of them is, yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if I'd just be interested in knowing what the other ones are. That's not right now, but later. Thank you.
Jerry?
Thank you.
Was that your two? I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Jerry, go ahead, my bad.
Sure. Thanks, no problem. So first question, Jeff, in terms of, do we have the capability, both logistically or legally, to have different taxes for single family residential versus multifamily residential?
Could you expand that question for me?
Right. So right now, for instance, if we go with, let's assume a square foot, or I guess, so let's say we're assuming a square footage. Can I charge different rates? Is it legal, or is it possible to, with the assessor data we have, to charge different rates for, say, single family versus a multifamily, where you have to treat all the residentials the same, right?
We'd have to treat all of them the same.
Fair enough. Okay. Second question is referring to the DTA memo. They have an option 3, where we leave. We basically have sort of a square footage for non-residential, but then leave residential as is. Is that represented in one of these options, or is that a separate option?
It is not represented because that also included a cap. Again, this was the starting conversation. That is the one from DTA that if
Right.
that's something we want to pursue, we would need them to do additional assessment for us.
Got it. Okay. but that, I guess it's there as a sort of a discussion starter that we have the option of actually doing a hybrid of a per parcel for residential, per square footage for non-residential.
And
Yes.
I would say that legal might need to weigh in on that too, that there has been that certain square footage measures bring about more litigation than others. That is one that I would say from our legal counsel could bring about it. So we probably want a deeper dive into that as well.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thanks. Thank you, Jeff.
I'm just going to follow on to Jerry. Wasn't that the basis of Boricus, though? Was a one fee for residential and a separate structure for square footage on other?
That's correct. So that was one of the 3 lawsuits that came to Alameda.
Right. Okay. So then, Jeff, can you suss out a little bit more about what we learned when we went to meet with our county assessor about what the information that would be available to us for square footage is, and whether or not it's certified, and what the implications of that are for us?
Sure. So first off, we had a very good meeting, and we're thankful for the assessor's office to take the time to meet with all of us. You know, it was a helpful meeting because really our focus was to understand more of what their records indicate for improvement of land versus parcel. Actually, let me pull that up here so I can for the options. I should have lost my slide. Sorry. So what we're talking about is the differences between the square foot of a lot versus the square foot of the improvement. You know, the assessor's office felt that, you know, obviously they would do whatever the voters were to pass, but it was more so that the accuracy of their data is less on the improvement and more towards the lot size or the square foot of the lot, just based on their records. And the one thing that they shared is that we might have to deal with more disputes coming up on the improvement side, but their lot records would be way more accurate. The other part that they shared with us is that if we wanted, we could reach out to them. They would provide all the square footage data that they had on their files for anything that fell within the Cupertino Union School District, and they'd be happy to do that for us.
Right, which was super helpful of them. And speak to a little bit about the difference between the assessed value that was certified versus the square footage data, which is not certified, right? Did I understand that right, in terms of that's what makes it appealable?
Yes. So it was ultimately coming back to that accuracy level that they have of whether it's a commercial property or residential property, of what they have on their records. And obviously the longer you go back that there hasn't been any changes to that property, the less potentially accurate the data is for something that was from the 40s and 50s versus something that they have on record being newer. That was essentially what they shared.
Right, whereas the lot size was more accurate because it was surveyed.
And their example was just because, you know, you can go on Google Maps and take a look and get a rough idea of a lot size. You can't really do that for the square footage of improvement.
And so then the remedy to that was we would need to be ready to basically have a process in place to deal with any appeals that came in ourselves, right?
We'd have to deal with the appeals/disputes that would come in as a result of that, because the assessor's office doesn't handle, the business services would handle that. So we would look at what we do right now and have to certainly expand that beyond just what is a flat rate work exemption status that we have with our community.
So we think we could do it. It's just we have to take that into account in terms of we'd have to probably have the staff to do that and make the time for that at the times a year where we would be likely to get those coming in.
Right. We would have to have a very clean and clear process for our community for anyone that needs to dispute a square footage assessment that's been on their lot or improvement square footage of land. Yes.
Okay. And then I guess the other area I'll ask about on this one, I don't know the answer to Evergreen Sunset. If we built a evergreen measure where it wouldn't expire until unless that was put forward by the voters for expiration, what's the percentage required for that? Is it the same 66 2/3 for the expiration by voters, or is it?
during that, I never asked that question. I'm sorry, I can bring that.
I didn't think to ask it before now either, so okay, fair enough.
I can put that in a board update.
Okay, great. That would be a good one to know is if we went with an evergreen, if we wanted to look into an evergreen, what would be the percentage to achieve for undoing it. Okay, so that's my 2 on this round. So Satish.
Okay, so the cap, let's talk about cap a little bit. Okay, so what's a typical cap? Is it like is it clipped with certain things? Is there some limitations which we can go maximum to? Or do you have some insight on that?
That'd be something we'd have to bring back. I just have that there's been litigation tied to when you've done cap, and that's been gone after through, and Alameda was the example in it. But if we want to talk about what a cap would look like, we'd want to get a legal opinion on that.
Yeah, because I think some of our calculation, right, why I'm saying this specifically is like this question I think I asked my previous round. That is, most of the calculation we have done is by considering no cap, right? So if there is a cap, then probably we have to apply that and see that what would be that. So I'm just trying to compare where do we stand, right? Like when we are having a flat versus a square footage, you know, how much money would be, right? And of course, the equity, fairness, and everything is very important. At the same time, how is the total amount also going to vary? If, you know, in the model, we have to put the cap as per my view. I mean, it's like, what's a maximum cap? That's what we need to put.
Well, I mean, and I think the board would determine what that cap level is. I mean, we had the example of what it would be, but that's where we say it's 10 cents equals X amount of dollars. That would change with the cap, because if you, on one of the, in DTA, they were talking about how, you know, a larger percentage of it is only made up by a few residential parcels make up a majority of that tax, right? And so when you talk about capping that, that would change the dollars or the equivalent of that cents for that square foot. And so in that example that we provided was an $8,000 or $7,999 cap was an example, but it was merely an example because the board would have to just decide on what they would want to do. And then, you know, we would see if there's any litigation that would come out of it, should that be passed by the voters.
Okay. Okay, I think I did not really, when you and Laurie were talking and about the actual size of the lot versus the improvements done on that, right? So most of the places when you're talking the square footage, people go with the lot. That's what you're talking, or you are saying, or the lot size is the one which is considered for square footage.
There's options that the board can choose. It's not so much telling which way to go. What we're saying is that the accuracy level of the lot is higher than the accuracy level of the improvements.
Yeah, because then the condo versus, or a townhome versus a single family home, there could be a significant difference, right? That's right.
Well, there could be, but it's also about the known factors of when it was built more. So what we're saying is that if you go back, you know, with what they might have on their records from 1940, 1950 may not be as accurate as what they would have on record for something maybe currently built. That's more of the challenge, so to speak.
Well, and I mean, I'll just chime in there. I mean, the assessor even offered up that like he didn't think anybody had probably recaptured the square footage of the inside of Apple Campus 1 since it opened in the 90s, right? So, you know, a lot of our properties around here, probably the last time there was a square footage captured on them was whenever they were built, was his take on a lot, not all, but a lot of the properties. So.
Okay. Another thing is if there will be an impact of Prop 15 also on the top of this, right? Then this will probably would be changed on the commercial portion of it.
So
yeah, I think Prop 15 would be separate from this parcel tax. If Prop 15 were to pass, the soonest they're saying we would see the money coming in from that would probably be 2025. Okay.
No, I think I'm taking it back. I think, yeah, first you answered already. There's no impact on parcel for that. Okay, parcel tax. It's only for the property tax. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I can wait for, let me see anything more later.
So then we go to Phyllis.
I'm done. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Cool. Sylvia?
So the assessing that happens with the square foot, that happens with the county assessor's office, right? Like that's not something that, are we responsible for that, or are they responsible for that?
Are we responsible for assessing properties? Was that the question?
Yeah, like, or are we financially responsible? I know that we're not the ones actually assessing, but like the cost of the assessors going out to do that, is that covered by the cost of the county, or do we cover that cost?
No, we're just responsible for dealing with the disputes that may come as a result of passing a square footage parcel tax. So if there is somebody who says, you know, the county records, or you're assessing a fee of $100 on me, but it should be $50, that's something that we have to solve for and go through that dispute as a district.
Okay.
That's what our impact is. Not so much on the assessor's office. They just execute a parcel tax or a square footage parcel tax, ends up on the property bills. They perform the mechanism for us to receive the dollars.
Okay, all right, I see. And then looking at the two dates for May and June, I know that when God, was it last year or 2 years ago? I can't even remember anymore. When we were looking at a November special election, the cost to put it on a special election ballot was close to $2 million. So I'm just trying to understand, do we know at this point what that cost might be between a May and a June election?
We did. So I had a chance to talk to the Register of Voters office. As it stands right now for both May and June, it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.1 million is what they said on the high side right now. We do think it would be significantly less than that. We spent, or the district spent about $290,000 on Measure O when that was placed on the ballot.
But I mean, yeah, 200,000 is a lot less than.
I agree. What we did is we called the Register of Voters. We asked them to do an assessment of what could the cost be for an election, both those. They came out with between 1 million to 1.2 million. And you know, obviously that's a lot higher than, you know, what we spent in our last election.
Okay. All right.
It's the same as when we're candidates, right? It's like they tell you one number up front, they make you pay it, and then they reimburse you for whatever the difference was after the fact. Is it kind of similar?
It is. It depends on how many measures are placed on the ballot that time, because it's a split cost. You share the cost. So the more things that are out there, the less your cost is. When you do a general election and you have a lot of items on it, the cost for a school district is a lot less at that point in time.
Okay. All right. I'm good with this round.
Okay, cool. So then Jerry.
Yes, sorry, thanks. So I want to talk about, again, square footage. And so in the modeling of the different models that DTA put together, I noticed, you know, that there's a phenomenon where a small number of large parcels end up paying a large percentage of the overall taxes. And so I'm wondering, are we aware of any sort of exemptions among those large parcels that could skew these numbers? Just because if you're dependent on, you know, 70 parcels to pay 60% of the taxes, dropping, you know, 10% of those dropping out could really skew the numbers. So is that something we just need to do more work on, or do we know right now this is fairly accurate?
So we know this is fairly accurate based on this. We also know that there's exemptions that have been talked about that have ended up in litigation, because again, you're applying a different tax to different types of parcels, right? And so that typically is where the litigations have historically come in. What we did do is we did start the conversation in case we wanted to go there with legal.
Okay.
I would say at that point, if there's some specific questions that we'd like, we can certainly go back and complete it. They did reference the times that most litigations came when you were applying a different tax to different types of parcels.
Got it. Okay.
Generically, if you will.
Sure. That makes sense. It's great. And thanks for, you know, taking the initiative for that. I guess my second question would be, all this only works if the parcel passes. So do we have any, you know, like previously for Measure O, we had some guidance through surveys or what have you. If we were to go forward with a parcel, what would you see are the tools available for us? Or actually, even before we've decided to, what are the tools available for us to assess the chances of passing for both traditional and square footage styles?
So we certainly, the last time we had our election, the board approved a contract for EMC to do that surveying. When that survey was performed, there was a margin of error that was greater than 6%. We talked about it being about a standard deviation and a half off.
Right.
And so when you think about our measure ending up at, 60%, we needed essentially 67%. We didn't get there. Did the numbers ring true? Sort of. It was a margin of error of 6%, but they came back and said you probably are right at 66%. So was it an effective tool? I don't know if if I need to weigh in on that, but I would say from a statistical standpoint, that margin of error is pretty great. Do we think that margin of error would still be true today? Probably. We certainly can do an assessment if the board would like to move in that direction. I think we certainly, when you look at the number of our community that has shown up to our board meetings lately, certainly what we've seen coming to the budget roadshow, there's certainly interest out there for us to pursue something that's not as damaging and harmful to our district. We also could invest in a very robust communication strategy if that is the direction that we want to go with the parcel tax, different marketing approach. So I think we have to choose how we want to support the dollars. There is research out there that doesn't necessarily fully support doing assessments unless you can get to a large enough scale that would allow that accuracy to increase, or at least that standard deviation to go down from what we experience.
Okay, good. All right, thanks.
And that
Thank you, Lori.
That would be one of those expectations too of our ballot committee would want to be exploring. And I know they already are talking about what are some of those different venues or aspects that we could use as we move forward. So I would certainly rely on them to do some of that exploration as well, or continue their exploration.
All right, thanks. Okay, thank you, Lori.
Yep. Okay. So I want to go to the DTA memo. Specifically in the presentation, I think it's getting at sort of the square footage choice of based on the improvements. The base parcel characteristic data they gave us for the residential, that bottom band between 0 and 10,000 square feet, which is a lot of our single family homes, was pretty wide. It was a 0 to 10,000 square foot category. So, surely most all of our single family homes within our district probably fall within that band, but some of them are, maybe, the original home we bought here was, 1,290 square feet, and then we added on to it, right? So, on the small side of that, and then other homes are going to be significantly larger than that. I know there are probably plenty of 2-story homes in our district that are probably upwards of 3,500 or 4,000 square feet. So do we know, is there any way would DTA be able to provide us a more tight spread on what that looks like from the standpoint of kind of looking at what a square footage model would cost our single family homeowners on average?
You mean what the average cost would be in that largest band of 0 to 10,000?
Right. So in the proposal here tonight in the slide deck, we're looking at something like a 30 cent as a possible thing we could consider, right? So if you're a 2,000 square foot homeowner, you might do a little bit better than the flat rate we're talking about. If you're a 3,000 or a 3,500 or a 4,000 square foot homeowner, you're paying significantly more than what the flat rate we're talking about would be. And, in terms of our families, our parents who we're hoping will help us, be our boots on the ground for this measure, if that's going to be our army and that's going to be our voice for our kids, I think we need to take that into account. So I guess I'm hoping that DTA might be able to suss that out, break that down for us a little bit.
I also believe that we could get that as we get the information from the assessor's office and they break that down, we might be able to pull that apart ourselves because we already have the numbers from DTA. We can also ask DTA to help us with our assessment of that. So I'll mark that question.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to see on that residential, that bottom bracket of 0 to 10,000. I'd love to see that in 1,000-foot increments, maybe.
I do know when I spoke to DTA, they did mention that your larger properties, you are going to carry more weight. They have more cost than what they are experiencing right now in the flat versus a flat rate. Even if that flat rate, I'm trying to phrase it in the way that they did, even if you raise that flat rate, that square footage may impact your larger or will impact, it's not it will impact your larger properties more than the flat rate would. You know, I mean, that's that give and take of what direction we go in as a district. If the board decides to go with the parcel tax, really there are people that are impacted differently by these measures. The flat rate benefit is all your residential would be hit, they would pay the same rate, but so does commercial side of it. If you adjust it to the square footage, commercial will pay, you know, their share of it, but some homeowners would pay obviously significantly more than they would in that flat rate. And I'm not saying this from a pro-con standpoint, but there's a reality to it that DTA expressed.
Right. And I guess that's where I'm trying to go, is like the information I guess I need to know more about, where I, you know, to help think about what support would be like, would be knowing sort of what of the 33,000 single family residential.
Yes.
Or actually, I don't even know that those are necessarily single family. Those are just residential. So for all we know, some of those 8 and 9 and 10,000 could be duplexes or triplexes or something like that. But of our single family homes and or, you know, what our parents are going to be in for a lot of them, I guess I'd like to know what sort of the banding is within that. Maybe, I don't know if 500 is too specific by 500 square foot increments, but at least by 1,000 square foot increments. And I don't know if there's anything that we have available to us in our arsenal of data that we could get at, but like what percentage of our more recent purchases, which might be our families with young kids, are at, like, what's the average size of our properties that have turned over in the last 10 years? Are they on the larger side or on the smaller side? Like, that would be a helpful data point to have or to know more about, if there's anything we think we can get at that kind of specificity. I know I'm dialing down there, but that would be helpful for me to know if it's possible.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to call that my 2.
Yep. Are we going for one more round or no?
You need one more round? Yeah.
I have only I think it's extension of your question and a little bit of Jerry's. So we are planning to have some survey, right? I think we need to probably clarify, right? How, you know, whichever line we are going, whether it's a square foot or the other way. Let's say hopefully if we are going in the square foot way, this is probably the first time we are trying out. Flat people know how it is. Pretty much they know it's a 67% we need to get the vote, and only people will be worried about the amount, right? But square foot method, it is very new for many people, and they should understand, I think, you know, what is that implication, what does it mean? So probably that survey is very, very critical for us to know that how many people would support it and how they are going to support us. Like, you know, that's very important, because that language should be very, very important, not just they support or not, kind of. So what is the real implication? It's like when the square feet increases. So by then we have to really make some decision on that, like if it is a you know, only the lot, or how is it, and all those things. So I think my worry is that we have very limited time, and we'll have to probably start working on that before we decide which way we should be going. That survey input is very important for us to make some decisions on that.
So do you see that, or does the board see that survey as a survey designed to help people understand the differences between a square footage and flat rate? Is that a survey, do we envision that survey being for the greater community in some way? Or are we looking at that as a survey for our internally with our families?
Yeah, so I think it's a combination of everything. Basically, would they support us? So that's what very important for us, right? So if this is the method we are planning to put it, right? So what's their, what like, you know, this A versus B, and if it is B, this is what it is, kind of thing, right? So somewhere a small note or whatever that they should know, because if we go with one of this option, and the idea is to pass this, right? Idea is to pass it. So we have to make sure that we are making a decision which is going to pass, right? And this time we cannot afford to have an error on that. That's very important. I don't know whether it's a discussion. I can talk this, or I can only ask clarification.
It's discussion. No, it's fair. I'm just trying.
Then it's okay. I can talk. Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the difference between a survey and doing a full-fledged feasibility study. That's what I was trying to make sure I understood.
No, so feasibility study is like, yeah. So yeah, I think, let's say I, as a resident, I should be able to answer to you, right? I should know what is this all about, and I should be able to tell you or tell the board that is, I will support this, kind of, right? Or I don't. So that is,
So if I may jump in on that too, because I think it's great. And, you know, I think Jeff and I were both pretty lofty when we put together this presentation tonight. And I think just stepping back and pausing, that this is our first opportunity as a board to get to discuss, and we have thrown out a lot for discussion. And so, you know, we haven't had a chance to hear from our public comment. You know, I opened it up with saying I would love to get to you a point where you can give us a direction, which I think is unfair based on the number of comments and questions that we had. I may ask that we look at, this is our first opportunity to discuss it. Could we gather more of these types of questions where you're needing that clarification and give staff an opportunity to go back, do their research, and bring that back at the next meeting, and we can actually itemize it again as a further discussion to dig into and get more of this information. It would still give you plenty of time to continue the discussion, but I feel like there's a lot of the questions that are coming that we may not be able to have all of the information, or some of it's speculation. And again, I don't think, in fairness to you guys, that it would be fair to us to ask which direction you're going, which parcel tax you're wanting. You guys need time to process and think, and we need to have time to get some of these answers back. So I would just ask that we look into that direction.
yeah, because the worry what I have is, now we have 2 days. Like, I think that's what my question coming to, right? That's what I think, probably before asking that question, I put a lot of pre-stuff around that. So mainly, like, you know, we have, if you have to go for June, let's say, just assume like middle of the year, if you're going by March 12th, we have to have. So my assumption is that we have to have a complete decision, right? It's not just that we are going to go for parcel tax, right? We need to know, we need to be clear what type of what is the terms, everything by then, right, Jeff? Or we have to just inform ROV that we are going for a parcel tax, and we still have time to decide how it should be.
No, we have to bring forward what it would be. We have ballot language that goes with it. We have to be very clear on what the term we're pushing forward. It would be the full thing. When we go to register our voters, we're presenting what's going to be on that.
Yeah, then we don't have a lot of time. Then I think yeah, that's what my concern then, the first one. So we have to be clear before that, because we do not want to step in something which we are not confident that we will pass it anyway. So I think I took time, but I think I'm stirring the pot here. My colleagues can talk more on this.
May I suggest we hear public comment?
Yep. That's right.
Yeah, and I wanted to report out real quick, just ballot action committee wise, for Phyllis and I, to sort of address just what Satish was just asking. I mean, we have talked about polling and the trouble we ran into last time with the fact that the margin of error was so big that it actually didn't do us any services last time. And it's very expensive, right? Polling is very expensive, especially if we're talking about paying for a higher level of specificity. And, you know, we've thrown around some other ideas about, you know, whether or not we do try to gather feedback in a different way from the community. So I think, you know, you know, we may just be able to start creating a list of supporters who are willing to get behind wherever it is we go, you know, as a measure of, is it worth it for us to put $1 million, you know, measure on the ballot? You know, it would need to be something in line with the number of votes we're going to need to pass it in order to kind of drive support behind it. But I think there are some options that aren't necessarily really expensive polling that doesn't give us a whole lot of specificity for where we might go, but we can talk about that more later. But
yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay that Laurie, I think I'm just bringing up like building up the confidence, right? That's what, like, I think, yeah.
Right. No, yeah. And I just wanted to just report out that, yes, that's been sort of a recurring theme, I guess, in the ballot action committee about what do we do with that. So I think we might be able to bring some options back to you on a future presentation. Anyway, you know, these sort of, this breakdown came back today. So we'll work on that. We'll take that as a,
thank you.
As a to-do.
Can I just jump in real quick before we go to public comment? Because, and I guess this is a comment / ask, because I know that the high school district did some sort of polling for something similar. Is there a way that we can, you know, use some of the data that they collected? I know it's different districts. I know it's kind of different, but I'm just curious if there's any usable data that could be used there. So, you know, something to think about maybe.
Yeah, we do have it, and we have been reading through their data that they shared with us.
Yeah, and I think to that point, their polling was pretty far away from the 2/3 we need to get to. So there's definitely an uphill, to Satish's point, an uphill education lift there, right? Let's see. Okay, so are we good on clarifying questions here enough that if we go to public comment, then we feel like we can come back and have a discussion that maybe we can, to Stacy's point, maybe not narrow all the way down to, you know, marching orders, but maybe help with further questions we'd need and start to narrow down where our interests are at least. Everybody good with that if I take public comment with that in mind? Okay. So then, Leslie, could I get a count? Actually, before I do that, if you're going to turn in a public comment card on this, please do it right now, because I am about to go to Leslie for getting a count on our public comment cards and figuring out how much time to allot. So do we have a count on how many cards we have that have come in for this item?
Yeah, it looks like 27.
27. Okay, so I will say anything that comes in the next minute, since I missed giving a fair warning, 1 to 2 minutes, we'll say is it for this item. But if while that anybody's rushing to go fill it out, if they've got one, if you could give me the first 3 names.
Okay. The first name is Govind Tatachari, followed by Golda Bansal, followed by Jing Tian.
Okay. So if we, and I should have said, so if we've got 20, you said 27. So I assume people are okay with 2 minutes instead of 3 on this one with that many? Okay. So we will go ahead and proceed with 2 minutes. So if I could get Govind, Golda, and Jing to go ahead and raise your hands. And when Govind is done making his comment, that will be the end of any new cards. So Govind, please, if we can unmute Govind, and if you can unmute yourself, and go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Yeah, hi board members and staff members. I'm Govind Tatachari. Thank you for this opportunity. There's an importance of local control. State-based funding using Proposition 15 puts school funding as the last in the priority. Instead, I support the idea of square footage-based model. We must pursue a local jurisdiction-based funding model. The option 3 seems like a good way to go. Before you go for a survey, we need a square footage specific information session and invite residents and businesses to attend and ask questions. Please consider it seriously and work the numbers on both short and long-term basis, and you're bound to get parent support. Long-term stuff. Must point out that school funding issues have developed over more than a decade. Surely everyone in CUSD works hard to ensure stays as a magnet for good K-8 education. Overall, the share of administrator salaries rose before 2015 compared to teachers. Everyone is wondering the 4.5 million tax proposal and 24 million in today's presentation. How can anyone wrap their heads around this? How can we move to basic aid model? Can we have a consistent 10-year picture of funding? The other is the redistribution of functions. Parents need to know the trend of functions per site, multi-site, district-wide, how different choices have impacted these functions, such as librarian and other after-school activities. Next is most parents work hard to afford living in Cupertino because of schools. They pay premium rent, a very high mortgage just to be here. The idea of closure of schools is devastating to any parent who are here because of schools. I must ask, why this blitzkrieg? Why introduce the school closure decision as a shocking development? I've been in the school district for 27 years. Class size and attrition. Class size limits dictates by the school state regulations.
Okay, thank you, Govind. If Jing Tian, I see 2 hands raised. Oh, there were 2 hands raised under that name. So if you could please chat with staff as to which one, or it looks like the other hand has gone down. So we'll call on that one when we get there. So Golda, if we could have Golda unmuted, please.
Hi, can you hear me now?
You can, welcome.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak over here. I am also one of the tired and worried Dilworth parents, and I would actually like to understand the model behind leasing. Now, how does the district plan to close a 55-plus-year-old blue ribbon school like Dilworth, which is ranked 17th out of the 5,798 schools in California, and lease the space to some private schools as a feasible option to increase the district revenue? Now, closing schools like Dilworth, letting go of our best teachers, our librarians, and other staff members just to cramp our kids in classrooms with higher student and teacher ratio, it definitely seems to be a very ill-considered proposal. And secondly, I am really disturbed by the lack of emotions shown by here by our elected board members after listening to so many passionate and emotional parents who have spoken earlier. None of the questions which were addressed by the by the parents are addressed over here. Would have been nice to see the board members repeat some of these questions and bring out the same emotions forward with the CUSD staff. Lastly, it's very disappointing that the parents were asked to cramp their comments in 2 minutes. There should be a public hearing where the parents are given the same opportunity as the board and the CUSD staff to speak out their concerns and ask questions to the board as well as the staff directly. Because at the moment, it seems like it is one-sided. The parents are coming in, they're giving in their comments, these comments or concerns are not being addressed anywhere. We are asked and they're shut down, and then the board and the staff goes into a discussion for a long period, and then we are asked to show our concern again, but then we do not see anything which comes out of this. So this is something which I thought I would want to bring forward from the parents' side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Golda. And just to remind people, the item that we're on is revenue enhancements and our parcel models. So this is, your chance to speak to the item on the agenda for actions to build long-term fiscal stability. Next we go to Jing. I'm sorry, next. Jing Tian, I have one more name on this group.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, this is Jim from Lincoln Elementary. Thanks for all the board members and parents who are working together so hard. I want to talk about the possible long-term tax loss if we choose to close schools. On the one hand, we are going to lose bond or parcel tax in the future. First, communities would say district already got money from school closure. Why more tax? Second, voters will have lost faith in the district. Feels like the district is not able to manage the money well and has to close lots of schools. So they are not willing to pay more money through bond or parcel tax in the future. On the other hand, I think we are going to lose lots of property tax in the future. Everyone here knows that Cupertino house prices are high, most because we have good schools all over the community. In our case, walking or biking distance to Lincoln Elementary makes us willing to pay extra $100K over asking price, regardless of high financial pressures. We as parents all plan our life based on locations of schools and offices, right? What happens if we tell the whole Bay Area that we close multiple homeschools and send kindergartners and elementary kids to like 40 minutes away? We are gonna ruin our reputation by ourselves. Potential buyers, mostly parents, they're not going to choose not willing to pay more for the area of no nearby elementary school, or cannot afford the risk of the school district gonna closing more schools in the future. So please do not put the closing school as a solution on the table, especially during the pandemic. For the sake of the future of our students, the teachers, even our parents' life, right? And also the reputation and the
Thank you, Jing. Can I get 3 more names from Leslie, please?
Yes, Kristen Lynn, followed by Peggy Griffin, followed by Suda, Kasamseti. Kamasetti.
Thank you. So then Kristen Lynn, I see a raised hand, please. Welcome.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. We all know CUSD has some physical difficulty. The community has proven they can help. Back to Tiffin campaign 10 years ago. First day of the campaign, 220K has raised. At the same time, the union also agreed to take a 5-day workforce loan to reach the goal. Each year's Yosemite trip or science camp is another example, or even daily enrichment for the kids like music, arts, library, and technology. When the community really believes something, the result is huge. Our community believes in education. That's why we are here. CUSD has been in qualified certification back to 2008-09 school year. We don't want to go get there again. Oakland got state takeover since 2003. It creates a huge impact locally, and we don't want to go to there either. At this moment, instead of keep hope that people will leave school side, community engagement actually is more important and will be the key. We should try all the effort before we give up. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. So then next, let's see, next we have Peggy Griffin, followed by Sudha Kasamseti. So if you can please raise your hands. And I see Peggy, we're gonna unmute you.
Can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Okay. Good evening, board members and staff. I strongly support the square foot parcel tax on improvements, not lot size. It grows as the density increases. As properties add infill and grow, your revenue will grow without increasing the amount per square foot. New development would automatically provide additional revenue every year, not just a one-time payment that requires negotiating with developers. Using lot size means it won't grow as density increases. A square foot tax is equitable across all property types. Staying with the current parcel tax does nothing to fix our deficit. You need to distribute the burden equitably and generate the needed funding. Option 3 in the DTA's analysis report still allows 200-unit apartment complexes to pay the same amount as one single family home. That does nothing to help CUSD. Don't put a cap. Make the rate the same for every parcel. Keep it simple. Don't combine parcel tax and square foot. Allow exemptions only for the disabled and low income. Don't make it auto increasing because it impacts fixed income people such as seniors. Don't make it permanent, but increase the duration of the tax. We all need the opportunity to reevaluate whether it's working periodically. I also encourage you to consider partially renting all the targeted sites. It'll give you income, daycares, music, dance, art instruction, tutoring programs. Try it once and see if it works. Also, closing these school sites means closing our city parks. Please avoid doing that. Redistribute programs. Adjust school boundaries. I know it's not popular, but it'll save schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. And then next I have Sudha Kasamseti.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. So along the lines of the other two speakers, I definitely request the board to consider square footage for tax model, which is more fairer way of generating additional money. I also like the idea of sending a feedback survey from our voters to make sure that we don't lose an opportunity like this, like we had with Measure Row before. So that gives us a lot more confidence. As I do understand, it does require a lot of money to put it on the ballot. So I like that idea. I also request a bit more clarification on the breakdown of residential square feet. How much is for single homes and how much is for multi? family unit and apartment complexes. When I read the documents, when I read the slides that were on the agenda, it looked like option 3 had a way to keep to protect our homeowners, but I think we should tweak it more so that it stays like that and come up with a correct rating per square foot. So correct rate per square foot. Sorry. Yeah, that would be my ask and request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sudha. Leslie, can I get 3 more names, please?
Yes, Liang Chao, Tony Cheng, and Yadi Toleno.
Okay, so then I have Liang, please.
Hello, hi. I'm Liang Chao on Cupertino City Council representing myself today. For long-term fiscal stability, I would recommend the following. First, campaign hard to pass square footage-based parcel tax so that it is more equitable between small homes and large commercial properties, and engage community members with successful campaign experiences to get broader support. I've discussed with Ed Revel, who is running for state senate, and she agrees fully that commercial properties should take more responsibilities in school funding, such as through square footage-based parcel tax. And Revel wrote, quote, "As your state senator, I would introduce legislation to assure that there would be no ability for companies to litigate this kind of funding," quote, unquote. Then more districts would move towards square footage-based parcel tax without worry. And Revel also suggested the following in an email sent to CUSD board today. First, she said, the LCFF-based funding formula are inappropriate and instead should include a geological assessment, which would help districts like Cupertino, which has an extremely high cost of living, to be able to be better funded. She also said, today money is being taken from serving student needs to funding the retirement benefits of teachers. And Revel said, I would instead propose to reallocate the obligation directly from the state budget to CalSTR, which would leave the same funding to be provided directly to the students' education, unquote. Let's join together as a community to explore other revenue options, not closing schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. And then we have Tony Cheng. Tony, you're unmuted on, excuse me, on our end. Welcome.
Hi, I wanted to spend my time talking about why Measure O failed in March. I had the chance to watch the Measure O campaign post-mortem recording, and I want to share what I took away from that video. First, Measure O faced historically bad timing, but unfortunately, I do think that the timing isn't going to get any better next year. So here are 2 numbers that I hope you take away from this. Number 1, 33% of CUSD parents voted against Measure O. Let that sink in. For us to get a supermajority of 67%, we need to rally together, and we didn't. So number 2 is that consider what a successful campaign will look like. We're going to need 500 plus volunteers. We're going to need to make 25,000 plus phone calls to likely voters. Now, did we rally like that to Measure O? Sadly, we didn't. We never mustered enough volunteers to reach more than 10,000 voters by phone. So in conclusion, I hope that you channel your anger and the sadness and disappointment that I heard tonight, and you channel it and roll up your sleeves and get involved, because unfortunately, I don't think anyone's coming to save us. It's up to us to do the work, the hard work, because it will be a hard campaign. Thank you, and the video that I mentioned can be found on Jerry Lou's Facebook page. Thanks.
Thanks, Tony. So then next would be Yadi.
Hello. Hi, I am paraphrasing a letter sent to the school board earlier today in response to the CAC presentation which was presented last week. We, the undersigned, demand the decision to close schools is halted until all normal school functions are resumed, the pandemic is declared over, or one full calendar year from today's date, whichever is latest. We demand access to the Q&A site form shared with the board and CAC and full transparency to any other background data. This includes all traffic study data, historic and projected enrollment data, and any leasing inquiries that have been made regarding any of our school sites. We reserve the right to have professionals in our community review this data. We also demand access to any and all budget data, including the full text of all district contracts, including lease of the district office and consultants paid by the district in this calendar year. In return, we promise to raise funds via Save All Schools fundraising campaign and meet the mutually agreed upon goal amount by a deliverable date. We commit to promote and put our community efforts towards raising funds to place a parcel tax measure on a special election ballot in 2021, but also to campaign in each of our neighborhoods to pass this measure by the 67% needed. This includes supplying volunteers for phone banks, placing a set number of yard signs, sending campaign flyers, etc. It also includes voting in favor of a measure and encouraging our neighbors to do the same via all means available. Should the terms of this letter be achieved, CUSD agrees to keep all school campuses open and functioning. This letter is endorsed and supported by the following parties: Regnard Elementary School Parent Community, Meyerholt Elementary School Parent Community, Hayden Sedgwick Neighborhood Community, Save John Muir Wildcats Group, Save Miller Feeder Save Miller Feeder Schools Group, Save Cupertino Lincoln Elementary School, Save Dilworth Parent Community, Kennedy Middle School Parent Community, DeVargas HSC, DeVargas Community. We implore you to let us fundraise and figure out a solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yadi. Leslie, I need some more names from you, please.
Okay, Chien Hua Lu, Betsy, and Will Flewelling.
Okay, so Chianhua, Betsy, and Will, if you could please raise your hands. And I see Betsy, so let's go ahead and unmute Betsy.
Thank you. Board and Executive Committee and CUSD community. I know that the budget crisis is a difficult issue for everyone. However, the community needs to remember that we have been warned about potential school closures and the district financial situation for years. We bear a lot of the responsibility for being in this situation. It has been disappointing to hear all the lies and misinformation that is being spread about funding, spending, and what this and previous boards have done. Everyone, parents, candidates, board members, and school employees should be above this behavior and be ashamed of themselves if they are contributing to it. It bothers me when the district is being dragged into city politics by politicians and groups that have their own agenda. This should be a time when the community is working together to solve problems, not a time for people to spread misinformation about the issues and play on people's fears. The vitriol, threats, and harassment directed towards board members is unacceptable. We should all be setting a better example for our children. We should be focusing on the actual facts and history. People should research what the district and boards have done trying to get more money to our district and fix things. Educate yourselves on how CUSD is funded. Are people aware that the big local companies have been asked to donate to the district and they said no? Are people aware of all the discussions that have taken place over the years regarding ballot measures? If you think the district shouldn't be in this situation, did you donate to CUSD 25? Have you donated to CUSD United? Have you been donating every year? To imply that the board has done nothing is insulting to them. I have some comments regarding the idea of a square foot parcel tax. Why do community members think this will pass when people didn't even want to pay the $250 that Measure O asked for? The belief that we can pass it because Berkeley did doesn't make sense. We are not Berkeley. Our community has been asked directly to donate to the district and it hasn't been successful. It saddens me that people are just now wanting to help fix the budget.
Thank you, Betsy. Next I have Will Flewelling, please.
Hey there. Thank you for the time to hear me tonight. I'd like to go back to that board levers stability slide number 2, where we get that 29.5 million. And a lot of times that number gets thrown around and we just don't know what it means. And now we know. I think an important piece of that is that 9 million to finally give some much needed love to our employees. We should focus on that one. Another big one that scares me is expiring Measure A, which is why we're talking about parcel taxes tonight. The unfortunate thing is our site-based community fundraising really is limited to kind of the ongoing 5 to 8 year churn of the current parents. And it never exceeds $3 million. It's a lot of money, but it's really just a small piece of the pie, unfortunately, and it tends to stay at home. Also, our end fund has had a lot of trouble kind of staying afloat amid that churn. So it's just not a stable enough revenue stream for our budget to really hit for the district there. So I think it's really important for us to think more on this parcel tax. And so I want to talk to our friends in the community who really only hear this square foot elites thing that's been popping around. You know, 28 cents will get us 24 million and 30 cents might get us 26 million. And that's pennies. And we're talking in dollars and cents, but let's stop talking about pennies and maybe talk about Sacagaweas and Susie B's. You know, maybe we need to consider a 4-time ask. Start thinking about $1. You know, I'm going to kind of quadruple up on our current one. Let's, instead of think 250, let's go 1,000 again. Some of y'all caught my Hail Mary last week with that 1,000 per parcel measure. So here's this week's moonball for 1 square foot to expire in 20 years. That's a big one, right? $1 per square foot. That's square footalese again. It's the perfect time to lock in a long-term reliable revenue stream from our community so we can finally shelve our budget issues until the next Halloween full moon and get back to churning out some of the world's greatest minds. To the parent levers in our community, let's think big and go big.
All right, thank you, Will. And then Leslie, I don't see Qianhua, so let's go ahead and get 3 new names. But Qianhua, if you are with us, please go ahead and raise your hand.
Okay, the next 3 are Jenny Zhang, Yuting Shen, and Chandra Reddy. So we've got Jenny.
Okay, Jenny, please go ahead and unmute. Jenny, perfect, thanks.
Hi, good evening, all board members. Thanks for the opportunity for talking. I'm from Meyerholz Clip. We have been with Cupertino School District for over 10 years. Specifically for the parcel task, we have seen tonight a lot of possible ways to fill in the gap, at least partially for the financial gap. No matter how much we discuss here, the community without the kids in the district are still completely not connected at this point. But the good news is that there's a parent community here who want to save the school together, can help the school district to pass the information around and get alignment from the community. We understand the district financial situation better from tonight's meeting, which is really appreciated. We talk about the funding issues in the past few years. During pandemic, as we all have lots of pressures for everyone, school teachers, students, parents, and school district, this is definitely not a good time to do any dramatic changes for the school. We only save 1.3 million per elementary school, and we have gap of 29 million. Even we close all the 25 schools to meet the gap, that's absolutely not acceptable for long-term sustainable solution. The cost saving we got from the school closure is very nearsighted, one-time saving with minimal financial impact, but huge community impact. It's not a long-term sustainable way for healthy growth for community. We live in the high-tech area and we have a gap of $29 million, which divided by 18,000 students, it's about 1,000 per student. We haven't explored all the other additional options like donations, membership program, as well as corporate level of donation could potentially be long-term sustainable. We should create some new revenues that hasn't been fully worked out, and those new process and ideas do need time to figure out. So we strongly recommend to work with the school district together to give us more time and work together with the team to figure out the long-term solutions, but not vote for school closure right now.
Thank you, Jenny. Next, I have Yuting. I don't see a raised hand. So Yuting, if you're with us, please do raise your hand. And then Chandra, I see a raised hand. So if we can unmute Chandra, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you so much. You folks are doing a thankless job. I know it's a long night. Thank you for everything. So one real quick thing is, like when I saw the leasing box in the slides today, I was actually a bit surprised. And I'm a Mayor Hall's parent, by the way. Look, we are not in the real estate business. So the fact that I even saw leasing as a strategy of making money was actually a shocking thing. Right? The ideal thing should have been to actually sell the surplus property and use the money to fund the schools that you focus on closing right now. So please don't be in the real estate business. We are not voted for that. And we are not hired people in the Cupertino School District to run a real estate business. Okay, so that was a shocking thing to observe. So my kids have actually graduated from the Mayor Halls, Miller and Lynbrook, and I'm so proud parent of that. And just depriving our community of that, which brings me back to the current situation because it has long-term impact, right? The moment you have a leasing option, you're tempted to drive a behavior on the ground to close schools and lease them. That's exactly what is happening right now. Right. And that brings me down to another thing that the board advised the CAC members to do, which was to create a dedicated clip site that put a dagger in the community fighting. The community is fighting with each other because of that. That is going to be a terrible mistake to divide the community by doing a dedicated clip program, because it'll create a homogeneous community on the ground. Not having diversity in the community is a huge issue. So please don't do that. Coexistence is the best policy. Moderation is the best policy. So please don't divide the community by bringing a dedicated clip program. That is going to be terrible to the community because it creates a homogeneous and a very unidimensional community that has impact on the ground. And the CAC members also, the mayoral's members were not represented in that as well. There was one clip member, but was from outside of Mayor Halls. So please take that into consideration and connect with the community, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chandra. So then let's see, I need 3 more names because I don't see Yu Ting at this point, nor Qianhua.
Okay, Stephen Scharf, followed by Hetal Buta, followed by Lu Zhang.
Okay, so I see Stephen raising his hand. If we can have Stephen, please.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, Stephen Scharf, Mayor of Cupertino, speaking for myself. In March 2020, there were 8 school parcel taxes on the ballot in Santa Clara County. Every single one failed, not just Measure O. And I would point out Measure O was 125, not 250, as another speaker stated. So there's clearly voter fatigue on per parcel taxes. I would urge the board not to try a per parcel tax again. Even renewing an existing per parcel tax is not likely. Voters are not receptive to voting for these. We've all heard the quote, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Per parcel taxes are regressive, not equitable, and unlikely to pass. When an apartment in a 125 unit rental building pays $2 per unit and a condo in a similar building pays $250 per unit, it's clearly unfair. The last time the Berkeley BSEP school tax was renewed, it passed 89% to 11%, and hopefully CUSD voters, once the tax is explained clearly and understand that it replaces an existing tax, will be just as smart. And I would take FUHSD's poll results with many grains of salt, since they didn't explain clearly that the square foot tax would replace the existing tax, and they didn't explain the inequities of the current tax model. And if a per square foot tax fails, then the CUSD board would know that voters don't value our schools, and then you'd be justified in making drastic cuts. Donations are not a stable funding stream. No one likes new taxes, but people are willing to pay taxes when they're fairly applied. In a Cupertino City Council meeting in 2011, Steve Jobs said, "I'm a simpleton. I've always had this view. We pay our taxes and the city should do these things. Substitute CUSD for city and the same theory applies. Don't put a cap on it and offer exemptions to limited income seniors."
Thank you, Stephen. So then next would be Hetal. Welcome.
Hello, you can hear me now?
We can.
Hi, thank you for your time today. I am a Dilworth parent, and it's after a long time, I have attended a 6+ hour board meeting. And it was definitely educational, learning about our expenses and income. But I still have to say that after all of that, there is still a decent amount of misunderstanding or lack of understanding, for a better word for that, among the parent community on exactly how our total income of $8,000 per kid comes about. We understand the state component, the tax component, but I don't think there is still enough clarity for the parents to understand how a declining enrollment leads to a smaller revenue for us. And then again, from all of the income sources that we have looked at, parcel tax seems to be the way to go. But again, when these measures are introduced, there is not enough either awareness or education in the community to garner support to get these votes passed. And so I think the CUSD, along with schools and parents, representatives from school, need to do a better job in trying to spread this information, create awareness, and do certain training or education sessions that would bring the entire community together. As we've heard from a lot of other parents, the problems around school closures that impact community, even if some of these were justified, the drastic actions that have occurred under the CUSD administration in the past 3 or 4 years, whether it relates to the West Valley School or whether it relates to these school closures, have impacted the communities on such a large scale that for other families outside of CUSD who are planning to buy homes here or planning to move here based on our past reputation, they would think twice about coming to us if all they hear about these kind of things from our local news. So I think we need to consider the optics of some of these things and rally the parent support before we take some of these measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hetal. Next, we go to Lu Zhang, please.
I'm also a proud parent from Danvers. I have a daughter in college this year, and I also have a 5th grader in this school. When in terms of close school is beyond this generation and the next, I have a next door neighbor plan to have his grandchildren come to Danvers also. So in the time of we need a fund, please, board members and administration, we look up for you to be a leader. Don't just throw a solution, close multiple schools. No one wants school to be closed. Don't throw out a bad idea at this panic time. In addition to the pandemic, so much add on to the school, parents, community, and even elementary schools. You know what? Why Mayor O didn't pass? Because people are losing the confidence where the money is spent. Let's look at the 5 years budget. You're talking about school enrollment decline. Let's see where the data come from. You think we buy that? Please give our more information. And also to the cost saving part. Please give us breakdown of the salaries. We want to know how much are related to the administration, how much is the frontline schools. It hurts me when I hear the school teacher almost cry. Once again, you put them on the chalkboard again. As parents, I cannot let this happen. Please work with us. We can go campaigns. We can accept the poor square footage parcel tax in the future, but don't divide us. No, be closed. Someone needs to say that on the board.
Lori.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I was still muted. So thank you, Lou. And then I need 3 more names.
Okay, we've got Lisa Warren, Atul Apt, and William Liao, Liaw.
Okay. So I see Lisa's hand, and then Atul and William Liao, if you can please raise your hands as well. So Lisa, please.
Good evening. So I hope that Peggy Griffith's speaking was compelling enough that you remember it, because I agree with everything Peggy said. I work in the real estate world, residential real estate, and I can tell you that disputes are not likely to happen very often if that's a worry for someone. Normally, if your square footage is incorrect on your property tax, it's lower than the actual amount, so people aren't going to be complaining they're paying less than they should be. I'm wondering if ADUs will count as they get added as property tax as well. And someone, or more than one person, spoke about the inequity possibly, and people not being happy with having a larger home and having to pay more. But the school impact fees, at least when we made remodeling and addition to our home, we had to pay school impact fees based on the square footage we were adding. So there's already something in place by the school district that takes into account the size of the home on how you get income. So I really liked the comment, and I'm surprised there was only one person, about involving CEF or asking CEF for some kind of, you're just talking to them and see what there is. And maybe that turns into being, CEF is doing $1 million donation for this cause to get us through till it's on the ballot. And hey, we want matching donations, and people may match. I do believe there needs to be a continuing two-way discussion, and I am out of time almost. So I worry too about campaign consultants and the comment of different marketing approach. I think your parents and your community members are your marketing approach.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, I have Atul.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. So I just wanted to say that there's actually a lot of good information that I think we heard from Jeff. I think one of the big concerns about credibility, and I think a lot of people have brought this up, is it is kind of alarming that this kind of information about revenue is coming up this late. There's been so much of time and effort that has been spent in giving the CAC a charter about shutting down this and shutting down that. But why was it that was the first thing done, and not a holistic solution with revenue? So I think that's the first point that I want to make. The other thing is, I think it was mentioned by Jeff that declining enrollment is a problem. But I think one of the things that is a little bit hard to understand is, if we were a basic aid school, would we have any issues with declining enrollment? So if our revenue stays the same, declining enrollment can only be a good thing, right? And so I think the fundamental issue of why we are at the mercy of state budget cuts and things like that seems to be because we are not basic aid. And so I think I'm trying to understand, why is that not the primary focus? I think a lot of these proposals basically talk about piecemeal solutions, maybe Measure O, which raises 4 million, something else raises, CUSD 25 is some recurring $25 a month. Why can the board not propose a comprehensive solution saying that these are the 4 things that we would like to do, and they will together make us basic aid and sort of solve this for good? Let's put the cuts off the table. Let's not talk about cuts anymore. But can the board come back with a proposal along those lines saying, this is what we would like to do, this will make us a basic aid school district, and this is what the parents need to rally behind if you want this to work? And I think if you do that and come up with something more concrete and more comprehensive and not piecemeal, I'm pretty sure the parent community will rally behind that and actually support that. So I would encourage you to actually do something along those lines as opposed to focusing on cuts. Thank you.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Thank you, Atul. And then William, please.
Hi. Hello?
Sorry, I remuted myself. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, board members and staff. And so in tonight's discussion, there's talk about survey. And then I just want to mention that, if survey was sent to me as a voter, I probably would say no to parcel tax, because, I'm already paying federal income tax, state income tax, property tax, and, ever increasing sales tax. But if school asked me as a parent to sort of, shoulder my extra sort of, fee for school, then I was, as a parent, I would, definitely agree to that. And the other thing about the parcel tax, there's a talk about equity, and I'm indifferent about whether it's per parcel or square foot, but to me, with regard to tax policy, it's hard to say what's equitable. For instance, for elderly couple with paying large square foot with no kids going to CUSD, is that equitable to them? So to me, coming for people trying to decide what's equity, it's hard to say for any tax policy. And the other thing, my question is, who are the residents or voters for the parcel tax? For instance, I'm in San Jose, but then I'm in Cupertino School District. So does that mean all San Jose residents get to vote on the this parcel tax, or just how does that ballot measure is determined? And that's it. That's all my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, William. And then Leslie, I believe I need some more names from you.
Okay, Deepika Srinivasan, Jean Shu, and I think our last one is Michael Nishimoto.
Great. Okay, so Deepika, Jean, and Michael, if you could please raise your hands. I see Deepika, so let's go ahead and unmute you, please.
Hi, thanks for this opportunity to talk. I think I spoke earlier as well, expressing my concern about school closure, but thanks for presenting these slides on the budget stabilizing parcel tax proposal, if you can call it. I see that there are still concerns about whether it'll pass in a ballot measure, which is something that I am worried about too. But as another speaker said, can we come up with more than one option that can actually help us push it past what we call let's say a line which will make us basic aid? And can we get more details on these numbers? So for example, we saw comparisons with other cities on how they get to basic aid. Can we get some numbers from Cupertino Union School District revenue pattern on where we were like a couple of years ago to where we are now, and 2 years later to become a basic aid with respect to this new parcel measure? That part, that key linking part seems to be a little bit not available even on the CUSD website as well as in today's presentation. So I'm hoping we will get some more data on that so that we can understand this a little bit more. And then we will also spread this news amongst us, friends, neighbors, school parents, and so on, and sort of see how to collectively get some positive outcome for this whole effort. From what I'm hearing, I'm really hoping that the new measures will pass or go through, and we will not see the school closures. But also we'd like to know when we will get to know that good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. And then I have Jean Shu next, please.
Oh, can you hear me?
You can, welcome.
Okay. Parcel tax is a strategic matter and key to US's future. The board cannot afford to get it wrong. The consequence of failure is severe, and this strategic matter is becoming an urgency. Parcel tax are not created equal. There are different possibilities of approval by the voters. The success of any parcel tax requires true community involvement, which includes decision-making. The board needs to be vigilant about the approach taken by the district administration to manage strategic matters. As the previous speaker mentioned, the district leadership has been taking a very conservative approach. Management of strategic matters involve risk management, but I have seen essentially no risk management. Every time risk-related question is asked of the district, the answer is always vague with no data, and a gloomy picture is repeated. The district future presented by the district is more gloomy than the reality. Example, the existing Measure A parcel tax can be renewed with very high probability, but losing Measure A revenue is lumped by the district together with all the other revenue hits assumed for the future. The district also has the tendency to mix one-time crisis with the need for ongoing revenue, confusing the short-term problem with long-term solutions. This leading to strategic mistake in decision-making.
Thank you, Jean. Next, we have Michael.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can, welcome.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I suddenly can't hear anyone.
We can hear you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. Well, I'll talk. I can't hear you, but I can talk. Okay, so thank you very much. I think we've heard lots of energy here tonight. I have a couple points I want to make, somewhat building on some previous comments. First of all, I'd like to point out, I would be in favor of a square foot parcel tax, just because I think of equity, of course, with the normal exceptions that you need to include. One point I have not heard specifically that I just want to bring up, and that is, yes, I think we all agree that we need to get this to any kind of parcel tax to improve the chances for passage. And I'd just like to point out that, at least from my understanding, that placing the parcel tax on a busy ballot will in fact just reduce the chances of it getting passed, because you tend to get more people coming out who just vote against all taxes. Someone mentioned something about a special election. I believe that that is the way to go. Yes, it is going to cost more money. Possibly, we heard up to maybe 2 million. Hopefully it's not that much. Here's my chance to challenge all the parents tonight. I said we want to raise money. Let's ask the parents to step up and help raise the money to put that special election parcel tax measure on a ballot. And let's just go for it, because in my experience, I was previously in Moreland School District. We had 2 of them fail, very close to 67. We hired a consultant. The person said to put it on a special ballot. We did. We got probably close to 75% passage when we did that. So I would recommend that CUSD do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Leslie, have we made our way through all of the cards that have come in for this item?
Actually, we had one individual in the chat who had said they were no longer able to remain, but they had gotten theirs in on time. So Alejandra, who has her hand up, did turn one in on time. And then also Ruel Parent. And other than that, we are covered.
Okay, so then the last 2, Alejandra and Ruel, if you would go ahead and raise your hand if you're still with us. So I'll call on Alejandra. Can we please unmute her?
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
So I think I'm definitely for the parcel tax, but so like I'm always bringing back the letter that we wrote that was written, that I didn't write, that Kelly and all of the other parents and Yadi and everyone has sent to the USB to the board, which hasn't been mentioned today, but hopefully on the next meeting it can be addressed. But so I feel that what Michael said, and unfortunately it was a little late, so I missed a lot of the comments, but what Michael said is true. But if we can keep I feel that we do want to support it. We feel that that is another way, that is the way to maintain solvency within the district. So we definitely support it, but we would like the schools to be maintained open. And that's one of the things that I wanted to mention, but I wanted to also ask, I apologize. I wanted to ask, so for the funding, I know that we've already attempted to contact the big business, but can we have a little more time as well for this decision to be made? Because there's other options that we're trying to reach out. We're still trying to reach out to the big businesses. So if it's possible for us to get a little more extension, so if we can have like a little delay as to like making a decision on when to close. I know it might happen within a year. So if it could be for a little bit further out, and since we're putting the parcel tax as an option as well, if that can just be put on hold just a little bit longer, we would really appreciate it. And we want to support that, and we are supporting the board. Thank you, but just please delay. Do not close the schools. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Alejandra. And then I know we had one last card for Rural Parent, but I have heard that he has passed on that. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment for this item. So then maybe I'll turn it back over to Stacy to focus us in on the discussion charge here. Oop. I think you're still muted, Stacy.
Trying to be quiet during comments. I always forget to unmute. I apologize. I think, again, where we would like to lead from this point on is this was a good, healthy discussion, and it was our first opportunity really to get to discuss the parcel tax. And I think based on questions that we've received, there is a lot of information that it sounds like we probably need to have an opportunity to go back and collect and be able to provide for the board at our next meeting so that we could place this again as a continuing discussion item. So that would be my recommendation as a need from staff. If maybe to wrap up this discussion is, what additional information would you as a board member need or like us to bring back by next Thursday so that you can continue this discussion and we can move it along as to what type of a parcel tax, what the amount is, and then dive further in.
Okay, so I guess I would propose that we maybe do a round of comments to sort of throw out where you're at, and then we can discuss from there. Does that sound reasonable to everybody? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't want to put Satish on the spot, so do we want to do a different, I mean, does anybody want to go first?
I can go, we can go reverse. So Satish can go last before you, since I went last, if that's all right, Lori, to be fair.
Sure, well, I'll go last then. Yes, that's fine.
Yes, no, you'll always go last, but I meant four of us. So we'll just kind of, it's almost midnight, but hopefully we can reverse a list and go in the right order here. I'll keep mine pretty simple. I agree with what Satish said earlier in terms of time. We don't have a lot of time. My preference for us would be to make the decision as soon as we can. Where I am right now is, so in terms of decision tree, is one, I support putting a parcel tax on the ballot next year. And that's really because, you know, having been through the numbers, the budgets and the audit reports and everything, is that I don't see an alternative to school closing, for one. But I think fundamentally, we have a funding issue. People talk about enrollment. There's a lot of things you can talk about, but fundamentally, our dollars per student is just too low. And I think we have an opportunity to fix it. So I support a parcel tax for next spring. In terms of the type of parcel tax, I would support a square foot based parcel tax. And that's, I'm convinced by many of the arguments I've heard about equity. I think that's a more equitable tax. In fact, prior to Measure O, Satish and I had actually met separately as just because there are only two of us with the consultants. And I remember the meeting where they were just, the person, it was one person, really terrified of basically sort of the newness of, gosh, you know, we know what we're doing. If you do this new thing, then you're going to mess everything up and all this. And we knew we really needed a land Measure O. But
I think since then, my thinking has really evolved. And I think I see the support here, and I think the equity inherent in that square foot based tax appeals to me. I like what Peggy Griffin said about basically doing a square footage tax on improvements rather than lot. And that's just because our area is going to grow over time. And I think her argument that as we, instead of inevitable, we're going to get higher density housing, that our taxes can keep up with it. Lots are always the same size, but as you build multi-story, presumably there's more improvement. And then, I support the usual exemptions for seniors and such we've talked about. And so I think my ask for Stacy then would be, I haven't figured out a number yet. I need to go back and run the numbers myself. And that's just because I think the 24 million we set is the high end. But I really like to see if there are ways to distribute the load, I guess, through our sort of the triangle model, Stacey, you've talked about. Rather than, I think, throughout the evening, we've heard people say there's no one silver bullet. I think this is an important component, but I don't see it as a silver bullet either. So, but I would support a simple model. I don't necessarily like this sort of like these guys are this. It sounds like from what I hear from Jeff, there's a higher chance of litigation and all that. So I would just support a simple square footage base, no cap on improved property. And so, yeah, I think that's really where I am right now. All right, thank you.
Okay, so let's see, reversing order, goodness, sorry. Sylvia.
So I'm definitely in favor of a parcel tax as well for the spring, because we need to bring in revenue. I mean, that's just the bottom line. We need to look at everything from cuts to revenue, and this is a stable way to do it. In terms of what kind of parcel tax, at this point, I'm still agnostic on it. I feel like I would like to see some more data. I don't know if we need to do a full feasibility study or the amount of work and time that goes into that, but I'd like to get a better sense of what we think would actually pass, right? So from my point of view is what is the thing that would be most palatable, that would pass, that would bring us the most revenue? And so I'm trying to think back to Measure O and the studies that we did then and how long that took. So I'm trying to do some mental calendaring in my head of when we would need to have that information by to make a decision. But I mean, I can just, I guess the direction to staff would be, could you come back with some possibilities for either how to get the data to us so that we can make the decision, or what that timeline would look like?
Thank you.
Sylvia, you good? Okay, so then Phyllis.
Okay, thanks. Definitely in favor of a parcel tax in the spring. I'm not sure yet. I've still got some thinking to do about square foot versus our traditional parcel tax, but definitely in favor of a parcel tax. And I'm leaning toward going big, about option 2, 3, or 4 in the $24 to $26 million range. I think I want to look out to future generations, and I'd like to solve the problem over a long period of time and not just put a Band-Aid on it and do something short-lived. So yes to the parcel tax, yes to a big one, not sure on square foot versus traditional. And I also think we need to pay really close attention to our outreach. We've heard a lot of folks tonight talking about how much they're willing to support. And oh, my lights are going out. Come on, lights. Okay, how much they're willing to support, and I think we want to capitalize on that. And I also think we have to do outreach to beyond our parent community. We have lots of folks that live in the Cupertino Union School District that don't have children in our schools, and they're voters. And so I think we need to strategize ways that we can really reach out and garner the support that we need to pass. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Okay, finally my turn. Thank you, Jerry, for taking first. Okay, so I think my friends have already told everything, but I'm definitely I'm for a parcel tax. Okay, and probably this should be the first one before we look into any cuts and other things, including school stuff, right? Because this is very, very important for us to, the revenue generation is more important, you know, absolutely. And definitely, I'm really, I would like to see the square foot model, but only two things here, right? It needs a lot of education. I think that's where we need, right? This is the first time we are trying out. And yeah, I know that there are cities it passed, there are districts it passed and everything, but for us, it's new here, right? So anything we are trying it out, we have to make sure we have a very good strategy around that to make it pass. We cannot have an error here. We are trying to build some big major foundation here, okay? And a heavy bet we are going to do on this revenue. If this fails, then we are in deep trouble, right? So I think a square foot model, but at the same time, good education, good strategy, feedback, whatever it is. I think it's a double or triple type of work than what we have done for Measure O. I know Measure O, a lot of people have worked a lot. I think there were a lot of misconception around that Measure O did not, people did not do a good work, but it's a lot of work. I know, but people like many of us here, I think all the board members, we are involved and we know how difficult it was, but probably that may not be good enough in this case. And let's work together. And I'm sure, I think we can make it. Let's hear community, let's work with community, let's work together and make sure that this is passing. Thank you.
Okay. So I will just come straight out and concur with all of my colleagues. I, said it this summer. I think we have to go big. I'm absolutely in favor of a parcel tax. I think we hear a lot in this district about a desire to be funded like our basic aid neighbors. And while we all know that that is that is not likely to come from the basic aid funding model for us for a while, that this parcel tax represents an opportunity for us to achieve some dollars that, while not equivalent with our basic aid neighbors, puts us a lot closer. It could close a significant part of the gap, right, between us and our basic aid neighbors. So I think I hear that in the parent community so much. We heard that over and over again in the budget roadshow. We hear it over and over again in public comment. When people say they want to be funded like a basic aid district, and could Cupertino do the work to be a basic aid district, we can't change that. But what we can change is how we're funded by bringing in extra dollars in other ways to help close that gap. So absolutely yes to a parcel tax, absolutely yes to going big, because I think that's what our community is telling us. They want to be funded like a basic aid district. And how do we do that with a parcel tax? We do that by going for the big dollar amount. As far as the square footage versus the flat fee, I go both ways. And where I really struggle, it's like on paper, I actually do think there's a lot of compelling things about a square foot model, right? I think there's a lot of compelling things about a based on use. And the problem there being that because caps are likely to be challenged, and because we are not allowed to differentiate between types of use by law, it makes it very hard to make it equitable. And so we hear a lot about the word equity, but when you actually look into what makes a based on use case equitable, it would be for us to be able to provide a variable rate based on use. And we're not allowed to do that. We're precluded by law from doing that. And so to make the argument that it's equitable is a stretch because of that. That said, is it perhaps more equitable than a flat rate? Maybe. Public Policy Institute of California, the white paper that was included tonight talks a lot about deadweight loss associated with a tax or tax policy that's based on use. And what they really advocate for is that that's not the most equitable, that the most equitable is land-based, square footage-based, because that is what creates an opportunity for all parcels to be treated equally by your tax policy. That said, the big detriment there for us would be our agricultural land, right? I'm not so worried, frankly, about whether or not well, I shouldn't let my politics color this, but I am going to be a little bit frank here. I'm not worried about the cement plant. Like, let's tax the cement plant in terms of the quarry, right? If we could get a square footage tax based on the lot size, you know, hey, let's tax the quarry. But you know, that so many of us are, you know, struggle with. But that said, in that same category is all of that ag land that's up in our Cupertino foothills. And I do worry about that because that is an inequity there. And again, we are not allowed to create a variance there by law, right? It's statute 50079 for anybody who wants to go look it up. I mean, and I've talked, you know, at length, Stacy and I have recently been meeting with a lot of our legislators, and it is one of the things we've proposed when they ask us what could they do to help us. And we provide legislative action that they could consider. That's absolutely in our list of what we've been asking our legislators. And in fact, you know, that's come up in the legislature with various laws, and it never makes it out of committee. And so there just hasn't been impetus behind that, right? Bonta tried it a few years ago. I think others have, and I'm happy to have a conversation with anybody about that offline. But the bottom line here is, I believe there is a lot of value in considering a square footage. What scares me about it is everything we know about what is likely to happen if we do that in terms of a negative campaign. And I think we have to consider that when we consider it, right? If we have organized opposition against us, that's going to be a struggle for us to overcome, even with a great voter education program. And so I think we have to be very mindful about that. We had an opposition in the form of, you know, a ballot statement against on Measure O. It certainly is fair that it hurt us a bit. We definitely got questions coming in. We definitely saw social media posts commenting about that opposition statement to Measure O. So it got seen, and that wasn't even really organized opposition. That was just a letter that one taxpayer group wrote in against us in the voter booklet, right? So when you have an organized opposition that is fundraising and actively campaigning against you and spreading misinformation, it doesn't take much to suddenly get us to the point where we are going to struggle with that 66 2/3% supermajority that we have to achieve. So I don't know what the answer is there. I'm just, as part of discussion, telling you, you know, what I'm thinking, what's on my mind. And on the flip side, where I struggle with the flat fee is, if we go big, that's going to be a big number. And in some cases, as I raised earlier with our single family homeowners, that number is going to be bigger than what they would pay under a square footage model. But for some of our families, that number is going to be smaller than what they would pay under a square footage model. And I think we have to take that into account as it balances with the desire to look at, is there a more equitable way with multifamily residential, where we are potentially drawing more students out of multifamily residential and density. So I see the arguments for both. I validate the arguments for both. I struggle with the passability, which is where Sylvia is and what she raised, which is, if ultimately our goal is to get it across the finish line, I struggle with which one hurts us more. And we hear from a pocket of residents in a portion of our district, right? We hear a lot from sort of central Cupertino, and it's spread through Cupertino itself, because I think it's been a part of an active discussion within one city. And I think, you know, like everybody knows, I don't live in that city. And so I hear a lot from the other cities that are sort of, you know, the donut, if you will, around the donut hole of Cupertino. And I don't hear about a square footage model in Los Altos or Sunnyvale very much at all. I don't ever recall hearing about it from anybody in Santa Clara. And it's not to say they're not out there. And it's not to say we couldn't educate them and get them on board with that. Maybe we could. So I'm not at all poo-pooing that idea or anything like that. I'm just trying to raise, I think, the struggle there that I see. And you know, I think a couple different speakers spoke to it tonight. There was a lot of misinformation about O and about why we put O on the ballot. O was not about, at the point at which we were sizing O, let's even go to the size of O. At the point at which we were sizing O, it was all about a totally different set of budget assumptions, right? Full and fair funding was still on the ballot, was still potentially on the ballot for this fall, and the economy was booming, and we were being told COLA was going to be consistent, and in fact, Prop 98 guarantee was going up, and so base funding was going to be going up. Everything about why we sized O at $125 a parcel was an okay decision at the time. I wished we had pulled something higher, but it was an okay decision given the challenges we were facing with particularly our salary. And so that's what O was about. It was about supporting our staff with salary and compensation, which is part of what we're talking about when we consider sizing this measure. And by missing out on O, it's just that much bigger of a hole now. We're now in a second year with no raises for our staff. And meanwhile, all these districts that surrounding us have been going up by percentages over percentages year over year. And it is something that we hear a lot about, that we aren't able to stay competitive. So anyway, I don't want to ramble. I do want to just throw out there that if we feel like we have support to carry a square footage, I can support that. And if we feel like we're hearing from the community that there are concerns about that, and or somebody mentioned, I don't remember what they called it, but maybe a town hall with our local businesses. I mean, I don't know, maybe we reach out to our local, to some of these property owners that are in that. I think it's a very small number. It's less than 100 properties that are up in that highest bracket. You know, I don't know, maybe we have some sort of communication with them where we talk about it and talk through it with them, and make our case. I don't know what that looks like, but I think all of that needs to be on the table if we're really going to go big with something so untested. And you know, it's been a while since it's been tested here in this county, but it was tested in this county. Square footage was tested by Mountain View Weissman in 2006, and it failed by something like 66.2%. So, you know, we can't afford that. If we're saying that we're having to put these terrible plans in place for these terrible board levers and these terrible considerations around school closures, and that's the alternative to not passing. Somebody said before, it's a risk management, you know, strategy there. If the consequence is so high, then that makes the stakes so high, because I know that our board is so committed to trying to do anything else that we can to change our situation. And it is not without an enormous amount of empathy for our community, that I don't, you know, we heard tonight that people don't think we care. And I'll just leave it at that, because I don't think that's the case at all. So I hope we go big. I hope we give people an opportunity to show us what these schools mean to this community. And I know we have other issues we will have to solve about our enrollment separate from our budget. And we will have to have a reckoning on how much of this is a enrollment and enrollment imbalance and declining enrollment problem versus the piece that really is just about our funding. And so I think this isn't the opportunity for the piece that really is about our funding. And I want this so bad for us. So there you go. So Stacy, do you have sort of direct, was there anything else anybody needed from staff next week to be able to further this conversation and start to narrow in on something?
Yeah, so I think I want to reiterate some thought about you know, the survey or the education part of it, like which I was keep talking, probably or getting bored of it. So I think I need a little bit from that, like what are we going to do? How are we going to, you know, some kind of a groundwork we need. I think now, you know, so that's very important for us to make, you know, the final call on this. Right?
We'll bring back some thoughts surrounding that.
Anybody else? You know, I did just raise the ag question. I guess in that somebody brought it up earlier that there's that category that's the other, and breaking down what's industrial, what's ag in there. If there's a a quick way. I don't know if that's pulling the data from the county assessor's office versus if that's something that DTA could help us with, but if there's any way to figure out what the load is on the ag land and the non-commercial corporate properties, that might be helpful for me. But that's less essential than the piece about breaking down the square footage of the single homeowners for me, just as a priority of order of operations, if you will. Anybody else? Okay, so then, I got to get back to my, Stacy, anything else from staff on this item?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay, so then moving us on to item 8, board and superintendent activity. I'm going to go first here because I have a request. My board activity that I need to report is I am not personally able right now to keep up with the volume of emails, and I need help from all of you.
How can we help, Lori?
Funny you should ask.
And at the very least, maybe you'll divide the alphabet with me and tackle half of them, Jerry.
Sure. I'd be happy to, or what might be more, I would suggest do it by school, because when I've replied to folks, I find that they're interested in certain, or we could divide it by topic. We can talk about details later. I'm happy to accommodate whatever you think will work.
Okay, I think we might have a little trouble sorting just as a way to make sure we cover them all and don't miss any if we do it that way, but we can talk about it offline. That's fine. Sure. But I would be happy to have a partner in this because I'm a mom too, and I got to get through distance learning and everything.
I know. I woke up this morning. I tried to answer some mail, and then by 3 o'clock, even though I put 3 hours into it, I was more behind than I was in the morning. It's So and you're doing every single one of them. So thank you for that. I see you up at 2:30 every minute. They're going out 2:35, 2:36, 2:37. So definitely, just maybe we'll connect offline on how I can help here.
And Lori and Jerry, if you need any more help, call on me. I'm happy to help out as well.
Yeah, same here. I'm happy to do that too.
And Lori, really want to appreciate that, and I think we want to echo the same thing. And I know even just to read this itself is quite a lot, and you are promptly responding. And I see that, okay, when is Lori responding? Like,
responding at 2 and 3 a.m. Yes. So I will reach out to figure out a plan for how we can tackle that, and I am greatly appreciative to that because the volume is just it's more than I can handle right now. So I appreciate that. Not for lack of trying, and I apologize to anybody who's still on the meeting if I haven't gotten back to your email because it's not for lack of trying. To Jerry's point, sometimes they're 2 and 3 are coming in while I'm answering 1. So just for us. So yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. I don't have anything else that I need to report for this week since we just had a meeting last week. Anybody else for board and superintendent activity?
I'll just mention that there's going to be a town hall at Lincoln, well, not at Lincoln, but I guess a Lincoln Zoom town hall, I think is it Monday, Stacey, right? Monday. And then I think the election's Tuesday, and then Dilworth, there's one on Thursday for Dilworth. And then we've scheduled the 2x2, the next 2x2 with the city of Cupertino. I think some of the council members have some ideas on how they can work with us. I suspect we'll talk a bit more there. So that's, I think, on the 12th of November. So yeah. And I'll just also add, I think what Lori said with the mail, I'm really impressed with, I think, just the breadth of the different ideas. And part of the reason why it takes so long is because there are ideas in there and we're reading them. And so it's not like 2-liners, but really people do research and with pictures and all this, and a lot of good ideas, but it just takes us time to go through it. Yeah. So anyway, so that's my report. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else for Stacey? Actually, we have several town halls, right, coming up. Do you want to report out on the town halls?
We do. We're still trying to schedule some of them, so I don't have them all right here in front of me, but we have, I believe, about 6 coming up in the next 6 days.
All right.
So I'll send everyone a quick message and keep you updated as to what dates they are scheduled for.
Great, thank you. Okay, anybody else? All right, not hearing any. I will move us on to agenda setting. I have one, but I'm happy to let colleagues go first. Does anybody have any?
I have a request. So if we could open up the calendar. So right now, what we have on here, and I know things have changed, and so there's an action slated for this November 17th. It's labeled discussion action for CAC. And then on December 17th, a month later, there's an item. If we could scroll down to December, is it 10th, I guess? Wait, if you could scroll down to the next meeting after that. So on the 17th, we have an information on how CUSD will use the funds from the CAC recommendation. I wonder if we can talk about how we're going to use the funds before we actually take action. So if there was a way to move this is a request. I think for me, I'd much rather I'd be able to also share with the community. Well, I'm not going to get into the reasons here. So one request is to move this up before we take action on the CAC. The second is tonight we've talked about parcel tax. I'd like to schedule that for an action at some point, either at or before we take action on the CAC recommendations. So those are the two requests. I'll move up this discussion or this information on how we're going to use the funds before we take action, and then we take action on the parcel tax before or at the time we take action on the CAC. So that's a request.
Thank you.
Does that make sense? It was a little convoluted. It's midnight, so okay, thanks.
Indeed it is.
All right.
Welcome to a new day, guys. All right, anybody else? So I will throw out mine. I'm hoping that as a part of, and I guess I leave it to staff to decide when it might be best to come forward, I would like an update on our options around Montebello as an item. In particular, I am interested in both what our options for exercising a sale might be there, and I'm not sure if that has to come. I know because it's real estate, maybe there's some sort of legalities there around closed session, open session, but if we can do it as an open session, at least as a starting point, I guess that would be my preference, but I know we may be bound by some legal stuff there. So I do want that. And as part of that, I would like to know if there's any opportunity on that item for us to look at either a sale or as a land swap. I'm interested in whether or not somebody like the Peninsula Open Space Trust might be interested in swapping with us for something that could be leasable and be an income source for us. If there was a flat land property within our district that we could trade for of an equivalent value to be able to lease and set up recurring income, as opposed to having to have it a sale tied up in one-time dollars that aren't as accessible to us for our general fund. So that would be my request there. And then I don't know if it's the same item or a different item. I did hear Jerry bring up that it might be the topic of the 2x2, but I am interested in, I've heard there, this Cupertino has expressed that Finch might be of interest, and I guess I would be interested in seeing a proposal from them on leasing from us. So I guess I would invite maybe if our staff could reach out to them and see if they might be willing to, if they are interested in Finch, pursue something again that would be a recurring income item for us that we could use on an ongoing basis and put into our budget, as opposed to a one-time, tying up one-time dollars, which is challenging for us. So anyway, I'll just throw that out as two potential items, and I'll let staff decide when those might be appropriate.
Hey, Laurie, I want to ask you one thing. So there is a ballot, there is a committee, right? You all have that meeting still going on, or?
Oh, Phyllis and I meet every week.
Okay,
we have been working on it every
what's the mechanism for us to, so some kind of feedback, some kind of reporting on that? How do we get that? Like, I know what's a mechanism, or is it some formal way for us to get something information on that? Like, because you're dealing with the community, right? Or community leaders. So what is there?
So can you, can you work with staff for narrowing down a little bit what you're looking for? And then I think Phyllis and I would be happy to write something up that could go in the memo, or I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, no. What I'm trying to say is now we are going to make some decisions, right? Like soon on this ballot, like on these things, right? So, what kind of parcel we are going to put and things like that. So, so probably you are formally meeting people, right? So at least the community leaders on this on that committee. So probably that input would be very helpful for us also here, right? So that's what when we are talking about agenda, should we be something, I don't know how to incorporate that, but some kind of an information flow to that.
Yeah, so I mean, most of what comes up in our committee were like the item that you saw tonight is sort of the body of work of months.
Oh, okay.
For narrowing down what was coming, but yeah, I think staff is using our ballot action committee to kind of focus in on what comes forward for these items. But I'm happy to maybe, yeah. We'll
that's fine. That's fine. I think as long as I think you answered already.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll try and talk about more about your request, Satish, and see if there's something else we think we can do collectively to.
Because I am really interested in overall in this parcel tax. This is a do or die for us. Yeah. Okay, so I want to really see that this is going to be the foundation, and we are putting effort. We all of us, right? So probably we should spend more time on this whole stuff on this parcel. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else from anybody on agenda setting? Okay. And do we have, I think we have a board office hours coming up. Okay, thank you, because I don't think it's me, right? So that's why it's not on my radar. So, okay. And then I think that is it.
Wait, board office hours are tomorrow evening, right?
Correct, 6 to 7.
Yeah.
Sylvia and yourself, Phyllis.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Okay. And do we still have plenty of those on the calendar? Do we need to bring that back on an agenda, or are we good on that at this point, Stacy, for those?
I think we have another 2 of them scheduled out, so we could add some additional dates that could lead us into December.
Does that need to come on an agenda to do that, or can we just have staff work on that maybe in a memo?
Have Renee extend the Google pick dates and send those out to you guys.
Great, because we've got a lot on these agendas, so that would be great if we can handle it, if we're allowed to just handle that one, since we've already agreed to them. Okay. Anything else from anybody before I adjourn? Okay. Thank you all. What is this, 7 hours and some odd minutes after we called this meeting to order. A lot discussed tonight, and a lot of challenges, and also just a commitment to keep working through it all. And appreciate all of our community that came out to speak to us. I appreciate all of our community providing us input and emails, even when it's hard to keep up with. And all of the attendance at the town halls and at the board meetings. We do absolutely value from hearing from our community. We are doing our best to just work through some enormously big challenges. We appreciate your patience. We appreciate the willingness to be partners in this, and as I think we all expressed tonight, we're going to need you on this ballot measure. We are really going to need every single one of you on this, for us to look at what comes next. So thank you. And with that, I will say, as always, thank you to staff for all of the work that's being done in our schools, in our classrooms, in our district office, in our warehouse, and all over our district every day. All right. And with that, I wish you a good evening.
And
thank you.